Ireland and Africa's economic ties are closer than ever before.
Trade between Ireland and Africa is at an all-time high.
The value of Irish agri-food exports to Africa has doubled.
The Global Ireland-Africa strategy is further strengthening economic, political, cultural, trade and people-to-people links.
We will shortly open Ireland's 14th embassy in Africa,
which will help us build new relationships and connections.
We are committed to building links between Irish and African businesses,
supporting sustainable local markets and inclusive economic growth.
Our work in Africa promotes innovation and entrepreneurship,
prioritizing women entrepreneurs and climate-smart innovation.
Our support for African students connects Ireland with the next generation of future leaders.
Our growing links will build partnerships, drive opportunities and foster prosperity across Ireland and Africa, making sure the connection between our people continues to grow stronger.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're settled in. You're very welcome to the 7th Africa-Ireland Economic Forum here at the RDS in Dublin. After a 4-year hiatus, we are delighted to be here today. I'm Zainab Boladil, a Nigerian-Irish TV presenter and reporter here in Ireland, and I'm your MC today. Many of you have traveled quite a distance to join us, and for that, we are grateful and have planned a day's program full of wonderful speakers from across the world of business and politics. They will be sharing their wealth of knowledge and stimulating ideas for how we can further expand and diversify trade links between Ireland and African countries. The theme for the 2022 Africa-Ireland Economic Forum is Prospering Post-Pandemic Towards a Sustainable Future. This captures two vital needs: recovering from COVID-19 and doing so in a sustainable and green way. We will have a number of speakers and panels throughout the day, and we will also have plenty of time for networking during coffee and lunch breaks. Please do continue to visit Hall 3 during breaks to meet your fellow guests and also enjoy the exhibitor stands. We are delighted to welcome a great crowd here today, and I know many more people will be following the conversations online. Please do share your thoughts on today's conference on social media. Our Twitter hashtag is AIEF2022, so let us know what you're thinking. We are also going to be making use of Slido throughout the day. This is an online tool which will allow you to engage in Q&A during our panel discussions by submitting your own questions or voting for the questions that you would like to put to the panel. So visit slido.com and use hashtag AIEF2022 as the code to join the conversation. Before I welcome the first speaker, please do take note of your nearest emergency exit. Without further ado, let's begin the 2022 Africa-Ireland Economic Forum. To formally welcome you today is Alan Gibbons, Africa Director at the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Good morning. Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honour to welcome you to the 7th Africa-Ireland Economic Forum. A warm Céad Míle Fáilte, or 100,000 welcomes to all, particularly those who've travelled from abroad to be with us today, and especially those who are joining us from Africa. After 2 years of virtual meetings, I'm sure that today's opportunity to network in person will be more energising and productive than ever. I'd like to thank all the stakeholders who've engaged so constructively with the Department of Foreign Affairs in organising this event. A particular thanks to the resident African ambassadors and their staffs for their invaluable cooperation with us. We're delighted also to see a very strong representation with us today of African embassies resident outside Ireland. The first Africa-Ireland Economic Forum took place in 2011. at a time when we were dealing with the consequences of the global financial crisis. Since that first forum, trade in goods and services between Ireland and Africa has steadily grown to reach record levels today. By bringing business people from Africa and Ireland together and facilitating the development of new partnerships, this forum plays a vital role in driving that momentum in our trade and investment relationships. Like the first Africa-Ireland Economic Forum, today's forum also takes place in an uncertain and challenging global context. As the world recovers from the impact of the pandemic and deals with the severe reverberations of Russia's appalling aggression against Ukraine, gatherings such as this have an important role in helping us all to navigate these new challenges. The themes of green growth and women's economic empowerment are particularly appropriate as we consider new ways of doing business. Climate action and gender equality are fundamental to Irish foreign policy and underpin our partnerships across Africa. We're working to deepen our partnerships across the continent. Our embassy network in Africa is growing. Our UN Security Council membership has created new partnerships in peace and security. Our international development aid increased to over €1 billion this year, and a significant proportion of this will be invested in the sustainable development of our African partners. Several of Ireland's ambassadors in Africa have travelled back for this forum, and we will hear perspectives from some of them over the course of the day. Our embassies have the local knowledge and networks to support Irish businesses expanding into Africa. In doing so, they work closely with Ireland's state agencies, including Enterprise Ireland, Board BIA, IDA Ireland, and Sustainable Food Systems Ireland, all of which are represented here with us today. Since 2019, a new government strategy for Africa has steered the work of Team Ireland on the African continent. The strategy brings the work of all of government into one coherent framework. This is helping Team Ireland to work together more effectively and with greater impact across Africa. We are keen to work more closely with business, entrepreneurs, innovators to advance the objectives of the strategy. Today's forum is our chance to hear from you. We have an excellent lineup of African and Irish business leaders, entrepreneurs, international organizations, policymakers, and NGOs. We will hear their perspectives over the course of a number of keynote addresses and 4 moderated panel discussions. We hope to hear perspectives from you, the audience, too, and I encourage you to share your comments and questions through the Slido app in the first instance. Also, the coffees, lunch, and this evening's networking reception are your opportunities to get to know each other. You're also invited to visit the exhibition spaces in the adjoining room, where we're delighted to have official delegations from numerous African countries, as well as Irish government departments and state agencies with responsibility for trade and export promotion. This space has been set up to facilitate networking on an ongoing basis throughout the day, and it's our sincere hope that the contacts you make may spur a new connection, a new idea, or a new opportunity that you can take away with you from today's forum. Ladies and gentlemen, now may I ask you to welcome the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Simon Coveney, to officially open the forum.
Thank you very much, Alan, and good morning, everybody. Minister Katagum, ambassadors, distinguished guests from Africa, of course, and from Ireland, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard to see anybody actually here from the stage because the lights are very strong, but it looks like we have a big crowd. So thank you for being here. I'm very pleased to be here this morning to officially open the 7th Africa-Ireland Economic Forum. I can remember the last one. It was 4 years ago, though, but it was in our National Convention Centre in 2018. And I can remember the excitement and the enthusiasm and, of course, the depth of discussion that day as well, which had a lot of ambition and positivity to it in terms of what potential lay ahead in terms of partnership and cooperation between Ireland and, of course, the extraordinary continent of Africa. So I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you, and a special welcome to all of our guests who have taken the time to travel to Ireland today. Many of you have travelled from Africa to be with us, and we do deeply appreciate that participation. It says a lot that you've taken the time to be here in person. I want to extend special thanks and welcome Minister Katagum from Nigeria, and I'll have an opportunity to have a bilateral meeting with her later on. I know you have a busy programme on your visit to Ireland, and I hope it'll be a very productive visit. Certainly we'll do everything we can to make sure that it is. Ireland and Africa's economic ties are closer than they've ever been. Trade in goods and services are at an all-time high. The value of Irish agri-food exports to Africa has doubled in the space of a decade, and I think will grow a lot further still. Ireland is benefiting from the many Africans who've made their home here. The Irish public of African descent who are building new businesses and trade links between Ireland and Africa are having a really positive impact. Irish businesses are trading with Africa and they are thriving. We've also seen African businesses invest in and create jobs in Ireland recently also. We'll hear from some of these Irish and African businesses, of course, in the course of the day. Today's forum is taking place at an important time. This is reflected in its theme, prospering post-pandemic towards a sustainable, greener future. After the extraordinary disruption to our lives over the last 2.5 years, it's time to reflect on how we can build new partnerships to harness the benefits of a sustainable and greener future together. I'll focus my remarks this morning on 3 points: on the enormous potential of our trade and investment relationship, on sustainable growth, and on inclusive growth. The wonderful enthusiasm in the room this morning underlines the potential that we all see in our growing trade and investment links. Ireland's economic transformation since we became a member of the European Union, that's 50 years ago, has changed how we live and how we engage with the rest of the world. Our rise from a peripheral economy to one of the world's most dynamic is recognized internationally. There is no more globalized economy than Ireland's. And I think that is more and more evident every day, and we see it in meetings and forums like this one. Our economy has rebounded strongly from the impacts of the pandemic, and it's happened quickly. The number of people employed has surpassed 2.5 million for the first time. We have significantly more people working today in Ireland than we had even a few years ago pre-pandemic, when the Irish economy was strong. The government's new trade and investment strategy positions Ireland to expand and diversify our trading relationships while also growing sustainably. And Ireland is a committed member of the EU and the Eurozone, and is a gateway to the EU single market for 450 million people. So when you look at Ireland from abroad, you should never see us as an island or a country with 5 or just over 5 million people. Instead, you should see us as a platform for international trade, a gateway or a window into a consumer economy of almost 500 million people, the highest spending consumer anywhere in the world. Ireland is a world leader for scientific excellence and for generating and using new knowledge for economic and social progress. Ireland has a lot to offer African partners, and I think Africa has an awful lot to offer Ireland also. The scale and pace of Africa's economic growth is, to be honest, breathtaking. Africa has the youngest and fastest growing population of any continent. And by the end of this century, the world's biggest cities will be concentrated on your continent. There is no doubt that these cities will increasingly shape the world that we live in. Many countries in Africa were experiencing pre-pandemic growth levels above 6%. And they've rebounded from the pandemic and are forecast to continue strong growth in the years ahead. That growth has led to a new middle class across the region that is shaping new consumer preferences as well. Africa has witnessed incredible growth of technology entrepreneurs, some of whom we have in this room. Its digital transformation is delivering new solutions and growth, from mobile banking to climate adaptation. The African continent free trade area has transformative potential to create the world's largest free trade area. And in the same way that the EU's single market and shared customs union has been transformative in terms of wealth creation across our continent, the same, in my view, will happen across yours. We'll hear more about this potential in the morning's first panel discussion. Ireland has benefited enormously from regional economic integration within the EU, and we have an extremely positive story to share in that regard. Yes, we've made some mistakes, but we've had some stunning successes too. As African countries bring down the barriers to trade between themselves, the partnership between the EU and Africa will continue to grow in importance to both sides. Ireland and the EU are committed to supporting Africa on its path to a more integrated regional economy that trades on a mutually beneficial basis with its neighbours and with the wider world. The EU and Africa are working to make the partnership between our neighbouring continents work better for our mutual benefit, not least to support greater trade and investment. And Ireland will remain a strong advocate for an effective EU-Africa partnership, which in my view has not been ambitious enough in the past. But I think that is changing, certainly from an EU perspective, and I hope that's reflected also in views in Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ireland is deepening economic, political and cultural links with Africa because we understand that Africa's potential is not a theoretical or future prospect. Africa is unleashing today its potential, and we need to be there so that Irish businesses are not left behind. Through the government's Africa strategy, we're expanding our footprint in Africa with new embassies in Morocco and Senegal and a strengthened presence of state agencies. Enterprise Ireland, which is our state body that supports Irish businesses to expand around the world. Bord Bia, which is our food promotion agency, because food is a big part of Irish multinationals. The IDA, whose primary responsibility is to bring foreign companies into Ireland and to ensure that they are a success here when they invest here. And all of these companies are expanding their presence across the continent of Africa. We're working together as Team Ireland to build on over 60 years of strong relationships with Africa, opening new entry paths for Irish businesses and building new connections between Ireland and the continent of Africa. In Abuja, we are building a new flagship chancery that is linked to a broader strengthening of our presence in the West African region. We're seeking a significant growth in trade with West Africa. Minister Katagum's visit to Ireland this week will help us to build, I hope, on this momentum. Ireland became the 81st member of the African Development Bank Group in 2020. This was another important commitment of the government's African strategy. I'm delighted that Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, will deliver a keynote address here this afternoon. President Adesina has been described as Africa's optimist-in-chief. We share his optimism for a sustainable and greener future in Africa. But like him, we are also clear-eyed and realistic about the challenges that we jointly face. I welcome the steps taken by the African Development Bank Group to address the immediate and critical risk of food insecurity. and the bank's broader focus on building resilience across African countries. I particularly welcome the strong emphasis placed by the African Development Bank Group on climate action, and in particular on climate adaptation. Climate adaptation is crucial if we are to reduce poverty and achieve SDGs. Ireland is proud to support this work, and I'm pleased to announce today an additional contribution of €2 million towards the African Development Bank Group's work on climate adaptation. The lessons of the 20th century have shown that economic growth in the 21st century must be different. We need to approach it differently. It must be sustainable and it must be inclusive. Many countries, including our own, have made mistakes on that journey. We need to be sharing those lessons, and under no circumstances can we prevent other countries from progressing and developing economically. But we need to share experiences to make sure that this time others avoid the mistakes that we've made, and that growth can happen, that economic development and opportunity can happen in a much more intelligent, inclusive and sustainable way. The impact of climate change is felt across the world, but most acutely on the continent of Africa. The private sector has an essential role to play both in delivering sustainability within their own businesses and in helping to address climate change. Climate action and environmental sustainability is a key theme underpinning the government's new trade and investment strategy. Businesses in Ireland are being supported to decarbonise and deliver sustainable products and services. Ireland was one of the first countries in the world to launch a sustainable food systems strategy. It's called Food Vision 2030. This month we mark 10 years of the Origin Green programme. I'm very proud to say that when I was a Minister for Agriculture and Food, we launched that programme. It was the first opportunity that I had to be a minister in government, and I would say that perhaps the most important thing I did during that period was launch and believe in and invest in the Origin Green programme, which really did mark a change in how we would sell and brand and produce Irish food in the context of measuring its sustainability through science. Origin Green has been instrumental in making Ireland a world leader in the environmental and social sustainability of our €3.5 billion food and drinks export industry. Sustainable food systems are central to Africa's overall development strategy as laid out in the Agenda 2063 and the Malabo Declaration. The Taoiseach chaired a discussion of EU and African leaders on agri-food systems at the AU-EU Summit in February, and we're building on the outcome of that discussion as the EU responds to the global food insecurity crisis. Ireland is uniquely positioned to work with African partners in sharing the expertise and experience central to decarbonising our own economy, transforming our food systems and developing our multi-million-euro marine economy. We will do this, including through flagship initiatives such as the Africa Agri-Food Development Programme and through the work of the Sustainable Food Systems Ireland, which effectively is a state body that we invest in to change the way in which food is produced, to do it in a way that remains profitable but also sustainable. I'm also delighted to announce today the establishment of the Ireland-Africa Agribusiness Network. This will be a business-led forum, bringing together a diversity of actors across the Irish and African agribusiness ecosystems to generate momentum towards further investment and new partnerships. Ireland's also working to support businesses and entrepreneurs who are delivering positive climate impact. Through our partners in the Climate Knowledge Innovation Centre and their Climate Launchpad programme, we support over 130 climate-related businesses in Africa in 2021. This work will be replicated across our embassy network, of course, in Africa too. Also this year, we launched the first Irish Aid Enterprise Fund for international climate action. This €1 million fund aims to tap the enormous potential for business and enterprise to support climate action. And of course, if it's successful, we can put a lot more money behind that initiative. You will learn more about the opportunities arising from all of these initiatives over the course of today's discussion. As well as being sustainable, it is of critical importance that economic growth in the 21st century is inclusive. Africa's workforce is set to increase by 800 million by 2050. It's actually quite hard for an Irish person to get their head around that number, coming from a country of just over 5 million people. Meaning, though, that 27 million jobs need to be created every year. 27 million jobs need to be created every year, and we need to do that in a way that is sustainable and in a way that meets the expectations and ambitions of a new generation of young African. Africa's women and youth will be drivers of socially and environmentally sustainable economic growth. The power and promise of Africa's women to transform the continent's economy is enormous. At 26%, Africa has the highest rate of female entrepreneurs in the world, and they contribute 13% of Africa's GDP. I saw this potential on a visit to Kenya last year, where Ireland is working with Trademark East Africa to eliminate barriers to trade for women traders and female-owned enterprises. It was impressive. Ireland, too, had been on a journey of change towards gender equality, and we've learnt the importance of women's full and meaningful participation to maximise our own economic development and prosperity, and we're making good progress, I'm glad to say, on that too. The COVID-19 pandemic has corroded gains in many ways to date, and disproportionately impacted on women and girls in particular. It is estimated that the pandemic has lengthened the time it'll take to close the global gender gap from 99 years to 135 years. Not good news. Across our work, Ireland will continue to address women's economic empowerment, to promote girls' participation in STEM, by supporting women's financial inclusion, by focusing on agricultural programs, on women farmers, and by supporting climate action that meets the needs of and is led by women. Increasingly, the international business community, clients and domestic consumers recognise that to be truly sustainable and inclusive, businesses must also proactively promote a win-win approach to protect human rights. The promotion of human rights, including the protection of human rights defenders, is at the heart of Irish foreign policy. Ireland is committed to the implementation of the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights, and has demonstrated this commitment through a national action plan for ourselves. I would like to thank Irish businesses and civil society for their engagement on this global standard of practice that is now expected of all states and businesses. In harnessing the potential of Africa's young and growing population, education will also remain fundamental, as it is here. Strengthened education systems are a key focus of Ireland's development cooperation and partnership with many governments and indeed NGOs across Africa. We're also working to equip young Africans with STEM skills through initiatives like Africa Code Week and Young Scientists in Kenya. Can I say the growth of the Young Scientists competition in Kenya has been nothing short of remarkable. And anybody who's been involved in that, I just want to say a huge congratulations. It is inspiring young Kenyans to want to change the world through science. And if you look at some of the most successful Irish business people, some of the most successful Irish entrepreneurs, they in many ways found that ambition through the Young Scientists competition here initially. And some of our most impressive change makers globally that have emerged actually emerged through that Young Scientists. And I really, one of the messages I'd like to leave with you this evening, for any of you in other countries across the continent of Africa, take a look at what's happened in Kenya in terms of young scientists. And have an ambition to try to replicate that elsewhere, because I think it has an extraordinary impact, both in terms of schools and education and young people, but later on as well, has a sort of a conveyor belt effect, if you like, of feeding young minds into an economy that are full of ideas, that are challenging norms, challenging people like me and other policymakers to do better by using technology and better ways of doing things. And it's exactly, I think, how we will solve many of the challenges that for some seem impossible today in terms of their scale through new thinking, better thinking, and technology. Our Africa strategy commits us to doubling by 2025 the number of Africa-led fellows who are given an opportunity to do master's programs in Ireland and to take new skills back to their home countries. Our connections with fellows continues long after their stay in Ireland, of course. Today, we will hear from at least one former fellow who's gone on to do exciting things in her home country. Ireland is working to support young entrepreneurs with a focus on female entrepreneurs and to increase Irish-African collaboration on innovation and on entrepreneurship. You'll hear again from some of these African entrepreneurs and innovators today, which I hope will spur more of the same. They are and will remain central to Ireland's ongoing partnership with the African continent and in driving the economic transformation that, of course, is needed. Ireland is in a unique position. We have vibrant connections across the continent of Africa and have had so for many, many years. We have decades of experience of working in partnership with Africa, and we have experience from our own economic development that may be of use to our African friends. We are expanding our partnerships and increasing our footprint. Ireland and African businesses are already finding productive and mutually beneficial ways of working together, with trade, as I said earlier, at record levels and still steadily growing. We have a very strong basis upon which to lift the ambition and scope of our trade and investment relationship and to learn from each other to meet the challenges of the 21st century. And believe me, they are enormous challenges, from climate to population growth to the expectations of young generations in terms of what they want for the future, for themselves, their families, and the ambition that they have. And in order to meet that challenge, in my view, the partnership between the EU and the continent of Africa through regional organizations and through governments on a bilateral basis needs to be much stronger than it has been in the past. And the nature of that relationship needs to change too. It needs to be one based on equality of opportunity, moving both ways, and not in one direction. And I think Ireland wants to be, and I hope is, a voice that is trying to offer leadership in that space. The one other thing I would say before finishing is in the context of what is happening in Ukraine today. I have spoken to various African counterparts, and I think sometimes there perhaps isn't enough clarity in terms of what's happening, why it's happening, who's at fault, and the knock-on consequences in terms of food security and how we should be addressing that. Make no mistake on this. The reason why there is 20 million tons of grain stuck in Ukraine today is not because of sanctions. It's because of a military blockade of the Black Sea that doesn't allow this vast amount of food, predominantly grain, get out of a country that is being brutalized by Russian aggression. That is what's happening. The response in terms of sanctions is having, of course, an impact, particularly within the European Union. But the reason why this is all happening is because of a blatant breach of international law and an act of aggression that we cannot sit back and ignore in terms of its consequences for this continent and indeed for the world as a whole. The sooner we can bring it to an end, the better. And believe me, this should not be seen as a European issue on the continent of Europe, a war that Europe needs to solve. This has consequences right across the world. There's a superpower involved here. In fact, there's multiple superpowers involved here in terms of the economic consequences and, of course, the human consequences. We talked about numbers earlier. In the space of less than 4 months, 6 million people, that's a huge number by any standards, have been forced to flee in 4 months into the European Union from Ukraine. 40,000 have come to Ireland in that period, and of course we make them very welcome here, and we're trying to support them through this period. But make no mistake about what is causing this and what is causing the knock-on consequences for all of your countries and mine in terms of pressure and strain, particularly around food and energy prices. We've got to find a way of easing those tensions, but the way to do it is to bring this war to an end. And the point of sanctions is to try to do just that, so that we can free up markets and find ways of easing the pressures that are being caused in terms of the knock-on impact of Russia's brutality and aggression. So I don't want to finish on a negative note. I'd like to finish on a positive note. And on a positive note, despite all of the challenges of recent years, the growth story, the friendship, the connections are getting stronger and deeper and more powerful and more meaningful. And I really look forward to having Africa-Ireland economic forums in the years ahead as we continue on that journey of growth and expansion and of investment and deeper, stronger relationships. You know, Ireland has, as all of you will know, a very long history across the continent of Africa. We're very proud of that. And I think it allows us to open doors that perhaps other countries don't have access to. But we want to turn that now into a mutually beneficial partnership where Africa sees Ireland as a gateway into this hugely valuable market for African companies and African opportunity. And of course, we want to, through our business interests and political interests and human rights interests and climate change advocacy and all of the other things that we want to do, we see these partnerships as delivering exciting outcomes as well for huge numbers of people. So to all of you, whether you're ambassadors, whether you're politicians and government ministers, whether you have responsibility in banking and finance, or whether you're business people, let's try to work together to make this partnership a powerful one that can change the lives of very, very many people for the better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Coveney, for those fascinating words. We're now going to hear from the Nigerian Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Mariam Katagum. Ambassador Katagum is an educationist, diplomat, and international cooperation expert with leadership experience in the Nigerian public service and within the United Nations system. We're delighted to have her here with us today.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Mr. Simon Coveney, the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, Republic of Ireland, Honorable Ministers and Ambassadors here present, but I must recognize Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Nigeria to Ireland, and also Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Ireland to Nigeria, wonderful ladies who made our presence here. At least the Nigerian delegation, they made our presence possible. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and an honor to participate at this 7th edition of the Africa-Ireland Economic Forum. And permit me to especially thank the Government of Ireland for organizing and inviting me to deliver a keynote address at this auspicious and important gathering. This year's theme, Prospering Post-Pandemic Towards a Sustainable Greener Future, directly aligns with the global agenda on sustainability and doing good as the foundation of solving social, environmental, and governance issues, in addition to doing well, which is the current profitability focus of most institutions. But let me first of all convey the warm greetings of His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, and the entire people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and also to thank His Excellency Michael D. Higgins, the President of the Republic of Ireland, for hosting this important forum. I would also like to extend our sincere regards to other African countries also participating here today. As part of our continental growth and development strategy, we're intentionally prioritizing cooperation, particularly in attracting responsible, inclusive, balanced, and sustainable investment that can enhance the prosperity of our citizens. Nigeria and the Republic of Ireland enjoy excellent bilateral relations, marked especially by the work of Irish medical teams and missionaries during our country's unfortunate civil war, and the ongoing efforts in dealing with the humanitarian situation in northeastern Nigeria. We appreciate what your country is doing for us. Ladies and gentlemen, at the risk of stating the obvious, one of the most pressing issues of our time is climate change. The effects of greenhouse gas emissions on the atmosphere and the subsequent impacts on our climate has created visible and devastating global challenges. In Africa, a lot of our issues around conflict and unsafe migration are rooted in climate change. The increased frequency and severity of droughts, floods, and other destructive events are especially hard on the already impoverished populations in Africa, particularly in more rural locations. Leaders, counterparts, and friends, with a global population set to reach 10 billion people by 2050, our current production and consumption patterns are, again, to state the obvious, highly unsustainable. The global economy consumes over 100 billion tons of materials annually, with over 90% of these volumes turned into waste. So I will say that again. More than 90% of what we take from the earth is wasted. Especially, the world is only 10% circular. So we need to make the environmental and social changes needed to conserve our planet. Countries have a huge role to play in closing this gap and to aid the global transition to a cleaner, circular, and sustainable future. A circular economy can contribute significantly to climate change mitigation. It is essential to reach the goal of the 2015 Paris Agreement, which is to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. We need to remind ourselves that the United Nations has set a target of 2050 for global carbon neutrality, which is in alignment with several national governments, whose net zero targets are between 2050 to 2060, including a majority of G7 and G20 member countries. Key developing countries like Nigeria, China, Saudi Arabia also aligned their net zero emission target of 2060 with some of these countries. Scientific evidence suggests that achieving net zero emission will limit global warming. This will affect all countries and all sectors of the economy, either directly or indirectly. Africa, with its population of 1.2 billion people and a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion, currently accounts for 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, while being a home to 17% of the world's population. The potential impact of increased production, higher consumption, and in turn, higher waste generation is therefore quite apparent. In Nigeria, less than 10% of the over 17.5 million tons of plastic waste generated annually is collected or recycled. This means that annually, over 50 million tons of plastic waste is generated. Without targeted interventions, a lot of this plastic waste will end up in our oceans, waterways, or in landfills. In November 2021, the United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP26 in Glasgow, our President, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, made a commitment for Nigeria to achieve net zero emissions by 2060, in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Subsequently, the Nigerian Climate Change Act was signed into law on 18 November 2021. This has provided our country with a legal framework for reducing low greenhouse gas emissions and ensuring green and sustainable economic growth. The Nigerian Climate Change Act also provides for the creation of a National Council on Climate Change to form policy, mobilize climate change finance, implement a carbon trading framework, and achieve our nationally determined contributions. In addition to the Act, the Federal Executive Council on 2nd February 2022 approved Nigeria's Energy Transition Plan. This plan paves a pathway to achieve our net zero target by 2060. Nigeria is amongst the few African countries in Africa with an energy transition plan. Our plan aims to lift over 100 million people out of energy and economic poverty, connect the population to modern energy services, and manage the transition of the oil and gas industry on the pathway to net zero. The Energy Transition Plan focuses on 5 sectors with concrete decarbonization levers, namely power, to increase solar and gas power utilization, transport, uptake of electric vehicles in the passenger car segment, industry, carbon nature in cement, ammonia production, and 100% shift to zero-emission fuels for heating. Residential buildings, shift to biogas-based and electric cooking, and a transition away from generator sets. And lastly, oil and gas, a reduction in global demand and a fully diversified economy, as well as reduced flaring and improved energy efficiency. As I indicated, regarding the industry levers of the ETP, carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies will play a key role in achieving carbon neutrality, and the International Finance Corporation and World Bank have begun supporting the Nigerian government to develop a domestic market for CCUS for industrial emissions. Under the leadership of our Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the International Energy Agency has also helped us develop a national CCUS work program. Both programs aim to sensitize stakeholders on the effectiveness of industrial CCUS in Nigeria and to scale up the deployment of relevant technologies. So with over 200 trillion cubic feet of proven gas reserves, Nigeria's gas is amongst the 10 largest reserves globally. So the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan data analytics shows that natural gas will be a key transition fuel for achieving net zero emission by 2060, as it will address the clean cooking deficit and provide grid stability for the integration of renewables at scale. The Nigerian government, furthermore, is striving towards utilizing our abundant natural gas reserves by constructing the Trans-Nigeria Gas Pipeline, which is expected to transport 3,500 million metric standard cubic feet per day from several gas gathering projects in the southern part of Nigeria to the north. The right infrastructure investments are needed to take full advantage of these opportunities. Nigeria's Energy Transition Plan shows that infrastructure investments will total $1.9 trillion by 2060 in a net zero scenario. Distinguished participants, the United Nations predicts that about 2/3 of the growth in population between 2020 and 2050 will take place in Africa. It is therefore the responsibility of African leaders to balance economic prosperity, social well-being, and environmental protection to ensure a sustainable future for the next generation. We must therefore improve governance at all levels, strengthen institutional capacity and policy instruments, enhance technological capabilities, as well as, and most importantly, effect changes in our human behavior and lifestyles. achieving a smooth transition to a clean or circular economy will depend on achieving important goals, such as SDG 4 on quality education, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and SDG 17 on partnerships. Additionally, the possibility of creating a greener future requires countries to establish and ring-fence an adequate budget, create public awareness, improve legislation, and champion the enforcement of sustainable practices. These things are challenging at any time, but even more challenges in today's climate. Every country was negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, but developing countries have suffered disproportionately, due mainly to the socioeconomic fallouts that wealthier nations were better equipped to absorb. In Nigeria, the country with the largest population in Africa, it was truly challenging to ensure that the most at-risk populations who rely on daily work for subsistence did not fall further into poverty. Our people are, however, very resilient, and we're beginning to see a great deal of improvement in our economy. Increasing international partnerships and foreign direct investment is key for us as a nation, and Nigeria is back and open for business. Last year, FDI announcements increased 100% on 2020. Nigeria has one of the most promising poles of growth in Africa and is a good diversifier for any investment portfolio due to its rapid growth rate and high levels of political stability. In fact, the global consulting firm, PricewaterhouseCoopers, has projected that Nigeria will be among the top economies in the world by 2050. We have also begun to witness Nigerian startups getting international attention. Early last year, the Nigerian tech company, Flutterwave, raised a landmark $170 million with the support of a US hedge fund, Tiger Global. And we're seeing many other small businesses achieve similar feats. Stories like these are so important to me because small businesses are the backbone of Nigeria's economy. And we have so many innovative fledgling businesses that just need the right environment to be able to impact not just Africa, but the world at large. For the past few years, the phrase new normal has been used a lot. And I think for me, the new normal creates opportunity to move from the world we inherited into the world we curate. A world where everything is ecologically friendly, but women are disenfranchised or people remain in poverty isn't what we're building. We believe that European and African countries can work more closely to share ideas on how we can build resilient structures that promote environmental protection and the active participation of our global populace. Governments, of course, cannot achieve this alone. All of our citizens must also support globally sustainable efforts. So with over 32 million people being pushed into poverty in least developed countries due particularly to COVID-19 pandemic, according to UNCTAD, a post-pandemic world indisputably relies on the aspiration to do good by doing well. Many economic pressures stemming from the pandemic are rooted in tight fiscal spaces, restricted global trade flows, and undeveloped productive capacities. However, a global effort to pursue sustainable growth is the key to not only post-pandemic prosperity, but security. Global efforts to pursue green trade, flexible economic strategies, diversified economies, and societal resilience will usher in a prosperous era after the universal standstill that was the pandemic, one that we hope will be stronger than before. Now, conserving the diversity of life on Earth is critical to human welfare. Essential resources are at risk from the direct results of our unsustainable practices. Sustainable development, therefore, cannot be achieved by technological solutions, political regulation, or financial instruments alone. We all need to change the way we think and act. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future is here, and I trust you will all help to build it. So I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Katagum, for your words. Our first session is titled Trends and Opportunities for Regional Integration, Trade and Investment in Africa. Here we'll be looking at current economic trends and developments across the continent of Africa and reflecting on the opportunities arising for Irish and African businesses. To kick off this discussion, let me welcome to the stage Dorothy Thembo, Deputy Executive Director of the International Trade Center.
I'm not going to look at that now. Okay, I'll eat that. I want to let
Thank
it
you
go.
very much, Masters of
I got it off the
Master of
Tanzania
Ceremonies.
stand.
I hope you can hear me.
Okay.
Thumbs
You're
up.
standing
I
there.
really can't see. Yeah, I believe you can. Thank you very much once again. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very delighted to be here on behalf of the International Trade Center to deliver the opening remarks at this first session of the African Island Economic Forum. I thank the Government of Ireland and co-organizers for the kind invitation. On a personal note, being here is very special to me. It has evoked good memories from my past, good memories from my formative years. I am a proud beneficiary of Irish aid. I was a student at a school called Roma Girls in Lusaka, Zambia, where I hail from. And it was a school that was run by the Sisters of Charity, who came from right here in Dublin, but was funded through the contributions of the Government of Ireland. And the reason I share this today is to show how long Ireland has been with Africa. And I must say, I'm not young. I may look young, but I'm not young. I'm almost retiring. So it gives you a sense of how long Ireland has been with Africa. But it also shows you that the investment made, whether in the social or economic sectors, is important and does work. Because here I am, supporting many other countries apart from my own country in trying to ensure that we are moving in a progressive way that enables Africa to be a better continent for us as citizens, for our communities, and indeed for us as being positioned in the context of the global world. Before I get into the substance that I wanted to share with you, I also wanted to express my executive director's sincere regrets for not being able to be with us here. I know she would have loved to be here to address you herself. This morning, my remarks will focus on regional integration in Africa and what it could mean for Africa and Ireland. My starting point is that supporting deeper regional integration that drives growth and job creation is a fundamental priority not only for the International Trade Center, but by all of us in this room. And that's really what it is that we are looking forward to achieving, being one that comes from the continent. It's about making sure that those jobs are there. We heard earlier from the Honorable Minister, 27 million jobs have to be created every year, and that's a very huge task, but one that I believe could be achieved if we all worked collectively together. Some of you may be wondering, how does ITC come into this equation this morning? We are a joint development agency of the United Nations and the World Trade Organization that has been in existence for nearly 60 years, helping businesses in developing countries go global through trade. Regional integration, premised on the reduction of unnecessary barriers to trade and support for a more cohesive approach to continental development, underpins the African Continental Free Trade Area and speaks deeply to the work and mandate of my organization. Let me unpack this important subject by asking and answering 3 questions. I hope that helps set the context for the discussion that follows after my submission. First, why should all of us care about the success of the African Continental Free Trade Area? My second question relates to how could the African continent inform and potentially transform Ireland's economic relationship with Africa? And third, I will be addressing myself to what we need to do to translate that potential and the political goodwill into a reality, because that's really what's going to matter at the end of the day. So, back to the first question. Why is the AFCFTA not just important, but transformative from a social, economic, and political standpoint? One may ask, what is different this time round? It is not the first time that we have seen integration efforts on the continent with high-level political support. I personally have had the privilege of being part of the discussions and negotiations in several of these efforts as a former senior official from government who was tasked with the responsibility of negotiating on behalf of my government. So we have seen this before, but I honestly believe that the efforts have been made. In some cases, new markets, cross-border trade and regional institutions have been created and functional. In other cases, though, the good intention and hard work of the negotiators has stayed as words on a page, but with minimal tangible change in commercial opportunities of reality. But at the same time, I do believe this time around, things are different. In my view, it's a completely different scenario. The largest free trade agreement in the world, based on the number of countries. 1.3 billion people connected in an integrated market of $3.5 billion United States dollars. This is the direct benefit that would come. But as we heard again from Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, we are not looking at Africa alone, what is possible in Africa. We are also looking at the potential that extends beyond Africa. The EU is one market, but there are many other markets that we could look at that would position well the investment that I believe would be worthwhile coming out of Africa and indeed trying to trade with other markets as well. The second point I wanted to make is that the scope of the African Continental Free Trade Area is almost breathtaking. Not just on the traditional areas of trade, like tariffs, non-tariff barriers, standards harmonizations, customs cooperation, and trade facilitation, but also on the complex, sometimes hidden non-tariff barriers that relate to services restriction, investment regulation, intellectual property rights, and e-commerce, and including cross-cutting issues like women and youth in trade. What this really translates to is the enormous potential of opportunities right out there. At the International Trade Center, we estimate that if all African countries fully liberalize tariffs, there is an untapped intra-African export potential of 22 billion United States dollars. And that is just the potential of something measurable like trade in goods. Can you imagine the potential once you include sectors like services, competition, and digital economy? This, I believe, is a story that seems to be very familiar to those Irish businesses that saw the growth of the EU market around them. And again, Minister spoke to this in great detail. But 3 points that I wanted to highlight. First is that the EU integration created new regional value chains and sectors. Second, it tackled bottlenecks for goods, then people, capital, and investment. And third, it made finding new markets easier as standards from labeling to food safety became increasingly harmonized and transport costs fell as a result of harmonization of the other related procedures as well. On the basis of that common economic project, Europe can now drive a global trade agenda that informs everything from climate change to food security, and only 2 weeks ago helped the World Trade Organization Director General land a successful WTO ministerial meeting. In the same way, we at ITC don't just see the economic side of the African Continental Free Trade Area. For us, the AFCFTA is a tool for geopolitical transformation and influence as well. On the back of the AFCFTA, African countries can strengthen their collective voice in international forums like the WTO, COP27, and the wider UN family. This voice will shift the narrative of Africa and show why it is a continent that can be a vibrant, dynamic business partner to countries such as Ireland and its businesses. Regional value chains in key agricultural goods can help strengthen food security, helping to avert over-reliance on food imports and providing a buffer to avoid the kinds of shortages that often occur with global crises and which are expected to increase as climate change transforms agricultural patterns. Better standards and quality infrastructure can boost production of pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, helping to minimize the impact of the next pandemic and give Africa more ownership over its response to future crises. As I said earlier, the possibilities are really breathtaking. So, to my next question, what could this potentially mean for Ireland? Very simply put, operationalizing the AFCFTA could unlock massive untapped two-way trade and investment potential between Ireland and Africa. The Irish government's strategy for Africa commits to doubling the value of that two-way trade to $5 billion, and this was confirmed by the minister before. Our own ITC research reinforces that sense of possibility. According to our market intelligence teams, by 2026, Ireland can realize nearly $4 billion United States dollars per year in additional exports to Africa, including in pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and beauty products. The same research also found Africa has over $500 million United States dollars in untapped export potential to Ireland across apparel, fertilizer, fruits, and motor vehicles. But on to my all-important third question. What do we have to do to make sure that the AFCA reaches its full potential? Not just for the people of Africa as its main beneficiaries, but also to all those exporters overseas who are creating jobs and opportunities at home. Let me make a few suggestions, drawing from ITC's own experience of supporting regional trade over several years. The first ingredient for success is that the private sector must have a seat at the table, and not just negotiating table, the implementation table too. Governments have a wider responsibility beyond imports and exports, so it's understandable that they must be in the driving seat when concessions are made and schedules are agreed. But it is businesses who trade, and therefore it makes sense that they have a key role in playing, which they play, in the context of the different negotiating mechanisms that are put in place. And unless they feel there's a commercial imperative underlying the African Continental Free Trade Area, it is unlikely to reach its full potential. I was very pleased to hear the minister announce the private sector network, which really speaks perhaps to this point. Here, there is work to be done from our observations. From our own consultations with African businesses on the ground, in the 50 countries where we operate in the continent, we see a big information and engagement gap that needs to be filled urgently. 90% of African firms are micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, and their voices need to be reflected in every paragraph and footnote of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Union Commission and the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat in Ghana recognize this, and this is why I'm so pleased that organizations such as ours, the African Development Bank, UNECA, and Afri-Exim Bank, together with other larger projects and programs that are earmarked towards providing technical assistance, are very much at the heart of supporting the efforts in this direction. Second, there cannot be market building without institution building. For 6 decades, we have worked with trade promotion organizations, the African equivalent of Enterprise Island, for a simple reason. As ITC, we can work directly with hundreds or possibly thousands of SMEs, but through these trade promotion offices and umbrella organizations like the Kenya Private Sector Alliance represented here today, we can access tens of thousands and possibly millions of the small businesses across Africa. Leaving no one behind should be our objective. Building the capacity of these African institutions is a must as service providers to small businesses, as incubators of new sectors, and as multipliers of business voices. The third ingredient for making the AFCFTA a success is inclusivity. It comes to trading, when it comes to trading across borders or even starting up a business, let alone with export potential, women and youth-owned enterprises face particularly high barriers. During COVID and post-COVID, we did establish from the work that we had undertaken that women had been particularly negatively impacted as a result of this. So already coming from a disadvantaged position and being further disadvantaged by that particular context. Our own research, as I said, shows that these enterprises are more likely to have lower sales and annual turnover, less employees, and smaller size. Their economic activities tend to be concentrated in the informal, subsistence, and non-tradable sectors. The objective should be to transition these businesses into the formal sector. This is why we must invest in them and ensure that not only women entrepreneurs and young people feel that they have a stake in the African Continental Free Trade Area, but for the text to reflect their barriers, their needs, and their opportunities. A central element of making this agreement truly inclusive is through the digital economy. Our clients illustrate for us every day a fundamental truth that the route to markets, especially if you're a small business in a developing country, is now increasingly through the digital channel and platform. This is even more the case with women-owned businesses and young entrepreneurs. The fourth ingredient is financing. Our business surveys covering every region in the world tell us clearly that financing is the single biggest issue facing SMEs as they try to go global. And here, I think Ireland has a particularly interesting story to share with its African partners. The financial services sector is, of course, a major contributor to the Irish economy. If just a small share of this was directed towards supporting growth of an integrated African capital market, one which could serve needs of small businesses, women-led businesses, and young entrepreneurs, then the AFCFTA could truly be game-changing. Underlining all the 4 ingredients I've outlined is aid for trade. Most people outside of our profession don't really know much about this area of development assistance. But for me, one of the greatest innovations of the Sustainable Goals, where achievements are now really under threat from aftershocks of COVID, climate, and conflict, is a recognition that economic growth, including through trade, is a driver of sustainable development. ITC has been one of the original supporters of the Aid for Trade agenda launched in 2005 at the WTO Hong Kong Ministerial. At the time, I was then again privileged to be part of the Zambian team, and later on, I worked as the executive director of the Enhanced Integrated Framework, which is a funding facility focused 100% on aid for trade for least developed countries. I know personally, therefore, how effective, targeted, demand-driven, and well-monitored aid for trade can be in building economic and social ecosystems in Africa. This is why I wanted to conclude by commending the Government of Ireland for its continued focus on Africa, on trade, and on the potential for agencies like ITC to help achieve the promise of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The Government of Ireland has been one of the consistent funders of our programs, and we are very appreciative of that support. For also its continued support on critical issues like food security, inclusivity, private sector development, and two-way trade that works for everyone, I commend the government. As I do for its continued support to ITC, as I said, and in turn supporting African policymakers and the business communities to make Africa regional integration a success. Ireland did it, and many lessons can be drawn from that. We can replicate, we can adapt, we can implement, and collectively we can win. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dorothy Thembo. Moderating our first panel discussion this morning is Rory de Burca, Director General of Development, Cooperation and Africa Division in the Department of Foreign Affairs. Joining Rory and Dorothy with opening remarks is Jane Feehan, Head of Regional Representation for West Africa at European Investment Bank, Alan Asimwe, Chief of Programs at Trademark East Africa, Leo Clancy, CEO of Enterprise Ireland. Welcome, everyone.
Morning, everybody. And first of all, I'd like to thank Zainab for the kind introduction and Dorothy for the very stimulating sort of talk there about the Africa Free Trade Agreement and the potential in that for Africa and also for Ireland. I'm conscious that there's been a few speeches this morning and people have been sitting down. We're going to try and make this as interactive as possible. We do depend on all of you to give us some of the questions because we have just over an hour, around an hour to talk, but we don't want to just talk amongst ourselves. So Zainab introduced Slido earlier on. If you have any questions or any comments or any observations, please put them on Slido. We'll see them and they'll inform our conversation up here. And you can vote for a question that you like as well, and the questions that get the highest votes will come up top. So if somebody else has a question you like, do make that known as well, and that will help bring it to our attention, and we'll capture, what people are thinking, and we'll try and bring that into our conversation. So before I maybe go across to the four colleagues here, all of whom are experts in different ways on questions of trade, questions of investment, questions of Africa. I just wanted to pick up maybe a theme from what Minister Coveney said earlier on, and that's that Africa is the continent of the now. It's the 21st century continent. Dorothy mentioned some of the numbers, but by 2050, Nigeria will be the third most populous country in the world. In 2050, there will be a number of the world's most populous city in Africa. And I just took some notes this morning because I think this kind of puts the opportunity and maybe also the challenges in perspective, because vertiginous growth is both opportunity and it's challenge. But where you have challenge, I think business also finds a niche. So in 2050, the fourth largest city in the world will be Kinshasa. The sixth largest city in the world will be Lagos. The 11th will be Cairo. The 19th will be Khartoum. And the 20th will be Dar es Salaam. Kinshasa will have 35 million people in 27 years' time. And Dar es Salaam will have 17 million people in 27 years' time. Lagos will have 32.5 million. By the end of the century, it's estimated that 13 of the top 20 cities in the world by population will be in Africa. And Lagos will have got to 88 million people. Khartoum will have gone from 16 million to 56 million. I won't give you any more numbers, but I think they're just really interesting in terms of what's happening in Africa today, what's happening in Africa tomorrow, and what's happening in Africa over the course of the century. And that's where I think the themes that we set ourselves for the conversation today about coming out of the pandemic, sustainable growth, are actually really important, because the sustainable growth opportunity in Africa is really, really interesting. And those numbers the Minister mentioned about new jobs having to be created, it's a big challenge for African policymakers, and we need African policymakers to succeed. But in that success, I think there's a place for Ireland, and I think that's kind of the theme I think we can thread through the discussions today in terms of trends and opportunities for regional integration, trade, and investment in Africa. So we heard a few minutes ago from Dorothy, and she gave us a really interesting macro perspective, and I'm going to come back to you in a second, Dorothy, maybe just to flesh out that just a tiny bit to help bring us through the discussion. And then maybe I might invite Jane to come in after that to talk through, from a banking perspective, those investment opportunities, which from a business perspective is also how do you partner with a bank? How do banks help shape the market, iron out some of the wrinkles, and maybe add a little bit of momentum to that optimism about free trade. And then we'll go to Alan, and Trademark East Africa is already really active at a regional level, not at a continental level, in attacking those wrinkles, in building economies of scale. And I think I'd like a little bit of realism from you, Alan, about some of the practical challenges of taking those high-level opportunities and translating them into concrete actions on the ground which create that momentum. And then we go to Leo from Enterprise Ireland, and I think if we just take it from there, Leo, I mean, it's really interesting how you see in that context where Irish companies, can find a niche, how they can build partnerships with African companies, and we work together in Africa. But also I think it's really important that it's not just trade and investment in Ireland, it's trade and investment by Africa in Ireland as well, and onwards into the European Union. So with that, Dorothy, I might start with you. And please use Slido, because we'd like the conversation to be really enriched and to reflect what you want to hear, not what we think is interesting, although, no doubt it will be really interesting. But we'd really like our conversation enriched by what you want to ask. So please, and I can see questions coming up already, which is great. So Dorothy, I'd be really interested in how you see the trajectory from here to maybe 2030 about beginning to put flesh on the bones of the African free trade area, and how Friends of Africa like the European Union, like Ireland, can help create that momentum, acknowledging that geopolitics is also in the room. And the Minister Coveney talked earlier on about the war in Ukraine. There is, as we speak, a reorientation in the world. How does that encourage or discourage that process of building that really ambitious free trade area that you spoke of?
Thank you very much for that question, and I will sort of try to attempt, and I'm sure my colleagues can complement with additional comments. I think that the first point, before I get to that particular question, I think you spoke to the aspect of the demographics moving in a direction where we will be at very high levels by 2050, 2060, admittedly. But I also think that when we talk about regional integration and trade in particular, we should not isolate this from the other efforts that are being made in terms of trying to address other issues that may not be a direct conversation that we are having, but are very relevant to the advancement of the economic pillar. And in each situation, I mean, where we are, that population is growing. We can't run away from that. But what else can we see beyond the population growth? And for me, it's the window of opportunity that could potentially be there, which is why it becomes fundamentally important that we start working towards the operationalization of the continental free trade area. I have been in this process for quite a bit, and never before have I seen the level of political engagement that I've seen this time round. The heads of state are actually keeping a very close eye on this, which is a clear signal of Africa's intent to move in the right direction. But what has to happen is to translate that political goodwill in a very operational way. And that operational way must be one that recognizes the differences in the sizes of the private sector that Africa has. I think in the past, one of the mistakes that was made was you were basically creating a framework that was a one-size-fits-for-all. This time around, we have that opportunity. If we can listen to the small players as well and take into account what their interests are and how they can be supported in terms of overcoming this. I spoke earlier on to the aspect of aid for trade. Mm-hmm. That's an important component of Africa moving in a direction, again, where they realize the vision that they have for 2063. And here, again, I must note, there's been overwhelming interest and support coming from the different partners. I look at the European Union in particular. They've come in a big way in terms of providing support directly into the negotiations, national implementation, but also at a regional and continental level. As many other bilaterals, including the Irish. We heard this morning how that is progressing. So it's not a lack of interest to support, it's the how. How can we articulate the issues in a very precise way so that the interventions are very targeted? And this is where, institutions such as agencies like ourselves, as TMEA and many others can come in. What will be key there is that there is also very deliberate efforts being made to enhance the coordination at the continental level and at the regional and indeed at the national. For me, I think sometimes we tend to ignore a little bit on the regional side, but these are the building blocks for the continent to attain its objectives. Maybe I could stop here.
No, thanks, Dorothy. I think there's a lot in what you say, and I think we might thread that into maybe Jane, what you might pick up about how the EU engages, but particularly through the European Investment Bank, and you might maybe give us a sense of the flavour of the role of the bank on the continent.
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Rory. Good morning, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ahorja. although I'm representing the European Investment Bank here today, I just happen to be Irish, and that makes it a very special honor and a special pleasure to be here with you today, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to contribute to this very important and interesting conversation. Indeed, I think a few words of introduction about the European Investment Bank would be a good start before linking back to some of the points that you've made, Dorothy, and the theme of our panel. So the EIB is the European Union Investment Bank. Our shareholders are the 27 member states of the EU. We're based in Luxembourg, and we have 9 offices on the continent of Africa. Linking back to what Minister Coveney said in his opening address about EU ambition in Africa, the EIB has been tasked with stepping up our presence on the continent, and we are doing that right now. I can say that yesterday I spent most of the day in a panel interviewing candidates for our West Africa office in Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire, which I lead. So we are in the very process of putting more boots on the ground in order to support and accompany the European Union's work in the countries of Africa. And of course, Ireland is a shareholder of the EIB, and as such, we are your bank too, and our work is your work. I'll say a little bit more about what we do on public and private sector side, but that's a ready-made network, if you like, for increased Irish presence, be it public sector or private sector, to hook up with and build off of, if I can say that. So we've been active in Africa since 1963. Even before Ireland joined the EU, we were already lending in Africa, lending and investing in Africa. And our mandate is to support the European Union priorities in each country. So we work very closely with the European Union delegations. We work closely with the European Union bilateral lending agencies, so Agence Française de Développement, KfW, DEG, and so on. We also work very closely with the African Development Bank. And that's actually a key dimension of my job as the head of our West Africa office. Of course, African Development Bank are headquartered in Abidjan as well. And so that interface is an important part of the work that we do in our office. We lend together with African Development Bank to many public sector and private sector projects. They're a key partner of ours, and we're grateful for that. A few numbers. So it fluctuates from year to year, but we do around 3 billion euros of new lending and investment each year on the continent of Africa. And that breaks down as approximately 50-50 public sector, private sector. Just to put that in the context of the overall activities of the bank, and by the way, I shouldn't say the bank, because you'll notice that people from the African Development Bank say the bank, and people from the World Bank say the bank, and we say the bank, so I won't do that again. I'll say EIB to avoid confusion. So we annually lend and invest around 80 billion euros each year, which, to relate that to our sister institutions, is 2 to 3 times the lending volume of the World Bank and about 8 times the lending volume of the EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Now, 85% of that is in the European Union, but what we do outside the EU, we make sure that it goes a long way. So coming back to Africa then, maybe just to, I guess, to mention that we see our role as very much being one of not elbowing out other institutions to finance those lovely projects which are bankable and ready and everybody wants to support them, but actually our job is indeed to see where are there market failures, where are there areas where the commercial banks can't or won't go, and to see how we can use our AAA signaling effect to catalyze, to crowd in more funding. Because we never finance more than, there are some exceptions, but in general, we never finance more than 50% of the investment costs of a particular project. So we go in, but then we need others to come in with us in order to complete the financing plan for that project. So that's, I think it's important to mention that our very much what we are there to do is to think long term and not to do the easier projects, but to rather to make the way for others to follow, together with other institutions, of course. Now, I want to just say a word then about our different priorities. So climate action is a major priority for us, climate and environment. Transformative infrastructure, transport infrastructure, energy infrastructure, increasingly digitalization infrastructure. Digital has become a separate theme in itself, and the EIB is a major lender to both public and private sector on that whole theme of the digital economy. And I hope we will be able to get into that a little bit more. And then also, so I've been sort of outlining those 4 pillars, so climate, transformative infrastructure, digital in itself, and then private sector. So on the private sector, we can lend directly to corporates. We also invest in many private equity funds across the continent of Africa, focusing on a range of different themes. And we also have a very important work stream on access to finance for underserved groups. And that's a part of our work which I have to say I'm particularly enthusiastic about. That area of our work includes what we do on microfinance. It includes technical assistance on training, both for banks and for SMEs, preparing a business plan. How do I pitch my project to a bank? So we're doing a lot of work on that as well, and that's on much smaller scale. A word on climate, and then I'll give a couple of project examples and then get back to the point of the question. But a word on climate, because it is a particularly important dimension of what the European Investment Bank does. We, EIB, are the first multilateral development bank to align all of our financing activities with the goals of the Paris Agreement. This is what our shareholders have asked us to do, and this is what we are doing. In 2021, we invested 21.6 billion euros, or 51% of our overall lending to climate. Now, an issue there, though, is that we're doing a lot on mitigation and not enough on adaptation. And this has already been mentioned today, and it's a theme which I hope will come up again and again during the course of the day. Adaptation to the impacts of climate change and resilience in the face of a changing climate. It's happening right now, huge impacts. But this is something which it's quite difficult for a big institution like ourselves to find ways to do that. At the moment, only 5% of our financing on climate is for adaptation, and we want to triple that by 2025, and we've made that commitment on the margins of the COP26 in Glasgow. So we really want to do a lot more on adaptation and to do that in Africa. So this we see as a growth area for us. So maybe just to finish then in terms of my introduction of EIB, just with a couple of project examples, which was rather a painful exercise for me. I was making a list of projects I would like to mention to you, and my list got terribly long. So I'll really try hard to just be kind of north, south, east, west, and not get into too much detail. But just to give you an idea, because many of these projects you may have heard of, but the fact that the European Investment Bank, with Ireland as a shareholder, is actually invested in those projects might not be well known to everybody. So to pick some examples then, in Morocco, we were speaking about it last night actually, the EIB is one of the lenders supporting the Noor Ouarzazate solar energy plant, an iconic project which we're very proud to support with 217 million euros alongside KfW and AFD. But in Morocco, we're also doing microfinance with Al Amana and Jaida microfinance institutions. In Kenya, we're supporting the Olkaria geothermal plant. We're supporting also the Lake Turkana wind farm. And I think African Development Bank is with us in both of those. The Kenya Agricultural Value Chain Facility is also supported by EIB in order to support SMEs and larger enterprises in the agricultural sector in Kenya. And that's something we're looking to replicate and scale up in other countries, also with EU money as bolted onto our loan finance. In Egypt, the Fayoum wastewater treatment expansion project, the Kitchener drain in the Nile Delta, and a lot of SME financing in Egypt. We have dedicated credit lines and guarantees with many of the commercial banks in Egypt to support SMEs. In South Africa, BioVac, this was just announced recently actually, so the manufacturing of vaccines and medicines in South Africa, and actually I hope that health will be a topic that we'll also be able to come back to, because there are a wide range of public sector opportunities and needs on the health side. And actually, maybe just to go into that a little more, the European Investment Bank is also supporting COVAX. We're one of the biggest, together with the European Union as a whole, we're a major lender to the COVAX scheme for making vaccines available in low-income countries. I was privileged to be vaccinated myself under that scheme. And we have also been supporting the Serum Institute of India before COVAX was even, before COVID arrived in the world. We were already lending to the Serum Institute of India, which, as you may know, has been a key center of manufacturing of COVID vaccines. So I sense I may need to stop there with my list of projects. I'll tear myself away from going into detail on the M1 road in Malawi, which we're also financing. I'll stop there, but please, let's talk about the countries of your interest bilaterally and see what the EIB is doing in your country. So maybe then briefly, because I'm keen to hear what the other panelists will say on the issue of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Just to make one point, linking up with what you were saying, Dorothy, at the Africa CEO Forum 2 weeks ago, which took place in Abidjan, so this is an event bringing together Africa's private sector at a very high level. The issue of regional and continental trade and the opportunities offered by the step-by-step, and it will be step-by-step, implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. This was the big issue. And we weren't talking about the process of implementation. The conversation was about the opportunities that it's already beginning to bring, and will bring much more in the future, in terms of boosting manufacturing capacity, for example, just to pick one of the many possible impacts, manufacturing capacity. So there is this belief, certainly, in the private sector that the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement will help to shift many economies away from a large-scale exporting of raw materials towards a greater capacity on manufacturing, primary, secondary processing, capturing value added, with all of that means, with all that can mean across different value chains, and that broad shift will be really catalyzed by this agreement. And that was a big part of the conversation in Abidjan 2 weeks ago at the Africa CEO Forum, and with a lot of optimism and a lot of very concrete examples of where the investment opportunities lie in that context. So on that, I'll stop for now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jane. And
thank you.
I mean, and I think between what you've said and what Dorothy said, we've got a really nice kind of macro framing. But of course, Africa is vast. And at a continental level, sometimes it's way too big for a business to comprehend, and nobody goes into an entire continent. You start with a city, a region, a country, and then you build. And we've had a few questions on the Slido as well around, what can we do to support the development of the SME sector? Questions around, how do we create opportunities at a regional level? And I think one of the partners we have is Trademark East Africa, which we fund, which is working at a national and at a regional level to remove barriers for access, including around borders. And I think that's a really interesting thing, because intra-African trade is still beneath its potential. Yeah. And as that gets unlocked, it creates opportunities for African SMEs, it creates scale, and down the line creates opportunities for others. And I think that's kind of the next level. That's that meso level, which then builds up to the macro stuff. So, Alan, I'd be really interested in your insights. And I think it's also it's about bringing the dream, if that's not a pejorative term, of an African Free Trade Agreement back down to the earth of the hard work that's taking place day by day to make sure that trucks aren't queuing at borders, that the paperwork is reduced and all that stuff. Be interested in your insights just to take it forward. And again, the really interesting results that you've had.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for this invite here and this beautiful opening, and to my co-panelists. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wish we could see your faces. You all look so beautiful out there. So you've talked about this vast opportunity, and that's what we see. I've had the opportunity to travel across Africa over the last decades, but in the last few months, traversing continents by road. And what you see is opportunity, but also, as the minister said, as we all know, there's a dose of reality. And so one of the key issues that we see is, and I'll start with a couple of proverbs. One of the things you see is, if you wanted to eat a juicy frog, how do you eat it? And you can put that on slide or later. You take it piece by piece, you break it apart piece by piece. Or in the case of the Irish, how do you take a parsnip? You'll either mash it or, you have to break it down. And the same saying goes, if you want to go far, many of you know that saying. If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. I think our African governments have woken up to this. The spirit is so willing, but the body is so weak. All the trade we do in Africa, majority of our trade is with external partners. We trade more with Asia, with China, with India, with the Far East, and with Europe than we trade with ourselves. That's an abomination. Because when you look at the people, we are one. When I'm in Nigeria, I'm not a Ugandan, I'm an African. I feel the same as these people. And so, to their credit, what the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat has realized, we can't handle this. It's huge. It may fail us. And so they've decided to take what is called a corridor approach. Looking at key corridors, as we all know, where trade is likely to grow. As you know, in Europe, most of your cities and economies have grown around waterways. In Africa, it's around transport corridors, akin to the corridors we have in our houses. Transport corridors that transverse countries and regions. And why they've taken this approach is because of the work we've done, I would like to say successfully, in Eastern Africa. Over the last decade or so, Trademark East Africa, which is really a basket of funding from over 10 donors, including the Irish government, has worked to do two things. Reduce the cost of business, so reduce the cost of trade barriers along key corridors, the northern corridors, say from Mombasa in Kenya all the way to Kigali or all the way to Goma in DRC or South Sudan. These are landlocked countries. South Sudan, Uganda, South Sudan, Uganda, Rwanda are all landlocked. The dress I'm wearing is imported. So if you look at bringing in this dress, because we don't manufacture these clothes, from everything imported, if you look at the costs, up to 50% of the cost of what I'm wearing is based on trade costs. The delays at borders, the transport costs. There are also fixed costs, of course, port charges and the rest, but the biggest percentage is trade costs. The time it takes to clear a ship at the port of Belfast or one of your major ports here is often doubled, trebled, and the like. And then we also have the inland cost of moving goods. So when Trademark came in, we quickly realized that we could do a lot around reducing the costs of trade. Of course, there are other costs around the policy, bureaucratic policies, corruption, but we actually found corruption wasn't the major impediment. It was the state of infrastructure at the borders, at the port. It was the lack of connectedness, custom systems not being connected. So we spent the last decade working on issues around costs, barriers, working at ports, building border crossings, automating institutions. We have automated over 130 institutions. Agencies working from customs to trade licensing have been automated around the Eastern African region. But we've also realized that many of these were supporting big business. The first movers. The moment you've cleared away the bottlenecks and the bureaucracies, the first movers, big business will move in, including Irish companies, and they will do a lot of work along the region. So it's not inclusive, and of course, often it's not going to be sustainable. So we quickly expanded our work, and with Irish support, which I really must say we are grateful for, because it's not tied aid. It is not tied to one simple, it's core support, which is critical. We've been able to work with women. To date, we've worked with over 100,000 cross-border traders. These are women who uphold our economies. My own mother was a cross-border trader. She used to travel from Uganda to Kenya by bus in very difficult conditions to trade material, bring it back, sell, and pay our school fees. So we have traders like that, hundreds, millions across Africa that are eking out a living but also supporting economies. But they often face harsh conditions. across these borders. Delays, sexual harassment. The buses have to spend the night at the borders. In the past, they would spend days at the border crossings. Now with the support of Trademark, because we've been able to connect borders, you're able to go through in 30 minutes. Automation, infrastructure. We have some of the busiest borders across Africa that are moving. 1,200 trucks will pass through, say, the border between Uganda and Kenya. That's our livelihood. You can imagine what happened when COVID happened. The governments closed these borders for a few days. People could have died. Medicine, factory inputs, everything passes through these borders. And so Trademark, with the support of our partners, has been able to help governments keep these borders open, keep the borders functional, but as you hear that population is growing, we are talking about 1.2 billion people, the infrastructure won't hold up. We'll need to expand. We'll need to look at facilities and systems that allow trade to move fast. Not just import trade, but trade outside, moving out of the continent. But unfortunately, what we found as we increased efficiencies of trade is that we are not able to get much to trade. If you came to Uganda and say you wanted to volumes of $10 million worth of beans or grain, it may be very hard to get that level of commodity because we have small-scale farming, we have smallholder farming, and this is where I think Africa can learn so much from Ireland, a small economy, supposedly, 5 million people. But look at what you've been able to do with agriculture, agri-trade. Our governments right now, presidents are not sleeping. I know the ambassadors here. Sure. Presidents are not sleeping. We have a young population that is jobless, very intelligent. I personally have over 200 cousins. They may be on the boat one of these days to one of your countries, you know. They are jobless, but they are very brilliant. We have many young people moving into tech. Presidents are not sleeping because of the economies. You've seen what the impact of Russia-Ukraine has meant. I live in Kenya. The price of chapati, which is the daily food, has doubled in the last month. So you can imagine all the border riders, you know, the ones who ride the borders, the ones who ride the taxis. They all feed on this in the day. They can't support themselves and their families as much. So there's a potential revolution likely to happen if we do not include these people. And the opportunity is now, it's not tomorrow. So if we can, one, reduce those barriers across these corridors, but also support the growth of industry, the growth of services. I loved the numbers on services trade because you can see our young people are into the services industry. Many of them are in agri-tech, fintech, education tech. If we can get Irish support, and the opportunity is now, it's not tomorrow. As a first mover, I think the opportunity for Ireland is to really look for those entry points. On our part, some of the things that Ireland has helped us to do very successfully in the last years especially, in the response to COVID, I talked about borders being closed across Africa. But within East Africa, we were able to get these borders open in a very short time because of the support of partners like yourselves. We were able to provide PPE, but that was short term. The long term were things like safe trade zones or markets where women traders could actually go and sit and work safely. We've been doing this at the border with Kenya and Uganda, at the borders in Mozambique, rather in Moyale, that is Ethiopia and South Sudan, and Kenya, and also Somaliland and Ethiopia. These borders were critical. Let me tell you, I traveled across West Africa in January, Jan this year, from Abidjan to Lagos by road. That's 1,000 kilometers plus. The roads were closed. The borders were closed. Can you imagine? These are countries where the people are together. They're the same. But the governments thought to prevent the spread of COVID, let us close the borders. To date, some of these borders are still closed. The women can hardly trade. The people can hardly trade. It's terrible because you can imagine what it does to communities are one. They don't know borders. They're one, so they try anything possible to cross. So if we can replicate safe trade across the continent, it may be Ebola next time. It may be another pandemic. So I think that's an area you have a niche. But the second area is with the Secretariat, African Continental Free Trade Area. We are going to work on the Abidjan-Lagos corridor with partners like the FDB, ITC, and others to see how we can showcase what free trade means, what it would actually mean to move goods across the region, what it would actually mean to scale production of key value chains. So we'll be doing this. And given that you are opening up in Senegal and in Morocco, I mean, it's a dovetailing of opportunity. So I think we are here to say, yes, Africa is ready for business. we can tackle it together like we're eating that frog piece by piece. Thank you.
No, thanks, Alan. And the work that Trademark and others have been doing to really unlock the potential of the greater East African market is really interesting. And from an Irish perspective, that means that places like Nairobi or Dar es Salaam are real gateways into the hinterland. Yes. And it's if you've seen how quick it is to cross a border from Kenya or Tanzania into one of the neighbouring countries today compared to 5 years ago, it's really something. And it's not quite at European single market levels yet, but it's on the way. Just maybe before I pass on to Leo, just to pick up 2 points because they're relevant to some of the questions. Just you mentioned there's a question there about how we earlier on about how we might invest in infrastructure, and one of the things that we do is we share Irish port expertise. With port managers in Africa, with UNCTAD, the sister organisation of the ITC, or one of your mother and father organisations. And that's really powerful because it means that there are networks of port experts learning the best-in-class logistics, which facilitate goods in and goods out, and that's really important. Number of questions about farming, and Alan mentioned them. There's a session later on agriculture, but it's really clear that there's huge potential in sustainable food systems and sustainable agribusiness. And, you know, there's a lot of people who are going to need to be fed in 20 years' time. There's a lot of people who need affordable food today. And with the growing middle class, people are moving up the protein value chain as well. So there's some really interesting work already underway, both from a knowledge transfer and investment basis, but also company to company, and we'll probably pick that up in the session on agriculture later on. And Alan, you also mentioned education tech, and I'm going to use that as a bridge to Leo and Enterprise Ireland, and maybe also pick up some questions about development of the SME sector, because of course, while Ireland is a really thriving business environment, a large part of the motor of that is Irish SMEs, and Enterprise Ireland has been really one of the engines in driving the growth of our SME sector and in bringing Irish SMEs to Africa. You've also been generous in sharing your know-how in that. And of course, education and edutech has been part of that. I'd be really interested, Leo, in just, when you're talking to your Irish companies, your clients, what do they see as the opportunity in Africa? But also, what are the things that maybe give them a little bit of pause? Because I think if we think about the obstacles as well, that might help us come back into the second round of the discussion.
Sure. So thanks, Rory, and like others, I'm delighted to be here with colleagues this morning. So thank you for the invitation to be here. It's, if we continue on the theme of proverbs and sayings, there's an Irish saying, "Ní nart go cur le chéile," and that means there's strength in unity. And I think today is a great observation of that. Really thrilled from our organisation's perspective to be here. Just as an opener, Enterprise Ireland is Ireland's state agency that helps companies to start, grow and scale internationally. We have 40 offices around the world, including one in South Africa and a trade representation in Lagos and in Kenya. We are seeing massive future opportunity in Africa, and that's certainly our point of view this morning, and that's why I'm delighted to be here. So delighted to have the partnership with GFA in that regard. If you look at how we see the market, traditionally food and agri-tech have been some of the leading companies that have gone to Africa to trade, and that has been our focus largely so far, has been that outbound trade opportunity. We've recently seen, we have a specific mandate for education, which you asked me about, Rory, and through the Education in Ireland brand, which is a brand that we run, we work to attract students from all over the world to come and study in Ireland, and one of the fastest growing areas is African students coming to Ireland, and we will have a trade delegation specifically on education visiting Nigeria later on in the year. We intend to continue to grow Ireland's brand as a safe location that can contribute economically to the future of Africa through education. But we're seeing opportunities in new areas all the time. So a couple of commentators have mentioned sustainability already, and one key strength we've had for many years from Ireland has been in construction and sustainable construction in the context of high quality, but also increasingly sustainable methods. And Irish construction firms build in Ireland on behalf of the biggest technology firms for data centers, pharma firms. We build electrical infrastructure and many other things. And many of those learnings are ported into Africa. And it's not just Irish people going to Africa to make those investments. There's real knowledge transfer happening on the ground. So I think those partnerships in construction are growing and will be very substantial over time. It is the fastest growing segment of exports for us globally, and I think that's very significant in an Africa context. If you look at other areas, we've, Alan, you mentioned services and financial and other services, EdTech. We have a hugely buoyant sector in digitally enabled services. I know that's true in Kenya and many other locations around Africa as well. And I think services, the nature of that business is that it scales fast. And one of the questions I see here is what can be done for youth in rural parts of Africa to avoid people having to leave the rural areas. And actually services jobs are ideal in that regard, as are farm level agriculture. If you can advance farming, I think there's some really good opportunities, and particularly with the last 2 years that we've had, the nature of remote work just really enables that opportunity. So it's, I think that's a huge opportunity. Just picking up your point about what can Ireland do to support the development of the SME sector across Africa, and I think you've pointed out very well, Alan, the SME, and Dorothy also, the micro and SME nature of a lot of business in Africa. We've also been on that journey in Ireland. My agency supports SMEs starting at the S and all the way up to very large PLCs. But actually there's a huge community of micro and very smaller enterprise in Ireland that are supported by a network of local enterprise offices, and we could certainly share the learning around that and the learning around the benefits to business of state investment and focus on those areas. So in terms of how the investment that's delivered by, including the agencies on the panel here, can be best directed towards SMEs for the maximum economic benefit in terms of jobs and other benefits in communities. So, and I think that question has come up about thank you for the comment about our Enterprise Ireland, IDA and Bord Fáilte being some of the best development agencies. We will be very willing and actually delighted to share our expertise over time in an African context. I think, don't want to say too much because I know there's a couple of questions we want to get back to, but I'd like to pick up another proverb that Alan mentioned, and it's about eating frogs. And the one I heard many years ago around eating frogs is, when's the best time of the day to eat a frog if you have to? And it's first thing in the morning, because you'll be very reluctant to do it later on in the day. And I think that's a good metaphor to continue your dialogue, because I think we have to start now. Mr. Coveney talked about building for the future in the context of Africa and how much the continent is going to change. So I think things we want to do, we need to start early, and we do need to eat it piece by piece, but we need to start first thing in the morning. So I'll hand back then.
No, thanks, Leo.
Yeah.
Maybe we might come back to Dorothy and that question of institution building, and ultimately institutions are what give people confidence in investing into the future. And on any investment is a future, is a look into the future. I'd be interested in where you think over the next 6 or 7 years, where the emphasis should be, and maybe if we link that also with sustainability and the opportunities for Africa to perhaps jump forward, as we've already seen in places like Kenya with M-Pesa, mobile money, which, you know, Africa is definitely ahead of Europe in terms of that. Where do you see that the next phase of institution building going to take place? And
I'm trying to reflect a little bit on this to give you an answer that I think would be. I think that the first point one has to acknowledge when you look at the types of institutions that we work with. I mean, there's a variety of institutions. You have the traditional trade promotion offices that we all are used to. But they're functioning, I think, to a large extent. Most of these have remained very dependent on being partially funded by the public sector. What needs to happen, I think, in that particular respect is that we work or we focus on trying to see how we can ensure that the services that they are providing, whether it's direct to supporting, export-ready business, or it's focusing on growing the base of the enterprises or businesses they're going to support. They themselves have to be equipped.
Yeah.
So looking ahead 6 years from now, I should be able to see the value as a business person of going to a particular trade promotion office. Otherwise, why would I go and pay money to be a member in the first place, or to even pay for a service, unless I know I can get some good return out of it? And I don't think we are at that point yet. So we've got to do that. But we also have to take into account, first and foremost, the broader objectives of Africa and the different countries. It is more about bringing in this inclusive dimension. And therefore, what effectively that would mean is you're working with business support organizations that go beyond the traditional, if I may put it that way, trade promotion offices. So we have, in whatever we are doing, have to have an outreach that enables us to also be able to tap onto those, the entities that could be used to consolidate the efforts at the more, granular level to make sure that we are inclusive. And there, I believe it would be an investment that would have to be made, I think, by the respective governments, knowing that these are very small, but these are equally important if we have to move with an inclusive agenda. So what would, however, be needed in terms of us, those of us that are supporting, and here Island Inclusive, would to provide, within the framework of providing the technical assistance, that those are taken into account and they're actually engaged in the process. In certain respects, we have to drill it even further to go to a point where we're actually working on the language side as well. Because if you're dealing with small farmers, that would have to be part of what you have to do. So 6 years from now, I would be looking at, I would be desiring to see a situation where these institutions, and by the way, just the TPOs and the business support organizations is just one part of them. Yeah. I think when we refer to institutions, we must look at the totality of the ecosystem, because we can strengthen the private sector side, but if the public sector side is not strengthened, that retains us in the same position we are in, basically. So coming back to the question, I would want to see where we have very effective coordination mechanisms that are not only in a position to better assess their context, but to better define their priorities, as well as the sequencing of the interventions that will strengthen the totality of the ecosystem. And in part, I think this is what we and my colleagues sitting up here do in terms of responding. But in many cases, you sometimes find that there is no coherence in terms of what is being asked of them or what is being asked of us. But also on the response side, I think it's very critical that there's a recognition of the different segments of businesses we're dealing with. Just one very quick point I wanted to make. 2 streams of businesses, the export ready, and what we have established from our work. These ones don't need a big push. Sometimes it's an issue of not having the information. But once the information is there, they'll move forward, even as it relates to financing. They will find options for that. The small ones, the information is not there, neither do they have the understanding of what this would take, or there are so many barriers to them accessing any resources that makes it very difficult for them to actually be able to take advantage of the opportunities. And any solutions that we provide have to be responsive to the two tracks.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we risk having another situation of where one side of those that we expect to help feel this is not for us. There's no benefit in it for us, especially when you're looking at having a framework that is providing equity to the investors as well as to those that are existing. But I do understand the investor, it's a business. They have to come and it has to be viable. And we have to create the enabling environment.
Yeah.
And through that, some jobs can be created. But at the same time, I think the governments also have to ensure that they have a good plan as to how, on their side, they will also be trying to work towards building the business entities within the countries, perhaps not awaiting the investment only per se.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very fair point. When I would have seen myself, that at the smaller level, at times there's a confusion between supply and market demand, and people assuming that because you have supply, the market wants to buy what you have, and that comes back also to what you can finance too. I might take the finance point, which has been there for a while, and maybe ask you, Jane, to just maybe pick up some of the I suppose the drivers of finance, and maybe then what needs to be done to ensure that the finance which is there, I suppose at the macro level, how can we work to maybe bring that down to other levels in Africa from a bank perspective. I'm also conscious of time, so I'm going to ask the remaining kind of panelists to be quite telegraphed. We've about 7 minutes left for this panel, unfortunately. So, there's been a few questions about finance on the Slido. So, just because you work for a bank, I'm going to pass them over to you.
With pleasure, and I'll try to keep it brief. I did want to say a few words about the European Union support to the ongoing implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. I'm not going to go into that because I think it's already been acknowledged in the conversation that we've had on the panel that the European Union is contributing in a range of different areas to right through from negotiation through to the Secretariat, through now to implementation of that agreement, and that EU support is of the order of 75 million euros in grant support to different aspects, and that's an important point to mention. But then coming to the finance questions which have been coming up from yourselves in the audience, maybe one point on the very large financing needs, and a point on the much smaller scale but extremely important and higher risk investment needs at SME and startup and VC level. On the large scale, and also linking still with the ongoing implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, the European Union is now bringing on stream something called Global Gateway, which is again, thinking of Minister Coveney's words earlier on today, this is the European Union looking to be more geostrategic and more muscular, if you like, with its support for transformative infrastructure projects, taking a much more joined-up approach and bringing it to scale to support projects in transport, digital, climate and energy, and health at international and regional level around the world. But this new Global Gateway group of instruments includes a special new guarantee which will allow us in the EIB to do more in these kinds of transformative projects. And that, I think, we do hope that will dovetail with the implementation of the vision in Africa to build the infrastructure piece of better continental and intracontinental trade. So Global Gateway, so the idea is to mobilize 300 billion euros by 2027, big numbers. So that there is that vision, and the European Union with the EIB is really looking to mobilize and scale up what we're doing. So that's on the big piece and on financing the large-scale infrastructure. On the riskier side, so coming to, because there was also a question on affordable finance for SMEs. Until quite recently, the European Union would come with the grants and we would come with the loans, and often they're bolted together. And what we're looking to do is to be much smarter about how that grant money is actually used, and in fact to deploy that grant money as guarantee or first loss piece in order to get greater leverage with those resources. And then collectively with our toolkit, that's allowing us to go further for those smaller businesses, startups, and non-venture capital in Africa. And we're able to do a lot more with that kind of smarter structuring, putting together our toolbox with the European Union. And we have also bringing African Development Bank into this point. We have, for example, built something called Boost Africa with ourselves, EU, and the African Development Bank. This is a facility to unlock growth capital. That's really what we're talking about. To provide growth capital for businesses which are growing and private equity funds which are looking to invest in businesses that are growing. And that's the kind of partnership which can help us all to go further, and particularly for unlocking that growth capital, which is hard for us to do directly. But with the right partnerships, we can, and we're doing it. And that's a very exciting aspect of what we're doing in private sector at the moment. So I hope that helps to touch on some answers to the questions which have been coming up. Thank you.
No, thanks, Jane. I mean, and I'd be interested, Alan, just as we, I'm looking at the questions that are there, maybe kind of ramming them together, maybe unfairly to the questioners, but ideas about remote untapped opportunities. And you talked about your mom being a trader going across. I mean, Africa is very dynamic. We don't necessarily see that here, but how do we kind of connect into those untapped opportunities and maybe help get economies of scale in places that we don't necessarily see? And is there a role for Ireland in that?
Thanks so much. I would love to say so much, but the time won't allow. So let me make a quick plug. There are 2 sessions tomorrow by the Ugandan and Irish Embassy and by the Tanzanian and Kenyan embassies. Please, ladies, gentlemen, make sure you reach out. There will be sessions where we'll provide more specific information to business. And I can see the Tanzanian ambassador there, and I think the Kenyan ambassador and the Ugandan ambassadors. So there will be a lot of specific information there around what can be done. But let me touch on 2 issues here. The first is climate change. And I'm looking at it in 2 aspects. Walking into the supermarkets anywhere in Europe, you see the highest levels of standards, not even in the US, not in London, but here in Europe, the standards for green standards especially are increasing. All of you very discerning around what you buy. And COVID has taught us the healthier you eat, perhaps the stronger you'll be when you're hit by these things. So if Africans want to place their products in European supermarkets, we are going to have to meet certain standards. And already there's some work being done. In Tanzania, through the Irish Embassy, you're providing support to supporting SMEs to meet those standards. I was very pleased to learn recently that Tanzania Horticulture Association is now exporting vegetables, greens to Ghana. That's already the start of a beautiful partnership. But they're only able to export those greens and vegetables and cucumbers because they can meet standards. Europe is more discerning. Our mangoes, our vegetables are failing to make it to your supermarkets because of standard issues. If we are to use this platform, Irish platform, to access European markets, you must help us meet the standards. That's going to be a big one. Phytosanitary and standards, and especially green certification. If it's avocado, if it's whatever we are growing, mangoes, may it meet green standards in terms of water harvesting, in terms of recycling. We must do that. The second one is on the SMEs. Who is an SME? It's not a generic thing. SMEs are in different shapes, forms, and Dorothy, you've talked about it, Jane. They're in different shapes and forms. We need to understand them better. Many of them are self-driven. You'll find a founder who is there struggling to get their business going. But let me tell you, very few of you will survive with the kind of hardships that we have faced, with the delays. So we do need to address those delays and burdens. But there are other things that I think we can learn from the Irish on branding, on logistics. just the systems of getting products out and placed, in terms of packaging. You won't believe it, but we buy most of our packaging from the Middle East. The boxes, I heard you talking about cardboard boxes yesterday. Yeah. Most of our cardboard boxes and others are made in the Middle East. We don't have capacity. So for Irish businesses wanting to manufacture, I know you're really scared about the risks, but there are also opportunities. And as you said earlier in the morning, where there's a huge risk, the opportunities and the rewards are big. So if we can get in there, support SMEs to scale, to aggregate, we're already seeing the impact of digital support in getting businesses to access platforms, to access markets that were hitherto locked to them, because they're able to place their products on the global. Who can stop you from putting your products on the internet? And through support, say from Ireland and Kenya, we're able to do a lot of work around e-commerce in the COVID phase when all businesses were shut down. So they were able to place products online. And now we are trying to grow this business. And that's another area, digital trade. So those two areas, climate support for new technologies, mitigating emissions, but also ensuring green product placement, and SME support in terms of the logistics, the branding, the packaging, the standards. Those two are critical areas. But let me close by saying two things. Sorry. I think the minister talked about equality of opportunity. Looking at the numbers, it's not equal. No. Ireland is benefiting much more from this current partnership. A lot is coming to Africa and less is coming here. If we are to be focused about it, we must set targets, but Irish business must also be given incentives. So perhaps you could have a special track for Irish incentives for those businesses that are going to be fast movers to Africa, because they could partner with ready farms that are already exporting to grow this. These would then be our anchor farms to help pull along thousands and millions of other small business. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen.
Yeah, very interesting.
I think really useful to be reminded that it's a conversation that goes in two directions, both for trade and investment. And the more we do it in two directions, the more we know each other and the more opportunities we see. I'm going to give the last word to Leo, and I mean maybe in wrapping up the conversation. There was a few questions around, and some of them are there, as we can see it, about how companies can engage, what happens between forums. I mean, a large part of that comes back to the work that Enterprise Ireland does. So maybe in your concluding remarks, you might pick up some of those themes as well, and that might help us springboard into the later conversations over the course of the day, and hopefully to business and connections after today as well.
Great, and very conscious I'm standing between everyone and coffee at this point, so I do know that. Just to say, first of all, I agree with the comments that have been made by my colleagues on the panels. I also didn't answer your first question, which was about Irish business and the sentiment. I think my colleagues in Africa have said to me this week that Irish business underestimates the opportunity and overestimates the barriers of doing business in Africa, and I think that echoes what colleagues have said in the panel. I think that's something we need to change. If I look at tying together some of the strands we've talked about, from our own experience, and we would say this as Enterprise Ireland and IDA on the foreign direct investment side, I think having strong institutions that can support companies both looking to invest and looking to grow and export within African countries is crucially important. We have had that support from the Irish state very strongly for the last almost 70 years, and it's a long game, but really important that you take a client-focused and client-centric approach to how companies develop, both companies from Africa and elsewhere. I think institutional security, removal of barriers, Alain's wonderful work is a really crucial part, making sure that you understand the difficulties and challenges of doing business and that you actively work to overcome them. And then I think the African Continental Free Trade Agreement has been mentioned by everyone. It is crucially important. I worked for IDA up to 1 year ago. As Minister Coveney said this morning, Ireland has become a global economic platform, and that's how it should be thought of by African countries. And Alain, looking at your comment about how we level that trade flow, because I do agree with you, it's unbalanced. Using Ireland as a gateway to the European Union and to the rest of the world. As a market, we're never going to be the equivalent in trade terms of Africa, but as a gateway to the European Union and helping enable African business into Europe, that's where we can play a very significant part, because we've done that for companies from all over the world. So I think echoing Minister Coveney, that global economic platform and Africa is seeing the value of that. So for Ireland, we could not have achieved what we have in economic success without being members and strong members of the European Union, and actually being the most positive members of the European Union. And I think for African countries that step up and step forward in the free trade agreement and become active partners and work multilaterally within that agreement to be the best for either in general or for specific sectors, those countries will see huge benefits. So that's my closing remarks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rory, and I'll come back to you.
No, thanks, Leo. And just to say thank you to all four panelists. I mean, and I think it's been a really interesting taster. There's lots of questions that were asked. Hopefully, if we didn't answer them, some of the answers will come through over the course of the day. I'm very conscious that there's been questions about infrastructure, and I just maybe wanted to finish by saying that while we're an island of 7 million people, a country of 5, our infrastructure in Africa is actually that of a much bigger country. By the end of the year, we'll have opened up our 14th embassy in Africa. Enterprise Ireland has representatives in 3 countries, all of which are hubs and gateways. You know, we're members of quite a number of international organizations in Africa, observers, even the ones that nobody else is an observer of, like the Manu River Union, for those who know of it. And we partner with people like the ITC, we partner with people like Trademark East Africa, and we benefit from being part of that broader European Union family. So we have a really good infrastructure to build opportunity from. Also the World Bank and the IMF, who are big drivers. There's a question there about engineering companies. There's lots of opportunity. And we have the infrastructure. I think now we need to build, taking that optimism that Dorothy gave us, you know, taking the finances, but the know-how that the EIB give us, those really interesting on-the-ground changes that organizations like Trademark East Africa are making, and the dynamism of EI's client companies as pathfinders, but not just pathfinders, now consolidating and a long time in many markets and building out. There's lots and lots of good stories. I do think we need to do more to bring some of those stories over to Ireland, although there are some good stuff here too. Every time you buy Spar in Ireland, you're buying from an African company. That's just one thing. So there's lots we can do. There's lots being done. I'd like to thank each one of our 4 panelists for really opening up the discussion today, and to thank all of you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sustainability agenda is accelerating across the world. As a food and drink business, choosing the right supply partner to help you achieve your sustainability goals is imperative. Origin Green is Ireland's food and drink sustainability programme, and the only one in the world that operates at a national level across the full supply chain, from farm to fork. It is also independently verified to prove that food and drink have been produced to a clear set of criteria in environmental and social sustainability. Developed over time, Origin Green has become a dynamic, evolving programme of measurement and improvement. Coupled with a best-in-class framework, the programme enables suppliers in partnership with customers to meet the latest global sustainability challenges and requirements, all in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Consumers around the world are more concerned than ever about how their food is farmed and produced, from its carbon footprint to how it is packaged, as well as the nutritional value it brings. Origin Green is a gateway to access the detailed and verified scientific data you need to credibly answer the growing range of sustainability demands of your consumers, business, and society. With over 90% of Irish food and drink exports coming from Origin Green members, partnering with Irish suppliers enables you to prove to your consumers that they are buying high-quality, sustainably produced food and drink. World demands around sustainability are accelerating. Rest assured, when you partner with Origin Green members as part of this national-scale, verified, comprehensive and progressive programme, you partner for excellence, for today and for a sustainable future.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a great break and a good coffee, got to talk to people. There's something about tea that gets everybody excited. So our second session of the day is titled Green Growth for Food, Agriculture, Infrastructure and Energy, Sustainable Development in Emerging Markets. In this session, our panelists will be exploring the journey of Irish agribusiness and engineering firms operating in Africa and sharing perspectives on pathways to green growth and sustainable food system in Ireland and Africa. This conversation will be moderated by Sinead McPhillips, Assistant Secretary General at the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. On this panel, we have Shane Hamill, Interim Director of Global Business Development at Board BIA, Barry Newman, Regional Head for Africa at Ornua, David O'Halloran, Managing Director of Africa Juice Ethiopia and Power Ventures Africa, Michelle Davitt, Director of International Business Development at Nicholas O'Dwyer. We're looking forward to this interesting discussion.
Thank you very much, Zainab, and good afternoon, everyone. I know this is going to be an interesting panel discussion, but I know my principal job is to make sure that everyone gets out of here at 1 o'clock for further networking and discussion over lunch. So I'm going to try and be tight on time. Just to give apologies in the first instance from Her Excellency Josefa Sacco, who's the African Union Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture, who wasn't able to join us today due to technical difficulties. So she did send her best wishes for the conference, and I suppose emphasize the importance of both agri-food, energy and infrastructure for Africa's future development, and particularly the opportunities for Irish companies to invest in those sectors. So I'm going to start by welcoming the panel and asking you to introduce yourself, and I suppose particularly if I start with you, Shane, could you outline Board BIA's role in Africa and give us an overview of the growth of Irish food and drink exports to Africa?
Yep, thanks, Sinead. And thanks everyone for today, for inviting Board BIA along to speak. It's great to see agriculture and food and drink having such a strong theme all morning, actually. I'm from Board BIA, the Irish Food Board. We're a semi-state agency. And agri-food is our largest indigenous sector in Ireland. It accounts for 7% of employment. It supports 137,000 farming families. And in Ireland today, we export 90% of the food and drink that we produce. Just 3 or 4 generations ago, we had famine on this island. Today, we export every day 37 million euro worth of food and drink around the world. So we showed this video showcasing Origin Green for 2 reasons. Firstly, to showcase the proof points that our industry has today, but also to show you the art of possible and what can be done when we have the government systems and infrastructure in place to support an indigenous sector like agri-food. We look at exports in Board BIA. That's what we focus on, the value of the exports of the industry. Last year, exports reached 13 billion euro around the world. And Africa, it was one of our fastest growing regional markets. So last year, exports to Africa reached 900 million euro. It's a growth market for us. It's a very exciting market. We have a team based in Lagos, Nigeria. My team is actually here today. Nicholas Ranninger, our manager, and Ese Okpomo is here as well. We have a Board BIA Origin Green stand outside, so please introduce yourselves to them over lunch. When we look then at that 900 million euro to Africa, the majority of that is dairy exports, and Barry here from Ornua is one of the people driving that forward. Majority of that is powders into West Africa, and then we look at North Africa, we have cheese and butter exports as well. We're also exporting every year in the region of 80 million euro worth of seafood, and around 50 million euro worth of alcohol into West Africa primarily. And again, it's a high growth market for us. So last year, exports overall grew 12%. If we just take the drinks category, we saw exports grow 145%. So it's a massive success story for us. And I think it's important to call out, as was mentioned earlier on, it's very much a two-way relationship for us. So while we're exporting high value nutritional dairy products, premium alcohol and seafood products, we're also importing essential cocoa, coffee, nuts, and other inputs that really keep the industry motoring forward. And so it's very much a mutually dependent relationship and one that's been a massive success now for the last 30 years.
Thanks very much, Shane. So if I move on to Barry then. Barry, if you want to introduce yourself and I suppose talk about Ornua's business in Africa. I know Ornua is very much a globally focused business, so perhaps to outline the particular opportunities and challenges you found in the African market.
Yeah, sure. Lovely to be here, Sinead. Thanks. I'm representing Ornua. Ornua is a dairy cooperative, obviously headquartered in Ireland, the largest exporter of Irish dairy products. Owner of the iconic Kerrygold brand, which became Ireland's first €1 billion food brand very recently, underpinned by growth in large consumer markets like Germany, where our butter is #1, US, #2 butter brand sold in the US, a 330 million consumer market. And then I have the privilege of heading up the African business. We have a commodity and branded business in Africa. So our dairy commodities are traded into 33 countries at the moment in Africa. And then our Kerrygold brand is present in 12 countries. How we actually do that, because obviously I don't do it myself, we underpin that growth of the brand throughout Africa with a really, really strong African team. So my team in Africa is over 90% African. For example, my Nigerian business, where Kerrygold launched a couple of years ago, is 100% Nigerian-driven, which is really important to us. And yeah, we have people dotted all around the continent. So from Egypt, Algeria, Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal, and South Africa, we have teams present in all those markets. So we're going to answer your question around the opportunities and challenges. Obviously, Africa presents numerous opportunities and challenges on both sides. It was referenced earlier on population growth, like you can't ignore it. I'm a big advocate of Africa and everything going on there, but population growth is incredible. I think between now and 2050, world population is going to get to grow by 2 billion people. 1.3 billion of that growth is coming from Africa, so that can't be ignored. From my own industry, around milk consumption, African milk consumption is actually quite low. It's roughly 34 litres per person per annum, which is well below the global average. And a country like Nigeria, which is an enormous market, like 20% of Africans are from Nigeria, they're Nigerians. The milk consumption there is only 7 litres per capita. So a massive amount of growth still to come from that market and from the other 53 odd markets going on in Africa. Talent is another opportunity. Like for me, that's running the business in Africa, I have found being able to source talent from within Africa really easy. There are some amazing universities throughout Africa. For example, we have a graduate program that focuses on bringing African students into our African business. We're sourcing students at the moment from the University of Lagos in Nigeria and University of Pretoria in South Africa, which is great. And the westernization of diets as well is a massive opportunity for all food companies that are based in Africa. Around the challenges, I've mentioned it there, there's 54 countries. Obviously, none of them are the same. So we have an issue sometimes in Ireland of generalizing Africa as one place. It's 54 very different countries, which I've learned over the last 10 years living and working in Africa. You've 40 currencies, or more than 40 currencies. And those currencies are devaluing or appreciating at very different rates, and you always have to watch that. And then you have economic volatility, and given everything that's gone on in COVID and the war in Ukraine, that's more prevalent than ever. So they're probably the main ones. Challenge as well around distribution, scale of the continent. It's absolutely enormous. Distribution is key if you're selling a product or service, and that takes a long time to get right. Yeah.
Thanks, Barry. So, David, if I turn to you, you have 2 distinct businesses based in Africa. Can you outline what they are, and I suppose lessons that might be applicable to other Irish businesses thinking of launching into Africa?
Sure, Sinead, thank you. And thanks to all our ministers and dignitaries, ambassadors. It's fantastic to see the turnout today. I'm the bridge maybe between the energy side with Michelle and the agri-processing side. We are a team that develops sustainable businesses across Africa. 2 of them I'm going to talk a little bit about today. One of them is a very small fruit production business in Ethiopia. We make juice from some of that fruit. Some of it we sell in the local market, up to 60,000 kilos a week of papaya and similar amounts of mango and oranges and mandarins we supply to the fresh market in Addis. And on the juice front, we are the major supplier of mango juice to the local bottling industry, which we've sold as a big opportunity for the country. Instead of focusing on exports, which we also do, but focus on import substitution, which keeps that circulation in the economy then of wholesaling, bottling, retailing, etc., and job creation. It also creates opportunities, addressing a comment that came up in the previous session about how to develop talent. We can create opportunities in the local economy for people to move through our organization, chemists, agronomists, experts in quality, and move up with us and then move on to other organizations in the country rather than feeling they have to emigrate. They can also stay in our location and work through the ranks of a number of businesses that are developing in our location, which is in a remote area, where there's a lot of people still living very, very basic lives, but we've seen massive improvements going from straw roofs and thatch roofs right up to satellite dishes on top of most roofs today, and that's in the space of 10 years. The other side, and Michelle is going to talk a lot more on the energy side, but we focus on renewable energy solutions for small businesses. That was born out of a need we had to create solar-powered pumping systems, to create renewable energy solutions in an area where the grid is not reliable, even though it's green. And we've been working on biodigesters, we've been working on gasifiers, we've been working on solar-powered systems to solve energy solutions for our business there. And that in itself has turned into a business in itself. There was a question about Zimbabwe earlier. We are one of the premier suppliers of solutions in Zimbabwe for small and medium enterprises in renewable energy. And as I said, that came out of a challenge we faced. We turned it into an opportunity. So lots of things to talk about.
Thanks, David. And Michelle, if you want to outline your business, and I suppose a question would be, obviously infrastructure projects are fundamental to economic growth in Africa. Is it challenging for Irish firms to access those markets?
Thanks, Sinead. So, I'll just introduce myself briefly. Michel David is my name. I'm a civil engineer by training originally, and I've been working in the consultancy business for about the last 25 years. 12 of those have been working in African markets. The company I work for is called Nicholas O'Dwyer Limited, which is a very Irish name and almost impossible to get right in Africa. So it's usually shortened to Nicholas. So that's how we're known in Africa. We've worked across about 20 countries in Africa over the years. We originally formed in 1932, so this year we're celebrating our 90th anniversary. And throughout that time, we've had a strong focus in working in the water sector for municipal clients. So in the early days of my career, I used to think of myself as saving the people from the environment and saving the environment from the people. And I'll explain that now. And saving the people from the environment is when you turn on a tap and you get clean drinking water that you can drink and not be sick. You're saved from the environment. And when toilets are flushed and that disappears into the environment, we also look at the systems to treat that so that when it's released, it's safe for the environment. And that's how we save the environment from people. So as civil engineers, our role is really, as we see it, to work with the environments that we're in to minimize the impact that people have. But obviously, economic growth, as you said, Sinead, cannot happen without infrastructure. And Africa has a massive deficit, and it seems to be getting worse in terms of infrastructure in both transport, energy, and water and sanitation. And these are all areas that we work in. So what we do is we design the infrastructure to international standards, and then we supervise the construction to make sure that the end product is delivered as it should be. And we also offer technical assistance services in terms of capacity building and training of local staff to operate these systems. So at the moment, we're working in about 9 countries in Africa, from Ethiopia down to all the way down the east coast of Africa, down to Namibia. And typically, it's a mixture of water, wastewater, and road schemes. Indeed, the EIB a scheme that Jane mentioned in Malawi, the M1 road. We are the engineers supervising the construction of that to make sure that it's being delivered to the standards needed so that the infrastructure can So in terms of challenges and opportunities, because as was mentioned, Forex is an issue, we only work on donor-funded projects. So that means that the funds are guaranteed, and they're guaranteed in Forex, which allows us to have confidence in being able to deliver the services required. And also gives us certainty on how things work. Now, on the downside of working for donor-funded agencies, it can be a very long and slow process. So, for example, we're delighted that Ireland has joined the African Development Bank. We were lobbying for many years for this to happen, and it finally happened, as we heard, in 2020. And we had spent a number of months before that applying for African Development Bank projects. But we only got our first one a few months ago, so it's taken us 2 years to get a project, and this is the issue with donor-funded projects. They're very slow, certainly the ones that we work in, and the procurement process is slow. So there's guarantees, but there's a slowness, and I think from my side, I'd really love to see that, and Africa is in such need of infrastructure. It needs to happen faster. It's a real bottleneck to growth, so anything that can be done to speed that up through changing procurement processes, optimizing them, making them more digital, would certainly be very, very important from my side. And in terms of other opportunities, as was mentioned, like there's a huge youth in Africa. I meet guys who are like, they're so hungry to learn, they want to better themselves, and that's, it's really heartwarming to see. And we certainly try and do our part. We've recently sponsored a student that was working for us. Well, he was working for us on a project in Liberia. We sponsored a scholarship. He did a master's in Portugal and Slovenia, and now he's come to work for us in Ireland. And my hope for him is that he can go back to Africa, set up a consultancy business himself, and help drive the infrastructure that's needed in Africa, because there's such a huge need, but in order to develop that need, we need the people to do it. So we need the skills, and we need the skills in Africa to be able to push these things along.
Thanks very much, Michelle. So I have a few more questions for the panel, but just to encourage the audience to send in their questions also using the Slido app. So maybe if we can put that link back up on screen so people can submit their questions. So the theme for our session covers green growth and sustainable development, and I know definitions of those terms can vary considerably. In Ireland, we have a strong climate ambition underpinned by national legislation to have our total carbon equivalent emissions by 2030, and achieving that ambition will require very significant efforts from all sectors. In agri-food, as Minister Coveney mentioned this morning, our new strategy for the sustainable development of the sector, Food Vision 2030, has been developed using a food systems approach, looking at sustainability in all its dimensions, economic, social, and environmental, and looking at the linkages between food and the environment, and food, health, and nutrition. So could I ask the panel what environmental sustainability means to you in terms of your own businesses? And does it mean something different to your trade customers, to your partners in Africa? And I suppose also, are there good examples that we could take in both directions that might be applicable in both Ireland and Africa? David, maybe if I start with you, if that's okay.
Sure. A lot of people answer the question by saying that there's a difference for everybody, and in some ways there is, but I think it all comes back to very, very simple principles. For us, environmental sustainability is all about protecting and safeguarding and stewarding that environment for the future. And in some ways, social sustainability is very similar. You're protecting and safeguarding your communities around you and yourself for the future. You're trying to create something that will last a lot longer than the quick buck or the quick return. In terms of real examples, then, what we are trying to do is minimize waste streams. But not only to minimize them, but then to capitalize on the opportunities in the waste streams. And Irish food businesses, like my colleagues here, are fantastic at doing that and capturing value from those waste streams. We take our waste from the passion fruit, we try and extract oil from the seeds, we make a seed cake and we use it for feed for animals, and we sell that to farmers, and we turn that into an opportunity. At the same time, we're going to try and buy back some of the waste from the farmers that are using our seed cake and use that as fertilizer in our fields. We do the same with water waste. All the water waste from the facility is used, treated and reused for irrigation, for other purposes. So we try and, the zero waste basically is the goal in Africa Juice. It's the same on the renewable energy side then. We're looking at ways that you can take these waste products and turn them into opportunities. So that for me personally is a big part of it, is really looking at the environment and safeguarding it for the future through minimizing those waste streams and utilizing those waste streams creatively.
Thanks, David. And Michelle, I suppose in terms of those basic infrastructure projects that you spoke about that are really needed, is there a tension there sometimes between investment in basic infrastructure and, I suppose, a green investment agenda?
Yeah, well, I think, well, obviously we're in a climate crisis. We all need to be doing our part, regardless of where the infrastructure is going in. We should be looking at zero waste. We should be doing this, that, and the other to improve the situation. But the reality is there is such a deficit in Africa that often the clients that we're working for, they're looking to get as much as they can for their buck. So sustainability sometimes is pushed. If it's a more sustainable solution is going to cost more, it's discounted with a view to getting the cheaper solution. So I mean, it's very understandable when you have these huge deficits and you've only got so much limited resources, and you need to build this road and that road, and you need to get water ahead of maybe dealing with sanitation issues. So it is understandable. However, I suppose we're all waking up to the fact that we are in a climate emergency. It's affecting the whole planet. And really, I think from a donor perspective, the kind of key sustainability messages need to filter down to the infrastructure on the ground, so that there is a ranking given to projects that promotes more sustainable projects over cheaper, less sustainable projects. So that's what we would see. We're also working in Saudi Arabia. We're working on projects for NEOM, which is envisaging cities. If you're going to start with a blank canvas and start again, how would you do it? Like, so if you look at all the problems we have in cities, and if you didn't inherit these problems, how would you do it in the future? And that's what we're working on in NEOM, and that gives a great space for our engineers to think about, how would you like things to be? What's the optimum way a city can work? And obviously in Africa, the amount of people that are coming into cities is just phenomenal. The growth is incredible, and infrastructure development cannot keep up. And the donor-funded projects, which take so long, they just cannot keep up at all. So it's very much a reactive scenario, whereby every time a piece of infrastructure is built, it's nearly at capacity straight away, and you have to start planning the next one, and so on and so forth. So yes, we would very much, in our own business, we focus on the UN SDGs. We've always done that since they've been announced. When we're doing a project, we try and make sure that we're ticking all the boxes on that. But really, I think it needs to feed down all the way down the food chain, from policy down to the actual implementation level.
Thanks very much. Barry, if I turn to you next in terms of Ornua's focus on sustainability, and how important is that messaging in terms of the African market?
Yeah, sure. I suppose we're very lucky in Ornua and in Ireland that our dairy production is one of the most efficient in the world. And that's down to some traits that we have that's mainly linked to the grass-fed diet of the cows here. So we're very efficient at producing dairy, but notwithstanding that, Ornua is very committed to reducing our carbon footprint that are out there. So our scope 1 and 2 emissions, we're on a process to reduce those by 25% by 2025, and scope 3 emissions by 20%. So, to scope these out and give us guidelines, Borbia are very helpful in the Origin Green, which I'm representing with my pin here that Shane from Borbia noticed earlier. So we're very supportive of everything that they do with Origin Green, and give us the guidelines in order to ensure that we're leading the way globally in our sustainability of our product. Around then our business globally, like I mentioned Germany earlier, what's really topical there at the moment is animal welfare. The UK is very heavy on packaging reduction in the value chain. Ireland is very much on emissions. And then Africa, it was touched on earlier, it's all about food security. Like, those other 3 pieces are really important, but what's top of the agenda right now is food security. Like, I was looking at stats all the time about this. Since 2015, the number of people in Africa that had to go on emergency food assistance has increased by 20 million people. So it's kind of going in that direction, which is really tough. So being from an Ornua perspective, to be able to supply affordable but highly nutritious dairy onto the continent of Africa is for us a really positive step to helping address some of those that food security that I spoke about.
Thanks. And Shane, I'm sure you were pleased to hear Minister Coveney's remarks earlier, where he said that one of his proudest achievements when he was previously Minister for Agriculture was the startup of the Origin Green programme. Do you want to speak to that and how it's helped our Irish exports in general, and I suppose particularly how it's resonated in Africa?
Yeah, it's one of our proudest achievements as well, Sinead. I suppose in Ireland we have, although it's our biggest indigenous sector, we're relatively small on a global level in terms of the food and drink we produce, and we're the largest net exporter of beef in the Northern Hemisphere. We're a global player in dairy, but we'll never compete on volumes with some of our international competitors. And so we are very focused on premium, being a premium proposition for our customers and for the end consumer. We were renowned for decades for being green and natural because of the grass-based production system that Barry mentioned. But obviously, as the market continues to develop, we have to be able to prove that. We can't just talk about it. We need to be able to show the proof points as well. And so 10 years ago, with Minister Coveney's leadership, we launched Origin Green, which is still the world's only food sustainability program operating on a national scale across the whole supply chain that's third-party verified. Doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. What that means, in effect, is we have 53,000 farmers signed up to this program. They're measuring their energy use, they're measuring their water use, they're calculating their carbon footprint, they're calculating their water footprint, and they're reporting to Board BIA the progress on all of those points. They're looking at animal welfare, they're looking at a whole range of issues. And we audit their progress. And we actually audit 700 farms every single week. Doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. If you look at the manufacturing level, then we have 300 companies signed up to Origin Green, which means that they're drafting 5-year sustainability plans and they're reporting on their progress every single year. And we're auditing those plans as well. And Barry and his team in Ornua were one of the founder companies at the manufacturing level of Origin Green 10 years ago. So today, 90% of the food and drink exported from Ireland is coming from Origin Green companies. So when you're a consumer, you're a customer around the world, when you buy Irish food, you're buying sustainability, which is a great thing and a great story to be able to tell. It's been a massive success commercially. We're obviously under increasing pressure now from consumers and from customers. We were probably at the cutting edge at the time. I would say we're still at the cutting edge in many respects. We're under increased policy pressures now as well, and increased environmental physical pressures. And we have these systems and frameworks now that are well established. And so we have a supply base that's agile, that's informed, and is able to get in front of these issues as we go forward. And when it's such a success, it obviously captures the attention of other stakeholders. And the United Nations FAO is a big supporter of Origin Green. They see it as a model for climate-smart agriculture into the future. We had the Director General of the UN FAO in Ireland about 2-3 weeks ago now. He came into Board BIA to understand in more detail how Origin Green works. We brought him out onto a farm to see the auditing system taking place. We brought him out to see the manufacturing auditing taking place. I myself have spent some time working with the World Bank. I was in Rwanda explaining Origin Green and our quality assurance systems. And so, it's first and foremost for the Irish industry to differentiate itself in the market, but it has formed a model for other countries around the world, and we're particularly focused on supporting African food systems in Board BIA, but also through SFSI, who Sinead will talk about shortly, I think. Then finally, just in terms of how that translates to the consumer in Africa, and Barry's talked about that a little bit. We obviously, again, we focus on the premium demographic in Africa. And we always tell our clients, you don't break Africa. You don't break into Africa. You don't even break into Nigeria. And we've heard some of the staggering numbers this morning in terms of population size. So you pick your pockets within your cities and you focus on them for your first number of years. And so we're very much focused on that premium demographic in terms of the dairy products we buy, in particular the drinks products that we're putting into the market as well. And those consumers do have an interest in sustainability. It's not their number one interest. Their number one interest is probably, and Barry's the expert on this, it's probably quality, value, taste. But then that hierarchy is sustainability. And as we look at sustainability trends across Asia, across the Middle East, it's an inevitability that actually consumers will ask about these increasing rates. So it's been a huge success, Sinead, and that's only the first decade, so we'll see where we go over the next couple of years.
Thanks very much, Shane. And just to turn to some of the Slido questions, and maybe to stay with Shane and with Barry, there's a question about reflecting, I suppose, on the impressive growth in dairy exports to North and West Africa, and interested to hear your perspectives on East Africa as a market, where obviously Irish Aid is working to support the dairy industry, and that's supported by Sustainable Food Systems Ireland in terms of I suppose, transferring knowledge about how Irish government goes about supporting the sector.
Yeah, I can take it from a dairy point of view. East Africa is not a big area of focus for Ornua, and it's probably a positive reason for East Africa. There's been the climate in East Africa and the terrain there is actually, generalizing East Africa, there's plenty of countries in East Africa that do require dairy imports. But when you look at Kenya, Ethiopia, for example, there are examples of countries that are self-sufficient in dairy and have done really good work over probably the last 30, 40, 50 years of establishing a dairy industry in those countries. Now, again, the climate really helps that. But like, for example, in Kenya, Kenya actually has a cooperative system, a little bit like Ireland, only there's a lot more cooperatives involved. And they supply into a company there called Brookside, who are a really well-established company, really well invested, and they have managed to get the country to self-sufficiency. Kenya, as an example, still a lot of work to do there. I think the average output per cow per day is only 6 litres, like well below the world average. So there's a huge amount of work to do there. And I suppose from an Irish point of view, what can we kind of transfer as knowledge? And I know SFSI, for example, are involved in this kind of work throughout Africa. Like, it's around genetics of the actual animals, general animal husbandry, efficiency of farming practices are really important in order to get that average yield per cow up, and maybe to become a net exporter. That will be an example of East Africa. But from an Ornua point of view, the real focus is probably more around North, West, and Central Africa and Southern Africa, not so much East Africa. Thanks, Barry.
Yeah, and actually I'd be fully aligned with Barry on that one. You know, when we look at the Africa market, for us, our top 5 markets, number 1 is Nigeria, and that's probably why I'm talking so much about Nigeria. 25% of our exports go there. And then, you know, after that, really, we're looking at a range of different markets. Egypt will be number 2. Then we're looking at South Africa, Senegal, and Algeria. So you see right away, it's West Africa and North Africa for us at the moment. But obviously, as East Africa continues to grow and develop for us, we'll be focusing on that. We have done a little bit of work there. We would have published, for example, market access guides for our drinks clients to look at how to get into East Africa, what the regulatory systems look like there. But very much at the moment, we're focusing on West and North Africa for now.
Thanks, Shane. And maybe to turn to David and Michelle for this question. Could the panelists share some examples of social sustainability in their work?
Yeah, well, we're a member of an organisation called Watershare Ireland, which is collaboration between the Irish water industry and Goal. And the way that works is we're a donor, like we contribute money, and that's for developing projects in Africa. They're WASH projects. But we also deliver our expertise free of charge, so it's pro bono work. So essentially, Goal identifies a particular need, a particular problem area, and then we leverage the Watershare Ireland network, which is the Irish water industry, will respond to that need with technical expertise for free and so on. So we were recently involved in a project in Sierra Leone, which was basically installing a temporary pilot wastewater treatment facility, sludge treatment facility, and it has been a success. I think there were skeptics at the time, but that it would work. But we've managed to do it, and it's a great example of, you know, where there's a will, there's a way, and by bringing the technical expertise and helping the local skill set to increase, there can be very good outcomes by leapfrogging, let's say, rather than making the mistakes that we made in the past, going from A to let's say to Z straight away and getting to more optimum solutions. So that's an example of what we do. Yeah.
Thanks.
I suppose we've approached this on a number of different fronts and also learned from our mistakes maybe over the years as well. We're heavily involved in some of the more traditional aspects, which would be the schools, the clinics and pharmacies and medical care services for all of our staff, and we extend that to the community in the area we work. So we're probably Our staff would number 2,200. You're talking about their families, that takes it up to 10,000, and then the community takes that to quite a few more. We provide emergency ambulance services, which would be just vehicles on each location that can take people to hospital. To us, that's almost what you have to do just to be able to employ people. We provide food as well. In addition to salary, we provide housing, we provide free electricity as well for community members and for things like the churches and other institutions there. What we try and do is go beyond that then, and this is where it tends to be a bit more creative. So we've done a project a bit like what Michelle has talked about. It's a combined water project for the company and the community to address an area that had no access to irrigation previously. And we're working with a well-capable Dutch and Ethiopian combined NGO group to do that. And the idea is it becomes a shared resource with independent operation and management that we are a customer of. And maybe finally, we look at, say, some of the environmental projects we do and recognize the social sustainability elements need to be built into that. So we're reforesting a large area of degraded land, but recognizing that just planting trees isn't going to be a solution because it just becomes a target for people who need firewood. So we're trying to create a agroforestry business there for local community members, and typically it's going to be following the theme we're going to talk about later today, and Minister Coveney mentioned earlier about empowerment of women. It's primarily women that are going to be involved in the agroforestry. It's harvesting moringa from the moringa trees, which supports keeping that tree alive and keeping it there because it'll continue to produce. And also a honey business in hives in the base of the forest, as well as mountain coffee that can be grown in the base. And again, you keep harvesting continually, so there's an incentive to maintain the tree canopy. And that's a carbon sequestration project, which I think is hitting one of the questions as well. Trying to build these things in together and recognize you don't just go out and do one project. It's always going to touch on a financial return. It's going to touch on a social return as well as an environmental return. And if you're thinking those things and have them embedded in your team and your own thinking, you'll typically hit a number of things and tick the boxes.
Thanks very much.
But it's about trying every day, rather than ever achieving sometimes.
And I suppose what we're trying to do here is join up both government efforts and private sector efforts and obviously working with African partners to ensure there's a kind of a coherent approach, which is easier said than done, but it's great to hear those practical examples. Shane, if I just turn to you for a quick question there about the balance between large volume commodity products and SMEs. Are there examples of food SMEs breaking into African markets?
Yeah, actually. So we actually have 1,400 clients in Board Bia, and we have 156 staff members. So it's we're constantly talking about prioritizing, and that's what my comment on East Africa as well. We can't do everything for everyone, but we do a lot of support for high potential startups all the way then to effectively multinationals that are based in Ireland. In the drink space in particular, looking at the Nigeria market, a number of years ago we had one drinks brand in there, which was Jameson, and they've been really successful. I talked about 105% growth. That's from 2020 to 21. We now have 6 drinks brands, and those are actually craft distillers that are now finding their product in bars and in stores in Nigeria, which is a fantastic achievement, and it's only on its way up as well, which is great. How we do that, I suppose, a number of ways. We actually survey our clients every year to find out what are the big challenges you're facing in terms of growing your export business. And the one piece that keeps coming back to us year after year is having the network and the contacts and having the market information. And so by having an office in Lagos, we can build that network every day on behalf of our clients. We can get to know distributors. We can screen partners on behalf of our clients that can't get over there, particularly those smaller businesses. And we also organize a series of buyer engagement events. So, for example, we would have had a Meet the Maker event where we brought over a whole crew of Irish craft distillers into Nigeria for an event. We invited a number of buyers and distributors to that, and it was essentially a matchmaking exercise in person. And that took place last September, I think, and it was actually with support of the embassy over there in Nigeria. So thanks to the FA for the support for that event. It was a massive success. These events drive business. They actually, this is how we get contracts signed and get customers over the line. Then if I look just at that market knowledge piece, in Board Bia we have a consumer insight center called the Thinking House. and we publish research. We publish literally millions of data points every year for different sectors, for different markets. But looking at Africa, we would have published recently a usage and attitude study for dairy consumption in Nigeria. We would have worked with Ornua and a number of other dairy clients on that, looking at what are the drivers and motivations for buying Irish dairy powder over other powders, over other products. When is it consumed? Why is it consumed? All of those consumer-based insights. And then we also would have looked at, as I said before, market entry guides. So, what are the labeling requirements? What are the market barriers in terms of regulations? And we feed all that back to a client base, and we support them on the ground through the office. So it's really kind of grassroots stuff for the startups, and then at a more strategic level for those larger clients.
Thanks, Shane. And certainly my own impression in relation to agri-food is that there's a strong state support for companies breaking into new markets. But I'm sure the rest of our panelists might have views. I suppose just to ask, are there gaps there? I mean, we can see that there's strong support from Irish embassies in agri-food. We have the Africa Agri-Food Development Programme for companies that want to partner with African partners. We have Sustainable Food Systems Ireland working on the government-to-government piece of exchanging expertise. But I'm sure every company feels that there's more the government could do to support them in those markets. So if any of you want to comment.
I'll take Ornua's perspective on that. Obviously, Brophy, which is linked into government, has been a massive help to Ornua. Albeit we are well established in Africa, we've been trading the continent for decades, so we don't have the experience of the SMEs that are just looking to break in, which obviously are more heavily reliant on the likes of Brophy. But from state support, Sinead, I think I met you in Algeria a couple of years ago on a trade mission. Again, we're well established in Algeria, but from that trade mission opened up extra doors that we didn't know existed in order to kind of further grow our business in the market. Minister Coveney has actually opened 2 of our factories in Africa, in Algeria and Nigeria, and the relationships formed in market from those top-to-top meetings have been hugely beneficial for us in growing our footprint in the continent. So from our point of view of Ornua, it's been a really positive experience ever since I've started working in Africa.
Yeah, if I might add there, certainly I've been on trade missions myself, and it's a great way to open doors that you couldn't open yourself directly. So the government are doing a great job and have had a very strong focus on Africa. The network of embassies is fantastic, and over the years I've seen that change where they're always very helpful, but now there's a special focus on helping businesses. So for Irish businesses trying to get into Africa, they can open up doors, introduce you to the right people. There are very strong Irish business networks which are kind of linked to the embassies, which are fantastic as well. So in terms of Irish companies trying to work in Africa, the opportunities are endless. It's phenomenal opportunities. You do need to be resilient. It can be difficult to find out information, but you need to get out to Africa. So, and you need to go and visit the markets that you're interested in. Nothing like in Africa, personal relationships are very important. Face-to-face meetings, getting a WhatsApp number and getting on a group like that is very important. I know Ethiopian Airlines are here today. It would be great if Ethiopian Airlines could reopen the direct flight. That would be fantastic because it would help with the personal relationships and getting to meet people face to face in country.
Thanks.
Yeah, I suppose from our side, it's a constant thing we struggle with, and something we focus on as well. And I think, like you said, the Ethiopian connection obviously made my life very easy. And there's a bit of a history. The support we've gotten from the embassies, from ministers visiting, and we met with Minister Coveney, we met with a number of people, has always been fantastic, and we really can't ask for more. We've had 4 different ambassadors in Addis over our time. I think all of them have visited the operation, some on a number of occasions. Some I rock up some weekends and they're already there waiting. We do have 7 different fruits you can taste and have juice dribbling down your shirt while you do it. So it can be a really good experience to get close and down and dirty with the farm operation. And it's different to the beautifully packaged products we see from my colleagues here. We're all about cutting it from the tree and having it dribble down your shirt. So anyone and everybody is welcome to come and see what we do there.
Thanks very much, David. And maybe if I stay with you, there's a question in terms of energy, which is obviously crucial. I suppose because of the massive inflationary pressures we're seeing this year rising from Russia's illegal war in Ukraine, is there a shift, I suppose, in terms of the economics of renewable energy? Is that, is there a real positive, if you can take any positives out of the situation, but is there a shift in the economics of renewable energy versus fossil fuels for Africa for the future?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Africa is still, in a lot of places, you've unreliable supply. So even though, for example, Ethiopia is very, very green electricity and very cheap electricity, but it's not always available. In fact, it's not even often available. And a lot of people rely on generators, and that generator fuel already has gone up 50%, but it's likely to go up much, much more in Ethiopia. There was a question about West Africa. We've done a few projects in West Africa, again, in Côte d'Ivoire, a country that's reliant on generators to back up. Putting in place a solar system that will power your factory, power your hotel, power your embassy. We've done a project for the British Embassy in Harare. That will greatly improve your carbon footprint, but also your energy security and your reliability of supply. We've factories running, you've factories running, and the worst thing that can happen is for that factory to suddenly have its electricity connection cut. And you need a backup generator for that. We've 450 kVA units sitting there that consume tens of litres every hour. If you can put in place an alternative to that, which is what we're trying to do with PV Africa, is our company doing that. As I said, it's a solution provider to a problem we had. That can greatly change things. There's a 3 to 4 year payback on those kind of investments if you're already reliant on generators for up to 20 or 30% of your needs. So that's a fantastic return. Now, in Ireland, everyone would think 3 to 4 years is a no-brainer. I've got a system in my home here, and it was a 10-year return on investment when I installed it. It's probably sitting around 6 years right now because of the change in prices. At the moment, my kids are having hot showers from that right now. That's the kind of flexibility and security and comfort you get from that, and we're not reliant on, and we're not worried about the consumption figures. It's the same in our customers' operations. It's the same in our operation. Everything we've switched to renewables, we've never looked back.
I might add there, it would seem to me now that there's a huge opportunity in Africa to push, to leap, like I was saying, to the next technologies. So Africa would be could be the world leader in producing green hydrogen. In order to produce green hydrogen, you need water and you need energy, there's plenty of solar energy available in Africa, and there are freshwater resources available in certain areas. And these could be used to develop hydrogen schemes to send energy to Europe. So in terms of big exports to Europe, Africa could lead the way in terms of dealing with this energy crisis that we're facing. There was only a handful of schemes. I think there's only 10 schemes. You can imagine the size of Africa. There's 10 schemes at the moment, I think, which are hydrogen schemes, which are, they started maybe late 2021. So there's a phenomenal opportunity there for Africa to leapfrog traditional ways of doing things and get into really the innovative and future ways of doing things.
Thanks very much to everyone. Now, I am conscious of time and my commitment to end on time. I see some questions coming in particular on the Africa Agri-Food Development Programme and Sustainable Food Systems Ireland, and just to highlight the fact that both of those entities have stands here, so there's an opportunity to engage with them directly over lunch or in the afternoon, and I'd encourage people to do so. I do want to close on an agri-food specific note by mentioning the Ireland Africa Rural Development Committee, which I co-chair along with Rory de Burke from the Department of Foreign Affairs. This committee is responsible for progressing specific actions which are identified in the EU's Task Force on Rural Africa and also Ireland's own National Task Team on Rural Africa reports. Both of those processes were chaired by Tom Arnold, who is Ireland's Special Envoy on Food Systems and whom we are very lucky to have as a global champion of sustainable food systems. The core recommendations in those reports was to establish a committee that would bring together essentially all of the different work streams that we've heard about in various forms this morning. One stream is our agri-food state agency engagement in international development initiatives in Africa and building strategic relationships with key African partners. And Sustainable Food Systems Ireland is an obvious lead agency on that, but obviously bringing in all of the other government sides into that work. Then there's Ireland's Food Systems Research and Evaluation for Development is another work stream. And IFIAD, the Irish Forum for International Agricultural Development, is doing great work in that space with a lot of cooperation with our research institutions. And the third stream, as Minister Coveney mentioned this morning, is the establishment of an Irish Africa Agribusiness Forum or network. And that's very much intended to build on the existing really good country networks and I suppose to encourage people to Irish businesses, African businesses to come together on common issues, to learn from each other, and to build on those relationships in a really open and positive way. So I just want to conclude by thanking all of the panelists. I'm sorry we didn't have time to get to all of the questions, but I think lunch and networking is also very important. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all got something nice to eat over the break and feel refreshed. We're now in the later half of this forum, which brings us to our third session, which is titled Women's Economic Empowerment: Women Transforming the Economic, Trade and Investment Relationship Between Africa and Ireland. This conversation is centered around innovation, green growth, and how Africa and Ireland's transformative future would not be complete without looking at the critical role of women in building economic prosperity and driving opportunities for trade and investment. This discussion is an opportunity to examine the role that women entrepreneurs and business leaders are playing and what needs to happen to strengthen that involvement. To set the scene for this discussion, we are delighted to be joined by Senator Pippa Hackett, Minister of State for Land Use and Biodiversity at the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you, Zainab. Listen, good afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to be here to join you today. It's very bright up here, so I hope you can see me. Can't really see anyone down there. You're all very dark. And I hope you've really had an enjoyable morning and a delicious lunch. It's a really exciting programme today, and I'm more than delighted to open this session on women's economic empowerment. I think women have such a massive role to play in not only, I suppose, national, each in our own countries, but globally. So it's a privilege to be here. Gender equality is a universally recognised human right, and women's and girls' empowerment is a fundamental foundation for prosperity and sustainable economic development. The importance of this is acknowledged by the international community through the adoption of gender equality as a standalone goal, Sustainable Development Goal number 5 in the UN 2030 Agenda. Gender equality is also fundamental to the goals of poverty reduction, zero hunger, economic growth, sustainable natural resource management, mitigating and adapting to climate change, and protecting and conserving ecosystems and biodiversity. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the impact of gender inequality. It has disproportionately affected women and girls across the world, in local communities, among migrants, among displaced persons, and for older women. In this global context, in Ireland and Africa alike, addressing gender equality and women's and girls' rights is urgent and more important than ever. The global food system produces enough food to feed every person on this planet, and probably more. However, due to a range of challenges, an increased number of people in both rural and urban areas are unable to realise their right to adequate food and to meet their daily food and nutritional needs. Gender-based discrimination and inequality result in women and girls in all their diversities often being the worst affected by food insecurity and various forms of malnutrition. Women play active roles in the agri-food sector as farmers, as producers, as smallholders, and entrepreneurs throughout the food systems and value chains, and as consumers and providers for their families. Achievement of gender equality underpins increased production and improved efficiency in many sectors, including in agriculture, in a context where small-scale and family farming is increasingly feminised, where inequality and discrimination in access to and control over resources continues to undermine economic development. The Africa Agri-Food Development Programme is a joint initiative between my own Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine and the Department of Foreign Affairs. The objective of AADP is to develop partnerships between the Irish agri-food sector and our African countries to support sustainable growth of the local food industry, build markets for local produce, and support mutual trade between Ireland and Africa. This will be achieved through supporting eligible Irish companies to build meaningful partnerships with African companies and use their expertise and resources to jointly work on projects which will have strong development impact. In assessing applications, the potential for a project to contribute to reaching the furthest behind will be a key consideration, in line with the priorities set out in Ireland's policy for international development, A Better World. Gender equality is one of the 4 priority areas of this policy, and in that regard, AADP has as one of its criteria the gender profile of both the Irish and African partner companies. We must empower women entrepreneurs, and in particular those in SMEs, through better access to finance. Governments in the global north, alongside various bilateral and multilateral investors, need to increase African SMEs' long-term finance and capacity building with creative loan guarantee products to support women entrepreneurs, both technically and financially. My department funds the Acorns programme to support early-stage female entrepreneurs. This programme is now in its 7th phase, and it's designed to encourage a stronger level of enterprise development by seeking out and assisting start-up female entrepreneurs living in rural areas to grow and develop their businesses. Based on a belief that entrepreneurs learn best from each other, the Acorns initiative is facilitated by other female entrepreneurs known as lead entrepreneurs, who have started and successfully grown businesses in rural Ireland. I've met with many of these women, and I can assure you they are truly empowering. My department leads on Ireland's engagement with the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, and recent funding has included support to the joint programme on rural women's economic empowerment, which was implemented in Ethiopia, Liberia, Rwanda, and Niger. Building on this engagement with the FAO and on our experiences from the Acorns programme, we are also supporting a pilot project on sustainable livelihoods and decent work for rural women in Mexico. The report of Ireland's National Task Team for Rural Africa calls for an improvement in the effectiveness of Ireland's food systems research for development in Africa. This is to be delivered through enhanced coordination and incentivising collaborations to include a thorough mapping of the national agricultural knowledge and innovation system in Ireland and potentially in partner countries. The mapping must include an assessment of gender in knowledge transfer. Capacity building through gender-responsive agricultural extension and advisory services and other forms of technical training is vital for improving women's knowledge and production, particularly for small-scale food producers and other value chain participants. Yet most women have less access to advisory and extension services than men, and the services they can access are often not well adapted to their needs and realities. Research has shown that networks are often less widely available and less diverse among female entrepreneurs, which places the woman at a distinct disadvantage. Programs designed to empower women through skills training may be more successful if they are complemented with mentorship support. In this regard, Ireland's next Common Agricultural Policy strategic plan includes some all-women knowledge transfer groups. Education of all people, particularly women and girls, is a strategic and critical development priority to enable women to participate not only in the formal labour market, but also in decision-making roles. Inclusive quality education is essential for women's and girls' empowerment, for achieving gender equality, and for reducing women's poverty. Girls' education is associated with better future economic and social prospects and lower early and adolescent pregnancy rates. Yet persistent inequality in education for girls continues to affect the lives of millions of women and girls worldwide. It's therefore incumbent on all governments to implement or to strengthen existing legislation to ensure gender equal access to inclusive quality education for all. From a national policy perspective, Ireland's recently published Agri-Food Strategy Food Vision 2030 recognises the importance of gender balance to the long-term sustainable future of our agri-food sector. We want to promote and improve gender balance at all levels, including at senior management and board level. A national dialogue on women in agriculture is expected to take place next year. So in conclusion, I want to say, investing in women's economic empowerment sets a direct path towards gender equality, towards poverty eradication, and towards inclusive economic growth. Ireland fully believes that the gender equality and women's empowerment is a prerequisite to advancing economics, as well as addressing the global challenges of climate action and biodiversity decline. We need all of these to work together for truly sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Before we begin the panel discussion properly, we are delighted to share a recorded message from Ms. Vera Songwe, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Unfortunately, she couldn't be with us in person today, but wanted to share some thoughts with us.
Good morning, Minister Pippa Hackett, Minister of State for Land Use and Biodiversity at the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marines. Of course, greetings to all the distinguished panelists that we have today, and to Ambassador Quinlan, who is the Ambassador of Ireland to Kenya, Sudan, Somalia, and Eritrea. It's a pleasure to join you today to talk about this very important topic, women entrepreneurship, women empowerment. And I look forward to sharing the views on particularly women's transformation of the economic landscape in Africa. Where do we see women? How can we support? And what is the relationship that we can build further between Ireland and Africa? Maybe just give you a few statistics. Africa's total early stage entrepreneurial activity rate for women is at about 25.8%. So it's almost double that of the global average, which is 14%. So African women are clearly very entrepreneurial. We need to do more, of course. As we do that, I think we've seen a number of areas where women can do more. We know the areas where women are doing well. It's mostly in retail, in the wholesale and retail sector. It's in the trade sector. It's increasingly becoming also in the transport and manufacturing sector. Of course, wholesale and retail and trade are not a huge value-adding segments of our economy. So we need women to move from these segments of the economy where there's very little value added, the segments of the economy where they can do more. And I hope that this conversation today helps us to see how we can help women move to more value addition segments of the economy. Almost half of the women surveyed in Africa reported an intention to start a business within the next 3 years. So this is a pool that we can tap into, of course, to maybe now start redirecting them into more value-added segments of the economy, maybe through the digital segments of our economy, agriculture, but more value chain addition in the agriculture segment will be important areas where we can get more women to join the economy. With Ireland, how can Ireland help? I think looking at our trade dynamics between the Africa and Ireland, we see that yes, our exports to Ireland remain weak, but imports are good. So we can clearly close that gap by helping our small and medium enterprises, our women businesses to do better. Reaching 6 billion trade between Africa and Ireland is not an over-ambitious goal, and maybe this is part of what we agreed to do in this conference today, is to start tracking what segments of our economy, where can we do more. When we look at where we have trade happening today, we see, of course, it's a lot in the fossil fuels segments with Nigeria, Algeria, Guinea, some trade in commodities with South Africa, Libya as well. So we need to do more in the value addition segments of our economy as we trade with you and see how much more we can do. Looking more into slightly more detail at that breakdown of trade, I think what we see is, you know, we have minerals, as we said, so commodity trade, which is a bit the trademark of Africa. It goes from, you know, natural uncultured pearls that's coming from South Africa. We see wood, we see stone, but maybe, again, even in the field of cultured pearls, can we begin to work to see whether we do some more value addition between Africa and Ireland as we do the jewelry trade, which is a huge segment of many economies. If we think about Philippines, if we think about China, if we think about Indonesia, so why not moving up the value chain in Africa in those segments of the economy? If we look at Africa's imports from Ireland, they're mostly dominated by manufactured commodities. So again, maybe we can look at pharmaceutical products. Is there some way of sharing knowledge, getting a little bit more FDI into the pharmaceutical sector, which is coming from COVID? Can we get more FDI into the pharmaceutical sector from Ireland so that we're included in the pharmaceutical value chain? And, you know, some of the drugs are produced in Ireland and finished, and not just cap and fill, but some of the processes for drug production can happen on the continent. I think these are some segments that way we can probably begin to think of working together. Of course, we talked a little bit about digitization and, you know, the excellent work that Ireland has done to attract the large digital entrepreneurs and businesses, conglomerates of the world. What is it that we can learn from you in that space, and how can we do better to attract them as well into the continent and get women involved in segments of this business? I think these are areas where hopefully we can have conversations during this days of reflection and see how we can continue to build our collaboration. Of course, at the end of all of this, we need financing. And so we hope also that we can talk about how we can facilitate access to financing for small and medium enterprise women so that they can continue to build entrepreneurial activity. 60 to 80% of all small SMEs on our continent are run by women. So we know that if we strengthen the SME women sector on the continent, we strengthen the continent, we create more jobs, of course, and we build prosperity. You have seen the dynamics of women entrepreneurship on the continent. You have seen a little bit the direction of trade between Ireland and Africa in the presentations. I hope that as you continue this day of conversations and as we build a stronger relationship between Africa and Ireland in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, we can use some of these data points to see how we build and improve on our relationship, especially, of course, in the Horn of Africa, since that is Ambassador Quinlan's space, but also on the biodiversity field, we see that there is a lot of exchange between Africa and Ireland in that area. And so hopefully we can find ways of collaborating and supporting more small and medium enterprise women to deliver prosperity to the continent. Thank you very much for your attention.
I'd like to now welcome the panel to the stage. This conversation will be moderated by Fionnuala Quinlan, Ambassador of Ireland in Kenya. Our wonderful panelists in this session are Josephine Sepeku, Project Manager of Dar Technohama Business Incubator and former Ireland Africa Fellow. Joe Ryan, Interim CEO of True Trade Africa and Chair of Business Ireland Kenya. Carol Kariuki, CEO of Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Rawia Mansour, Founder and Chairperson of Ramsco Foundation, Egypt. Thank you very much.
Welcome, everybody. Folja, Caribou Sana. I'm just delighted to be here and to be moderating this panel of wonderful women, and just to say a big thank you to Minister Hackett and, of course, to Minister Katagum, who set the scene so well, along with the Executive Secretary, Vera Songwe. It's just brilliant to be here with such a panel of business leaders, gender champions, and change agents. So I just want to say a word about our panelists today. And the perspective, some of the perspectives they'll be coming from, although they will also do a wonderful job of introducing their own work a little later. So first we have Josephine Sepeku, Project Manager at Dar Technohama Business Incubator in Tanzania, also a former Ireland Africa Fellow, so welcome home, Josephine.
Thank you very much.
She's also a leader of the Women's Empowerment Programme for the Camden Education Trust and campaigns to promote rural women's land rights in Tanzania. Then we have Joe Ryan, who is the CEO of True Trade, which is a social enterprise that links smallholder farmers to markets. She's also the chair of Business Ireland Kenya, which works very hard to promote two-way trade and investment between our two countries. Next, we have Carol Kariuki, who is the CEO of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, which represents 1 million Kenyan and international businesses, and also with the support of Ireland helps to train and mentor women-led SMEs. And last but not least, we have Rawia Mansour, who is the founder and chairperson of Ramsco in Egypt, leveraging climate adaptation to help make agriculture and sustainable food production sustainable. She's also very committed to providing employment for women through supporting them to learn organic farming and distribution. So we know the panel, we know the title rather, and I just wanted to say today there's kind of 3 topics broadly that we're going to discuss. Firstly, the role of women in trade, and particularly in fostering green growth in Africa. And that's, as we can appreciate, particularly in the area many of us come from, in the Horn of Kenya, the food security crisis there, that's ever more important. Secondly, the challenges and the opportunities that women face, and how can we ensure that trade is sustainable and delivers equally, and in particular for women and girls. And finally, how might we better support trade between Africa and Ireland? But maybe before I hand over to our brilliant panelists, I just wanted to share a small story that I think might help frame the discussion. I'm going to tell you a short story about my first trip to Africa, which was more than 20 years ago now, and it was to Ethiopia. And as we traveled around, I was really struck by the number of women, farmers, working in the fields. Very often they might have a small baby strapped to their back, others would be carrying heavy loads. And so I asked our guide, how is it that all the farmers seem to be women? And indeed, he did confirm that the vast majority of smallholder farmers are women. Also that they do look after the house, they look after the children, they fetch the water. And as he went through this very long list of tasks, I eventually asked him, and what do the men do? A little perplexed. And he said to me, I always remember, he said, with the marketing, which, as I understood on questioning him further, was the moment at which obviously the produce is sold and the resources are taken in return. Of course, we've seen huge strides in Africa in terms of gender equality, and indeed in Ireland, over those 2 decades. But I think it is true to say also that women still continue to bear the brunt of the labour, but very often don't have anywhere near equal access to finance, to the land rights, and also, as Minister Hackett said, to the networks that would enable them to really take the next leap. And I guess that's why, as Minister Hackett set out very well, gender equality really needs to be at the centre of all of our development experts. I just want to recall very briefly 3 facts that Minister Coveney gave to us this morning that I think are worth remembering. One is, and I think Executive Secretary Songwe referred to this as well, Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest rate of female entrepreneurs in the world at 26%. Also, McKinsey has found that the female economy is the world's largest emerging market, with the potential to add 12 trillion to global GDP by 2025. And finally, regrettably, the extent to which COVID has set us back, and the fact that it'll now be another generation. I think it was 135 years as opposed to 99 years before we reach gender parity. But each and every one of our panelists works every day to support smallholder farmers, women traders, and business leaders to succeed. And so without further ado, I'm just going to ask each of them to just speak for 2 minutes or so on their area of work and the perspective that it gives them on women's economic empowerment. And so Josephine, I might start with you on the right, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. As introduced before, my name is Josephine. I work with women in rural areas, such as Langa, Gisarawe, but on the other hand, we look at the trade and how they are doing their businesses. That's in terms of looking for them to have the knowledge and understanding about what is happening and how they can produce the trade across the globe. However, there are so many challenges that we'll come to talk about as time goes by. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'm actually another Josephine, but I go as Joe. So otherwise we'd have good confusion. So I work with True Trade Africa, which is the trading arm of Self-Help Africa. So basically we're aggregators, as the ambassador said. So we spend our time aggregating from smallholder farmers, particularly women, women processors, and also we help right across the value chain up to women exporters. And so, yes, I'm really looking forward to this conversation. I do think it was framed really well, and I do think it's really good that we're actually having a section on women and trade, like at the forum this time, because I think it's really, it's going to really contribute towards the idea of getting women up and added value in terms of value addition, what women do in trade.
Thank you very much. My name again is Carol Kariuki, the CEO of Kenya Private Sector Alliance. It's the umbrella body of the private sector. And our biggest membership is actually the associations. And we have about 90 associations, and some of these, at least 5 of them, are women associations in business, in trade. And what we do 2 areas is our main focus. One is the policy environment and the regulations in the country, so we work very closely with government. And then the second thing is investments and trade. And so when it comes to women, where we focused our energies a lot is looking at the policy environment for women in terms of gender mainstreaming. And the recent study by KEPSA and some of the organizations, we realized that in terms of women in board, Kenya has about 36% compared to the world average of 23%. So we're doing pretty good in that sense. And recently we just won, our president did get the Africa Gender Award through the AU, part of the AU, and we got the Private Sector Gender Award. So we've been really trying to get mainstreaming of especially women in business and empowerment of women. Then the second, so in terms of policy, that's the area we focus on, and then on the investment and trade, and how do we get women involved in the area of investment and trade. And what the ambassador just said, the majority, the statistics have it, 75% of unpaid work is by women. And so as the farms reduce, women and urbanization happens, women are moving in the urban areas with their families, and so they're not in the farms as much as possible. And that means that even though they're doing unpaid work, they have to replace what they've been doing in the farm. And that's why we're getting in to say, how do we get them into the trade and into investment, and how can they compete? And I'll be talking a lot around that later.
My name is Rawia Mansour, and I'm Egyptian. I was previously an interior designer. After building the most beautiful houses in Egypt, I decided to invest in sustainable development, especially during the high rise and prior to the Egyptian revolution, the high price of food prices. I decided to dedicate my life to food security and empowering women. And especially that 50% of women in Egypt are supporting their families. So I found out that 40% of the poverty is in rural areas. I have invested in research and development and was able to plant, because in Egypt we do have a great problem of water scarcity, so how to plant in desert areas, remote desert areas with very high salinity water. And I was able to later on to create my own also a company in Monaco called Oasis, which stands for Organic Agriculture for Social International Solidarity. And as I recall today, Minister Mariam was talking about circular economies, and we are able to completely recycle all the waste into the patents I have, into soil enhancers that decrease the usage of water around 60% with the drip irrigation, and also mitigate and adapt to climate change, with another patent of biochar, which is green charcoal. And I intend to create AIEF, which is entrepreneurial zero waste eco-villages throughout North Africa, which is going to fulfill the 17th and women empowerment goal, which is public-private partnership. And as Minister Coveney said today, in Africa, we're looking for 27 million jobs per year. If we do around 234 villages in Egypt alone, that would create 10 million jobs. So I think rural development would be, and this will help also stop immigration from Africa to Europe, and we shall create jobs where we are born, in Africa.
Super, super. Thank you all so much for that excellent framing. I mean, we've heard a lot today about the opportunities that are available, whether that's in financial services, agribusiness, and so forth. Joe, I might just come to you to ask you first, what do you see as some of the key opportunities for economic growth, trade and investment? And particularly, how are women accessing these and then also driving them? Because of course, I guess it's important to recognize that there are very many sectors, different sectors within women entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I agree. So I think when we think about women in trade, it is a very diverse group. Just as a previous speaker this morning said, Africa is a very diverse continent. I think the women who trade within Africa are equally as diverse. So we work, so right across the value chain. So, and the opportunities and challenges are really within the sector. But like, for example, the women producers that we would work, that we talked about in terms of producing, say, cassava or cassava tubers, trying to route to market, trying to get access to market would be a particular challenge for those ladies. Cross-border trade, I know we were talking about that this morning earlier with one of the speakers. A lot of the women are doing the cross-border trade. There's a lot of non-trade barriers that they face in terms of paperwork at borders. It might be personal security issues at borders. And then you're talking about food processors, women who lead on a lot of food processing. And I know we've done a lot of work with some of the women to try and help them to access standards, like global gap standards, and that helps them then to access markets, so international markets. And then you have women who are exporting. So their opportunities are many, but I also think their challenges are around access to finance, foreign exchange. Whether it's trading within Africa, I know the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement will give a lot of opportunities there, but it's really managing the risks in order to access the opportunities. And I think we've done a lot of work trying to help the women traders, or the women processors in particular, to access the funding to allow them to trade. And I think that's the key. I think a lot of people feel that I think for women, I think it was touched as well on there, but I think a lot of the feeling is that that there is finance out there. I think it's the access to finance, or it's the access to networking, or it's the access to the market. And I think women find it a little bit more challenging because culturally they mightn't have ownership of assets, or they're primary caregivers, which we know a lot of, or their networks are limited, so they kind of have a challenge to actually kind of access the opportunities. And I think that's mainly the main ones.
No, I mean, I think when we were talking earlier about what is, the purpose of having this panel, and I think when we talk about some of the issues that you're bringing out, whether that's 75% of women doing unpaid work, sexual and gender-based violence at border posts and things, these are issues that are very specific to women. But Carol, also there are very positive things that are specific to women, and that's what I'd like you to speak to us about, is what are women bringing to the table that's different to create an enabling environment in an African context? And particularly maybe you could speak to us about this issue of green growth, innovation and job creation, if you would.
Okay. Thank you. So several things that women bring to the table that sometimes it's different. One, because women network well. And one of the things that we realized when we were during COVID, and we ran this program with the Irish Embassy, was the training and mentorship of women. And on average, every Friday, we'd have about 400 to 500 women who would come online to be able to network, to see how do they survive, how can they be resilient through COVID. So their small businesses and their businesses could survive. And so we realized women love to network. And that helps because then they're able to exchange ideas, they're able to be innovative. The second thing, women are very innovative. As we said, with 75% of unpaid work with being women. So they have to innovate on how to do business, how to do trade very differently from the men who are able to leave their homes and go and trade and do investments. So they're able to think through how to do that. So they become very adaptive to technology. So in terms of technology, the biggest group, apart from the youth, in terms of if we were to group youth, women, and men, the second group that has taken up technology is the women. And I'll give you a statistic. What the central bank realized, the Kenya Central Bank, we have the M-Pesa, as had been mentioned earlier. Most of the transactions happen at 3 a.m. And when they looked at that, it was the women, because they wake up, they transact in terms of buying the produce they need to sell and the products they need to sell, and then go back, get their families ready for school, for work, and then when everyone has left the house, then they go to their small businesses. So technology has worked so well for women because they're able to use it. So they become very innovative in terms of how to use technology to be able to do business. The third thing, women, and I think that was mentioned earlier about the circular economy. They've been the most adaptive when it comes to circular economy because of many times when they've had, and as Finola, the ambassador, said about Ethiopia and the women having to be the ones doing most of the work, they have to really utilize every little thing. And for a long time, because they didn't have access to capital, they needed to make sure that by the time that shirt gets to be thrown away, it's been used by every child in that home. And so you see them running the businesses the same way, which has really helped in the circular economy. They're able to take products, use them, use the waste to produce something else, turn that the waste of that something else to something else. And so we've had to adopt as KEPS and say, how do we then engage more women in the circular economy? And so we're running a big program, especially on what we call the Plastic Pact. And Kenya has the largest plastic program in Africa in terms of recycling. And most of the people who we are engaging to turn that into businesses are women. And when we look at the coastal region, which Kenya borders the Indian Ocean, and a lot of trying to get the waste from going to the sea, they've become very adaptive to being able to take that waste and turn it around and create businesses around that. So they have been very adaptive in terms of green energy, in green economy. The last thing on the green economy is that there's been a big push, and I think we've seen it even here, about everyone going back to the healthy habits of food and everything else. And so we're seeing more women trying to adopt into the technologies that produce organic or healthy foods and that's contributing to the green economy, and even health uses of energy sources. When we talk about using kerosene in terms of lighting and all that, and you show women why that is bad and you give them alternatives, they adopt very fast. So they've been early adopters on the green economy than we've seen in any other group.
Super, Carol. Thank you so much. We spoke a little, and we've spoken quite a bit actually about some of the barriers they face, and obviously it's very different if you're talking, as Joe said, about a cassava farmer and one of the women-led SMEs perhaps, or that you've been speaking about. But I'd like to come to you, Josephine, just to ask you, you work with rural women in Tanzania, you come up against this in a lot of your work. what are the barriers that you see, and how do you feel that we could better overcome them? And is there, for example, a greater role for Irish Africa trade or knowledge transfer?
Yes. Thank you very much. In addition to what my fellow panelists were speaking, I would like to talk about 3 barriers that might combine several barriers that have been speaking of since the beginning of the forum today. The first barrier would be access to market, but in terms of the how, in terms of the knowledge. So for example, you might have women who are very good into business, and they might have products that could fit the trade market, but they lack the knowledge of how to send out these products or where to take them out there. But you might have the ones who have the how to get there, but do not have the products that are actually needed based on the standards. So the access to market depends upon the how, based on the both areas, being it the standard that is required, but also the requirements that are out there. We have policies and we have discussions that talks about this and everything. But the question is, if I'm to speak of Tanzania, a woman who is in Kigoma, a woman who is in Mbeya, for example, dealing with avocados and everything, does she really have time to read this? Does she really know where to go to get to where this trade can happen? So that's in terms of the access to market on the how. But the second part I would like to talk about is the transfer of knowledge. But my transfer of knowledge is not about the discussions that we have. Specifically, I would like to touch the part of expertise. We have knowledge transfer, we have trainings, we have mentorship. But do we really have the expertise part that we want? I do acknowledge the work of Chagas and the Sustainable Food Ireland that are actually happening in Tanzania, specific in Tanga, and the dairy product. We have the Agricom and products such as Proudly Made in Africa. But do we really reach the expertise to the number that is needed? As much as I acknowledge this part is done, but how many are we reaching so far? So that's another challenge that we need to look at. The other part I would like to talk about is, among the barrier, is capacity building. The capacity building is any woman in this area or men that actually support the women who are in trade, the practicability part of the business, the engagement part, the capacity that we are building. Are we really just having forums and discussing and saying this is going to happen, or do we have the practice? What is actually happening? Ireland is doing very good when it comes to agriculture and trade, and it is evident. You don't even have to read about it. But the women who are out there that actually need this capacity building, do we have the exchange that actually supports these women? What capacity are we actually building? We talk about access to finance, and I acknowledge that it's very important. But if they do not have the capacity, where is that fund going? Are we really putting in money to a person that cannot really depend upon themselves when it comes to this? The knowledge transfer, the capacity that we're building will actually cement the finances that goes down there. Those are among the challenges that I would like to address. But also looking about how to solve. Introduction. I see a gap. Many women, as my colleagues are talking about, wake up at 3 a.m., they do businesses, they work day in and out, they work so hard, sleepless hours, but they're selling into the community, they're selling from one house to another. Where is that business to business between selling here the products, bringing them from Africa, for example, to Ireland, to Europe, but at the same time, the woman who is this side is also buying on the other side? That is the gap that we are missing. We are talking about trade, we are talking about everything, but who is bridging that gap? Where are we actually going? Having a seat here, for me, it's a challenge. Are we really going to be sitting here and talk every day, or are we going to see the change that we'll actually see? I, for example, may not be here, but I would like to hear in the next forum that we have seen and we have done the practicability upon the gaps that are actually there. What can be done? We can talk about the embassies. They're doing a very good job, I must recognize, in Africa, and partnership and everything. They can also continue using the fellow Irish companies and leaders that are actually down there that can link them to the small farmers, to the small traders that are across the country. For example, I'm coming from Dar es Salaam, but which is a very good city. But you have a woman who is in Kigoma that is 1,000 kilometers just from Dar es Salaam. Now imagine 1,000 kilometers from Dar es Salaam to my country and then bringing them here. Do we really reach those areas? You have a woman in Mbeya who is about 900 kilometers. We have Mwanza about 1,400 and something kilometers. Do we really reach those areas? Are we tackling them? For me, I would like to see practicability. I would like to see the change. But I might also recognize among the work that we're doing in the women empowerment, I would like to call it enabling, as my fellow colleague was talking about here. You might not start completely like today, I'm bringing a team of all experts in every country that must be costful and it needs strategies. But there are different ways. Talk of innovation and technology. Having them train. We have the Women Empowerment Program that we gather female teachers and leaders and traders together in a forum at least once a week, and we create a series. We call it a semester. So every Thursday, they will meet and they talk. It's a safe space for them to speak. When they speak there, and it's a different countries combined, that is when they get to discover, first, some challenges are all the same in the same countries, but also it reduces the number of challenges that we have in terms of if, for example, Tanzania speak of a different challenge, but maybe Kenya has gone through about it and they speak, it solves a challenge instead of waiting for a government to work about it, instead of waiting for an embassy, for example, to work about it. So it's a platform. It could start from there. It's an initiative that can be copied around the globe. Bring in together, we're all here together, we're sitting here once, but what happens after we leave? Do we have these daily changes, these women that are out there? Some challenges can be solved when we have those women involved. There are moments that we impose and imply this is the solution, but sometimes that is not the solution. We provide equity, but they're looking for low rate payment debts because they don't want to be given completely everything. They feel less enabled and empowered. But we're always talking about equity. We are talking about impact investment. Sometimes we need to hear from them. We need to see what is actually happening. What are we doing about it? I would like to challenge everyone in here, both men and women, to do something about it. I'm including men because men engage the African society. I am an African woman. I recognize my role, but doesn't mean I shouldn't work. You might have a meeting that involves female only, but if a man in a house says no, it doesn't happen. You work, and yes, we do recognize your space, and we expect you men to help us enabling environment for us to do the business. Two heads are better than one. A man might earn many things, but if a woman also supports, it brings out, you are to take your child to a certain school. If we are both producing, then our child will go to a better school, better community. Changes begins from us. I start the change, let us all do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Josephine. Just lots of really, I think, very important points there, and also very well done on challenging us all to really take this forward and make something very meaningful from it, which I think is absolutely the intention. And I was struck today, both in Minister Coveney's address, also I think in what Leo Clancy, the CEO of Enterprise Ireland, they both spoke about the importance of knowledge transfer and institutional learning. And coming from Kenya, obviously our development program there is actually based on that, both be it in agriculture, in education, or in private sector. It's about sharing the lessons of Ireland's development and the mistakes, which is a very important, I think is a very important part as well. But I think definitely more of that is always useful. And of course, in that process, Ireland learns an enormous amount as well, as many of our speakers referred to today. And I'm just wondering, when you're talking about some of the barriers, access to market, infrastructure, and so forth, I'd be really interested in hearing your thoughts on technology and how technology is helping us bridge the gap. And I mean, Carol, you spoke about, I have to say, for a moment, it sounded to me like getting lemons and making lemonades when you were talking about the poor women getting up at 3 a.m. so they could do their business before they did all their other tasks. But I mean, technology is enabling that. And maybe just to think, when we talk about the barriers also, I'd be interested in your reflections on the power of digital to kind of ease some of these barriers. But Rawi, I want to come to you now. And I mean, you've been very committed to women and girls and supporting them to get employment and to benefit from capacity building in organic farming and distribution and so forth. So could you tell us what you think is really important and what we need to do to make sure that trade delivers, particularly for women and girls, that it's equal, but I guess tries to redress some of the imbalances with regards to women and girls. And just before you do that, actually, I see we have some questions coming up on Slido. But can I please encourage you also to pop your questions on Slido, and I'll start picking them up after we've heard from Roya.
So definitely in rural areas, 50% of the farmers are women, and they farm much better than men, because to pick up the okras, to do all this sensitive work, packaging is done by women. I think equal pay is one of the issues that we have sorted out in Egypt, to give equal pay to men and women. We had difficulties to bring the girls farmers to they always have a man from the area who would bring them, and he would take money from them to employ them, which was not unfair. This was very unfair, and we were able to stop that. But I see there's a lot of, especially in agriculture with perishable goods, it's very difficult because we have the whole supply chain. So you send your things to the supermarkets. By the time they pay back the farmer, it takes quite a long time, because they take access to a month and a half or 2 months to pay back. And that is a problem. There is a problem of access to finance and access to land. I don't think it's easy for a woman to get access to land, which is the main problem, I think, in Africa and North Africa and Africa on a whole. And also the capacity building. Capacity building is a must, and I see there's a lot of collaboration between capacity building in Ireland and Africa, where they could teach us also added value, because a lot of the products would have a lot of second rates, so that if you do added value, you would get more income for the farmers. And how does this help gender equality? It delays the early marriages, because they wouldn't like to get rid of the girls because they can't support themselves. And then it gives them also the power to negotiate for themselves and have more self-assurance. When it comes to climate change, and I think about the COP27 in Egypt, we are going to receive the COP27 this year. For me, it's a challenge to prove that, to show an example of a zero-waste eco-village that is going to be demonstrated with climate change mitigation and adaptation, because up till now I've attended the COP13 in Copenhagen, and since then it's only presidents flying from one place to the other, adding to the to carbon dioxide emissions. So I hope one day we'll be able to stop climate change, because today your Minister of Foreign Finance was talking about you have 6 million immigrants from Ukraine. And in Egypt, due to climate change and the high rise, we will have, according to the World Bank, 6 million people immigrate from their cities to other areas. So we're supposed to create more rural areas, not in the Delta, but in Upper Egypt. And also, although Africa produces very little carbon dioxide, I think on the whole we're 4, on Egypt maybe we're 1% So I think we should, and we are the first to be hit due to high rise in water, sea water, and also now we have difficulties with plantations. I have personally very big difficulties this year with temperatures going to up to 50 degrees. So I think it's a crucial subject. It has to be, I'm advocated to environment and to climate change mitigation and adaptation. I think it's about high time to start working hard to stop climate change.
And I guess there's big opportunities in there for women entrepreneurs and
yes,
for female employment and so
exactly.
forth as well. Yeah.
Yes, for female employment. I must say now our vision in Egypt, we have 7 ministers who are female. We are more and more, women are becoming more and more stronger, and they have more capabilities of having equal pay.
Very good, very good. Maybe just to pick up one of the questions there, and Carol, I'm going to direct this one to you. What types of initiatives can foster women's empowerment, scale and avoid the elite capture of empowerment to reach those women who are the furthest behind? So when we talk about some of the smallholder farmers, how can we genuinely support them to scale and to grow?
Okay. So before I answer that, let me add one more. One of the other things that women bring on the table is that when it comes to repayment of debt or credit, women have the least failure rate. So when you give women the money, first they can stretch it. They stretch every dollar to about 5 times more, but they also have the least failure rate in terms of repayment. But reaching out, I think one of the things that COVID did, the positive side, I always say in every crisis, there's the negative side and the positive side, was the acceleration of technology. And because when you look at, and I'll use the example of Kenya, at least 72% of Kenyans have technology access. And that allows a lot of the people, whether in the urban or in the rural, to access technology, however simple. And because we use our phones, mostly because once M-Pesa came, everything else followed. Every other app followed in the phone. And so to access that, what we realized, and I'll use an example of some of the programs we ran through COVID, 2 examples actually, 3 examples. One was with Trademark East Africa, an e-commerce program, and this was to get women and young people to use the e-commerce platforms to buy and sell. Remember, the world closed down, the countries locked up, and a lot of these women, as I said, wake up at 3 a.m., do everything, buy their goods, and by the time they're getting to their little stores, the goods are there and they can begin. But then we had locked down, and so they couldn't go and open their little stores. So what we needed to do was train. And out of the 106, we had targeted 1,600. We ended up with 2,600, and out of that, actually 1,650 are now onboarded on the e-commerce platforms. So they're able to sell and buy without traveling. That solves a second challenge. Most women, because they're the caregivers, they're the ones doing all the unpaid work, most of the unpaid work at home, cannot travel to do business, whether within the country or globally. But with the e-commerce platforms, they can sell locally, and they can sell in Ireland and everywhere else in the world without having to travel. And so that is one of the ways. It's actually to introduce technology in every form that is accessible. And where there's no access of technology, that's what we need to be focusing right now when you're talking about women empowerment, and make sure that they can access technology, they have the training, we can do a lot of technological transfer to them, and education, where maybe the education levels are low. Education is much higher in many of the countries now, bigger countries in Africa, but where maybe education is low, focus on getting women and the girl child educated enough, because then they can use technology to be empowered to do trade and all that. So that was one program with Trademark East Africa. The second one was cross-border trade. There are those who have to move. And so facilitating that cross-border trade enables the women, whether they're in the rural areas, to be able to move across borders, and especially in the economic blocks. For us, it's East African community. And so getting the women to be able to do trade in the East African community, we needed to make sure that cross-border trade is working in terms of policies, in terms of facilitations, in terms of logistics. The third one, and ITC, we did mention this in the morning, is actually just dealing with all barriers of trade. So if we deal with the barriers of trade, of why women are not able to trade, and we know, and as Josephine said from Tanzania, when you talk to the women, they'll tell you every barrier they face. And so working on those barriers of trade, something we've done very well with ITC in terms of facilitating women, then we'll be able to facilitate the rural women. So it's not just coming up with saying finances and we give them money. No, that's not what they want. They want to be able to trade. So what the women are saying, and you hear this, and not just the women, the men and the women, is let's get away from aid, let's get to trade. Buy my goods, sell me your goods, and then we'll be able to do. And these women in the rural areas are producing magnificent goods, not just agricultural. They're doing so much more, and that again is what COVID did for us, because global supply chains closed. Everyone became innovative to be able to survive, and so people produced more of the things they imported earlier. And so if you open your markets for these women, they will trade. Either they'll be able, if we make logistics easier, I'm glad Egypt Air is coming. We hope Kenya Airways will also start coming to Ireland. If you open your markets for the women, they will sell. They will come and buy, and they'll take back. They'll be able to invest. So that's the logistics is a big issue for women. Secondly, let's focus on technology and the training and the education around technology.
Thanks so much, Caro. And I'm thinking Caro, just in preparing for this session, introduced me to this fabulous woman in Kenya called Chiru, who had a children's furniture business. It hit the rocks during COVID. She's totally reimagined herself now, and she is doing interiors. And but when I went and visited her, and she had just come back from Sierra Leone, and this is the start of her import business effectively from Sierra Leone. It was 7 suitcases of the most amazing goods that she'd brought back. She's going to do it again, and then she's saying the next time it'll be a container, and she'll gradually build it. So I just think it's, as you said, if you can remove the barriers and make it a bit easier, there's so many fantastic dynamic business women there that'll just take that leap.
Sorry, maybe I forgot one, is the value chains. So not just buying and selling, create the value chains between the big companies and the small companies. So that's another area that we're really focused on in KEPSA, is to create the value chains between whether they are women-led businesses or smallholder businesses, SMEs, with the big businesses, so that there is the backward and forward linkages, and then work with institutions like ourselves. Sometimes that's what I see countries doing wrong. They come in and they think they have the solutions, yet there are organizations that are locally available. I mentioned Trademark, I mentioned ITC. They work with us because we're the ones on the ground, we're the ones engaging, we're the ones putting these women together into associations, so we know where they are, we know the sectors they are in, and we know the different levels in terms of businesses. So I just wanted to add that on top of that.
No, thank you, and I've had the pleasure, we offer some small funding to KEPSA to support the Women in Mentoring Program, and I came along one day to one of the sessions you were doing, and you had Kenya's top business people there, really giving life lessons, business lessons to 300 or 400 women who then got to talk to them, and it was it was very impressive. Just moving on to the next question, Joe. I mean, you work a lot, obviously, with rural women. And obviously trade, you mentioned the fact that True Trade is obviously trying to aggregate and open markets that way. What other ways do you think that a country like Ireland could support these rural smallholder farmers or rural traders to succeed and maybe get to the next level where they might be employing 1 or 2 people? Or
yes, of value addition. I think it's two points. I think route to market is critical. I think to Carl's point, definitely we've shortened the supply chains during COVID. We saw that. We saw a lot of the women pivoting towards more local processing. So I think for support from Ireland at that level, a lot of it is around maybe funding, trade finance. Now, as True Trade, we actually give the route to market and we pick and pay. So we pay through technology, through mobile money on the spot. But I think for rural women who are trying to get to the next level, trade finance is usually the critical point because they have to invest before they get the money. I also think technical support. Ireland, we're very strong on ag, we're very strong on our food systems. So to provide that technical support to help you have the rural producers, but also the processors, which I think is the next level. The next level. If you keep the local processing in the rural areas and not bring it up to the cities, that's where you will create the most impact. And I think that's where Ireland can support in terms of technical assistance and expertise. So I'll just give an example. I'm going to talk about cassava. So cassava, So when you grow cassava, it's like tubers, like say like a potato, but that has to be put into chips within 16 hours of harvesting. Now that can be done locally through very low technology, which we do through aggregation centres. And from there, then the millers mill that into cassava flour. Now cassava flour traditionally in Kenya, I think it's true to say, maybe that it's seen not as a preferred crop, even though it is an indigenous crop. I think there is a real drive now to increase the demand. And a lot of that is driven because of the Ukraine crisis, and we see the price of wheat. So in the last 3 months alone, I've seen the demand for cassava flour from the millers, from TruThread, from our clients, increase by 300%. So, now that is okay, as you say, there's always a kind of a silver lining. To me, that's where we now need to be supporting. This is an opportunity, not just for women, but a lot of the women are in the cassava value chain because it suits. You can harvest your cassavas, you can then bring it, do your chipping and drying it either through solar panels or out in the sun, and then while that's happening, women can go back and do whatever other activities. So that is an example where we can really promote local production, increase the value chain, transition these women from primary producers into processing. Okay, it's still primary processing, but it's still a better add value. Another one is one of the cohorts that we work with through Women in Trade, through a trademark East Africa funded program, which is also funded by the Irish government, but it's around large processors. So avocado is another one. So we export a lot of avocados out of Kenya, which is great, but it's like 9 avocados in a box and it all gets packed and goes off. But avocado oil processing is really kind of where the add value is. And what you're doing is you're exporting low volume but high value. Right? And also what's really good is like the avocado oil processing, their specs in terms of the size of the avocado, all of this is less stringent than the export. Because for the export, apparently nobody likes an on a funny shaped avocado, so we have to be very specific in our shapes. But so if we can get industries which are like, we have 3 women who are running these avocado oil, and they pivoted during COVID because basically there was no flights out of Kenya. So when you've no flights, you've no avocados going out. So the airspace in Kenya closed down, I think, for about, I can't remember, 4 or 5 months. And that's usually the route to market for avocados because it's the quickest. When that closed down, we had 2 women entrepreneurs who pivoted towards avocado oil. So, it's again kind of, it's the high value, low volume export. So I think, and to your point, women are very innovative and adaptive. So I kind of feel like they're kind of the key ones, and that's just in ag, but obviously there's other industries, but it's in the ag space that we've been working most with the women entrepreneurs, and they have definitely proven their resilience and their ability to adapt.
Very good, very good. And definitely, as I say, it does speak to that, the innovation piece that you spoke so well of. I want to pick up one of the other questions and bring it to you, Josephine. One of the questions, you spoke obviously of the cultural barriers that women face. So in terms of the social barriers to working and trading, for most women, they remain quite high. And one of the audience members is asking, surely these must be overcome before they can get into international trade. Can you give us your take on that?
Yes. Thank you. So when we talk about the cultural barriers and understanding, now this is where we see the trade comes in. Understanding the community that you want to trade with. Understanding the culture that is in actually supports the trade to be smooth. I would like to answer it with an example. We were once doing a project in Kisarawe, training on the land rights and accessibility to the rural women in that area. At the beginning of the training, we had more than 100 women who participated. They were active, they felt enabled, they even started the horticultural business, they bought land, because for them, even though they had bought land, but they would write it in a man's name, because in their understanding was that a woman is not supposed to own land, even though our land rights policies actually allows women to own land, but the culture made us believe that we cannot own land. So from there, they started doing the activities and being active into getting to the accessibility that we opened their eyes into. 4 months down the line, we went to check, is what we've done, is it really working, or was it just a hit of passion on the moment that everyone is doing something about it, then later on everyone went back to their business. It was unfortunate when we went back, we had less women than how we had before. So the question was, why did we have less women while we left them when they really felt enabled and they could do anything based on all the knowledge that we provided and the capacity that we built? After some research and talking to the locals, the first response was, we had this meeting just with women who understood their rights, but we neglected the men who are living with these women. Now that's where the culture comes in. That's where the main engagement comes in. So the men, since they did not understand or did not participate in the program, really thought we were about to override the power and the capacity that they have in their homes and what they have in them. So now we had to create another meeting that will involve both genders and then separate them based upon what is needed. But the lesson was, it's not about losing these women, but understanding the culture of the place that we are going. So the culture does play a big role in every trade that is happening. In Ireland, we do have women who are working very hard, and the men are actually very supportive. Why? They understand. They see what is happening. But where we are coming from, our culture is stopping us. It doesn't mean that we can't really get up there, but do we really explain these things to the ones that are surrounding us? So as much as we really want to make a change, we really need to acknowledge the culture. The culture that I have where I'm coming from might be different from another region. Tanzania has more than 120 tribes, even though we're all brought back together with the Swahili and the socialism part. But the culture that we have, for example, in Tanga could be different from the one that we have maybe in Kilimanjaro, even though they're all doing trade. So it's also very important to address that. And
can I add? Sorry, go ahead.
With your permission, as we have discussed before, it would be really nice to hear from the panel, apart from just reading here, what do you men have to say with regards to what we are talking about? It would be interesting.
I was just going to add one other social barrier and how we've tried to address it from the KEPSA side. One of the other barriers we've found, and we've addressed it in two ways. One, of course, for the middle class, women who work in the offices, they don't have their biggest challenge is that they don't have a big challenge of who to leave their children with, because then they can afford help. But they had the challenge they would have if they're doing business is, especially the breastfeeding women, is what to do with their breast milk, because then you're pushing these women to do breastfeeding against just the milk that is bought. So one of the programs we started with UNICEF is actually what we called mothers' rooms in the offices, so that they could be able to express their milk and keep it safe and be able to continue to work or do business. But for the small enterprises, and especially the women in the markets, it is just not, it's beyond the breastfeeding, it's who to leave their children with. And so what we've done with the markets is establish what we called mothers and children areas, so that they can, if they have small children, they don't have to stop working, they don't have to stop selling and buying and trading, but they can come with their children to the market, but there's a safe area where they're able to put their children, they're able to express their milk, the children are taken care of, or they have someone at least taking care of all the children, and they can continue to trade. So that's also dealing with some of the barriers of why women would not trade, and especially mothering women who have now to take a break maybe for 2-3 years, and so their businesses don't grow. And when we looked at that is when we realized, how come a lot of these women in their younger ages start businesses, then their businesses stop for a long time, and then they start again. And we realized one of the challenges is because of their mothering women, and they don't have care for their children, or don't know what to do with the milk because of breastfeeding. So just looking at, it's easy to go back and say sometimes, why do the businesses start and die? And then you'll be able to identify some of those challenges. And just working as partners, I think that's the biggest thing. Then lastly, maybe to even address that issue of investments is invest. I think what I would tell Ireland, invest in Kenya, invest in Africa. You know, I've just come back from Lisbon from the Oceans Conference, and Portugal, which didn't have many colonies, and I can talk about colonization here because you understand colonization in Ireland, didn't have many colonies in Africa, only 3 countries. Their president just made a commitment 2 days ago to channel all his investments of Africa through Kenya, which was not a Portuguese country, doesn't speak Portuguese. They are willing to deal with the barriers of language, to do trade and to do investment. What about Ireland? You know, who we share a lot in terms of our language and a lot of our history, you can do more. And so to address the issues of trade and investment, even for women, invest your companies, your businesses in Africa.
Well said. I can second that. A funny, very brief, quick story about when I first saw Kenyan dynamism and entrepreneurship in real action. It was just about a week after I arrived. It was Young Scientist Kenya, actually, that Minister Coveney spoke about. President Kenyatta was coming to see it. He was coming in. He was shaking everybody's hands. We went inside. He made a speech and met people. And by the time we came out, the photographers had not only printed out those photos, they had framed them. Yeah. They were back and selling them. Yeah. And I was like, okay, this is a whole other level of entrepreneurship. But look, I think Josephine made a really excellent point, and I would like to invite any of the men in the audience who would like to take up her challenge to give your perspectives on gender equality, not to be shy. We have an all-female panel here. Now is your chance if anybody would like to share some perspectives. Just put your hands up. It's, as people have said, it's quite bright up here, so I can't see you. Please, go ahead. Yeah, maybe just introduce yourself and where you come from first.
With the coffee producers who are mostly women, that's what educates.
There's a mic just behind you if you want to. Yeah, thanks, Saoirse.
Sorry about that.
No, that's not all.
So with the coffee producers, we have the great honour to work with. They're so hardworking, and that's what feeds their children. That's what stops them going into the rainforest to get forest food, because otherwise, and during COVID, it was a real problem. So it protects the environment as well. So it's the women are actually driving. They're producing the coffee mostly. They're producing a lot of what's for sale, including all of the agri products that are in and around southwest of Uganda. South Africa is a different series of problems, but there are similar problems in that area as well. It's all, I think that if there was any one thing that we need to do is really educate the men and the cultural differences and do it together, I think and I think that in a funny way, a great way of doing that is bringing people together through music and through dance, because they're the universal languages. And that's part of what I'm doing as well, is using that. You'll see it on our website. I don't want to promote myself or what I'm doing, but I think that it's a very, very, very important thing that is being missed in my experience of dealing in Africa from both the Irish side and the African side, because I don't think that a lot of Irish people who might be looking at grant applications, in my experience, don't seem to get that, because they might be sitting in an office in Kilrush or something, you know.
Very good. Thanks a million. That's great. Thank you for joining us. I'm conscious that the clock, I've just realized we are running down, and I understand that our keynote speaker, President Adesina, is almost here. So I'm going to do a very rapid fire round. I'm going to ask you guys to do the wrap up, do my work for me basically. But maybe just to ask each of you very quickly, one initiative, maybe something you heard here today or something else, one initiative that you think we should take forward in order to increase gender equality and women's economic empowerment. And Rauya, I'm conscious we never came back to you, so I might start with you.
I would say to capacity building, sharing like orange green, safe food, and also to teaching people how to, because chemical fertilizers are becoming more and more expensive, especially with the problem of Ukraine. So I think it is to go towards organic, also for food security and for climate change mitigation and adaptation.
Super, thank you so much. Carol?
I think for me is we need to see women just like the way we see businessmen. You know, they are not any less. They just want to do business. Whether they're in the rural areas, whether they're in the urban areas, however small their business are, all they want to do is business. And so for me, the takeout is let's look at them and say, here is a business person who needs to do business. And so how can I do business with them as you address all the other issues that are there to be able to break those barriers and do business.
Thank you so much. Joe?
Yeah, I would say two things. I would say to finance providers to develop products that are suitable to women, whatever it's the rural women or the processor, in terms of your requirements when you're developing your financial product. And I also think networking. And that's probably more of my business on in Kenya hat, but I really feel that, you know, the networks that are available to women to ensure they're more inclusive, the women can join them. I'm kind of like in competition to the boys' club. I want a girls' club.
Yes, one among the takeout that I have today is we are all facing the same challenges, just different location and different language speaking. But I'm also requesting to have the investments back in our country. We talked about trade, we're talking about packaging. Can we have at least industries or something that would invite these women to come and work there when it comes to understand, for example, even the paperback packaging and all that based on the standards, that investment, impact investment is needed in our country. Karibuni sana Tanzania.
Well, my colleagues here are very good. I think they don't do like in the Oscars. Yeah. They don't actually play us off the stage, but I'm still conscious of the time. But look, it just rests with me to say an enormous thank you to each and every one of you. Your insights have been really rich. I think you've brought a lot of passion and a lot of expertise to the discussion. And I take you up on your challenge that the next time in 3 years' time, where we're sitting around here, let's hope we've advanced this issue and that we have some really practical takeaways that I think you've given to us today. So thank you all very much, and another round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you to everyone on that panel. I think we can all agree that there were some important conversations had there. Next up, I'd like you all to help me welcome to the stage President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. President Adesina is often described as Africa's optimist-in-chief and is widely lauded for his visionary leadership and passion for Africa's transformation. This May, the President received an honorary doctorate from Addis Ababa University for his significant role in the development activities in Ethiopia and Africa at large. And we are honored to have him with us today. In the first visit to Ireland by a President of the African Development Bank, and the first visit since Ireland has become a member of the bank in 2020. We're thrilled to welcome President Adesina and are very much looking forward to hearing his insight.
Thank you all very much, and good afternoon. Your Excellencies, good afternoon. I would like to thank the government of the Republic of Ireland for inviting me to speak at the 7th Africa Ireland Economic Forum. And sorry that I'm late this afternoon. I had a delay in my flight coming in from Paris. I'm really delighted to be with you here today for 3 reasons. First, because the Republic of Ireland is the newest shareholder of the African Development Bank, of course. Indeed, its 81st shareholder member country. I wish to express my appreciation to Ireland for considering the African Development Bank a strategic partner in Africa. And if you can just put your hands together and thank them for such a great... Thank you, and let me assure you, you have a good reason to be. The African Development Bank is the only AAA-rated financial institution in Africa. Global Finance ranked the African Development Bank last year as the best multilateral financial institution in the world. The Washington-based Center for Global Development ranked the bank's concessional financing window, which is the African Development Fund, as the second best concessional financing institution in the world, ahead of all 49 bilateral and multilateral financial institutions in the world. And of course, we are pleased that it was also ahead of IDA of the World Bank. The African Development Bank was also rated as the 4th most transparent institution in the world. So, the Republic of Ireland is investing in the right institution, a very well-run institution, one which an independently conducted external assessment of its governance systems by the Board of Governors of the bank noted as having governance systems that meet all global standards. That is what I represent here today, Africa's Solutions Bank. Second, because the Republic of Ireland is known to be a nation that looks at development with a heart, with a strong commitment to working in partnership with others. Third, because the government of Ireland is a friend of Africa. From your 13 embassies in Africa, the first set of embassies in the Francophone countries, Ireland has shown clearly that it wants to be a partner of choice for Africa. And you saw that in action today, and I hear that it's already gone on a mission by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Simon Coveney. Speaking on Republic of Ireland's contribution of an additional €2 million to the African Development Bank's climate adaptation efforts. Now, this is another demonstration of Ireland's strategic partnership with Africa in its efforts to adapt to climate change. I wish to therefore express my deep appreciation for this contribution by the Republic of Ireland, a good friend of Africa. Now, Africa needs all its friends and partners as the continent copes with a myriad of hurdles on the racetrack of development. African economies have shown impressive growth over the past decade, especially posting 6 out of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world, with poverty level declining and witnessing significant growth in foreign direct investments due to rapid improvements in the ease of doing business as many countries embark on major reforms. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the work of the African Development Bank has been making huge impacts in Africa. Our work, which we frame around what we call high fives, they are to light up and empower Africa, to feed Africa, to industrialize Africa, to integrate Africa, and of course, to improve the quality of life of the people of Africa. In the past 5 years, the high fives have impacted on the lives of 335 million people. The United Nations Development Programme says that if Africa achieves these high fives, it will achieve 90% of the Sustainable Development Goals and 90% of the Agenda 2063, which is the Africa we want. So, the high fives are the accelerators of Africa's development. I know we are in a period of COVID and stuff like that, but take a look at your person next to you, give them a COVID-compliant high five, and that's what I'm talking about. You can just wave it to them, that's fine. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the gains of the past decade or more were muted by the COVID-19 pandemic, which upended economic and development gains globally. Africa witnessed a decline in GDP growth rate to minus 1.6% in 2020 due to the pandemic, the lowest growth rate in more than 2 decades. About 30 million people fell into poverty, and 29 million jobs were lost. More than 250,000 people died, sadly, from the pandemic. The African Development Bank rose to the challenge and immediately launched a crisis response facility of up to $10 billion to support African countries to have access to the fiscal resources they needed to cope with the systemic effects of the pandemic on their economies. We also launched a $3 billion Fight COVID-19 social bond on the capital markets, the largest ever social bond in world history. Fortunately, new projections by the World Health Organization bring good news that COVID-19 deaths in Africa will decline by 94% in 2022. But as we think of that, we must do all possible to ensure that the health pandemic-driven global recession, the worst since World War II, is prevented from ever happening again. Africa, which despite the availability of vaccines globally, has only 16% of its population fully vaccinated, compared, of course, to 80% in developed countries, cannot and must not longer have the health security of its 1.3 billion people farmed out to the benevolence of others in the global community. To assure health security, Africa needs to take 3 actions. 1, revamp the pharmaceutical industry. 2, build capacity for vaccines manufacturing. And 3rd, build quality healthcare infrastructure. The African Development Bank is taking bold and decisive actions on all 3 fronts. To build Africa's pharmaceutical capacity, the African Development Bank will invest $3 billion over the next 10 years. The board of directors of the bank also approved a new quality health care strategy for Africa. And just last week, the board of the African Development Bank approved a landmark institution, the establishment of the African Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation. The foundation will help to tilt the access to proprietary pharmaceutical technologies, knowledge, know-how, and processes in favor of Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, African economies are showing resilience, and they are convalescing well from the pandemic, even if several challenges remain on financing to achieve full recovery. Real GDP growth rate rebounded to 6.9% in 2021, driven by recovery in global demand, higher oil and commodity prices, and increases in consumption and investment. Growth is, however, projected to decelerate to 4.1% due to the persistence of COVID-19 pandemic and, of course, now the impact of the Russian-Ukraine conflict. The Russian-Ukraine conflict could lead to pushing an additional 1.8 to 2.1 million people into extreme poverty in 2022 and 2023, respectively. Financing the economic recovery to pre-COVID-19 levels will require an additional financing of $432 billion in 2020 to 2022, or roughly $144 billion per year, according to the African Development Bank's African Economic Outlook report. The recovery will be challenged by heavy debt burden that Africa has due to this pandemic. Africa's debt to GDP ratio was 70% in 2021, slightly down by 1% from 71% in 2020. Africa's debt vulnerabilities have increased, with 23 countries either in or out. The risk of high debt distress as of February of 2022. To support recovery, there is need for debt restructuring and reprioritizing public expenditures for long-term debt sustainability. International efforts such as the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, the DSSI, and the G20 Common Framework have helped to reduce liquidity pressures on countries. But the reality is that countries still face significant debt vulnerability challenges. It is important, therefore, that the DSSI be renewed and that the G20 Common Framework be made to work better and, of course, expanded to many more countries. The Russia-Ukraine war has added more challenges, especially on energy and food security. About 30 million metric tons of food imported annually by Africa from Russia and Ukraine will be lost this year. Fertilizer prices have tripled, with Africa facing 2 million metric tons of fertilizer shortage, which of course risks reducing food production in Africa by anything between 20% to 50%. To mitigate these effects, the African Development Bank launched a $1.5 billion African Emergency Food Production Facility to support countries. This facility will support countries to produce 38 million metric tons of food that is made up of wheat, maize, rice, and soybeans, valued at $12 billion. So when you look at the African Development Bank, you're looking at a bank with almost like a leveraging machine. We put it in $1.5 billion, and we're helping to actually produce something that's worth $12 billion. That's 8 times. That's exactly who we are. We leverage our capital to deliver transformative impacts. We have so far received requests to the facility from 35 countries, and we expect to have 80% of these approved by next month. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that our plan will work because it is based on what we have been supporting with success on the ground. When COVID-19 struck, Africa wasn't ready. We didn't even have basic gloves. We didn't have personal protection equipment. We didn't have testing kits. We didn't have the right beds in ICU. We were basically not ready. But I can tell you, as somebody that is a World Food Prize winner, somebody that was a Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria, and the first president of any multilateral development bank that comes from an agriculture background, I can tell you, in the case of feeding Africa to avoid a looming food crisis, it will not happen. We will make sure Africa feeds itself, not by begging for food, but by actually having the seeds in the ground to produce the food for itself. Through our flagship program, that is called Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, or TAAT. The bank has provided access to improve climate-resilient agricultural technologies already to 12 million farmers in just 2 years. The bank is supporting the delivery of heat-tolerant wheat varieties for farmers to rapidly boost wheat production in Africa. You know, wheat is a temperate crop. We're talking about wheat varieties that actually can do well in dry lands and also in hot temperature. That's what we have today. It's a game changer. We are achieving great successes. In Ethiopia, starting in 2018, the bank financed the provision of 61,000 metric tons of heat-tolerant wheat varieties for farmers. Now, just to give you an idea of what that is, if you take the biggest aircraft, passenger aircraft, which is the Airbus 380, if you're looking at the passengers in it, if you're looking at the cargo, and you're looking at the fuel that it carries, that is 98.4 metric tons. So when I tell you 61,000 metric tons, you're talking of something close to 600 plus Airbus 380 aircraft packed on a landing strip. That's the kind of impact and volume that I'm talking about. The cultivated area under these varieties increased from 5,000 hectares in 2018 to 167,000 hectares in 2019-2020, and has grown now to 675,000 hectares by 2022. During my visit 2 months ago to Ethiopia, and the moderator was talking about I was given an honorary doctorate by the Addis Ababa University. I was having lunch with the Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed of Ethiopia. And he leaned forward to me to tell me something that blew my mind away. He said, Akin, Ethiopia did not import wheat this year for the first time. We expect to cultivate these wheat varieties now on 2 million hectares. By next year, we will become, he said, a wheat exporting country. And plan to export 1.2 to 1.5 million metric tons of wheat next year to Kenya and to Djibouti. What an incredible story. That's what I'm talking about. The economic recovery of Africa will be more inclusive by unleashing the full potential of Africa's massive agricultural resources. The African Development Bank, through its Feed Africa strategy, will invest $10 billion in agriculture over the next 5 years. I always say, when you take a look at Africa, people talk about oil, people talk about gas. Nobody drinks oil, and nobody smokes gas, and everybody eats food. And 65% of all the arable land uncultivated left in the world to feed 9 billion people by 2050. It's not in Europe. It's not in Latin America. It's not in the United States. It's not in Asia. It is in Africa. So what Africa does with agriculture will determine the future of food in the world. But you must understand, potential is important, but nobody eats potential. To further expand structural transformation of the agricultural sector, the African Development Bank has now set aside, we're doing it right away, $1 billion for the establishment of what we call Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, or SAPZs. The goal is to develop density of quality infrastructure in special zones devoted only to agriculture and agribusinesses, which will allow the establishment of agribusinesses in areas close to zones of production to transform, to process, to pack, to add value, to package, and with logistics to move food and agricultural commodities. They will stimulate rural economies. They will get the young people into agriculture as a business. They will create jobs And they will, most importantly, turn rural economies of Africa from being zones of economic misery to zones of economic prosperity. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change poses a great challenge to the recovery of African economies. While Africa accounts for just 4% of global carbon emissions, it bears a disproportionate share of its negative effects. The continent will lose $50 billion per year by 2050. Now, I must inform you also that 9 out of the 10 most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change are in sub-Saharan Africa, especially the small island states. And yet, Africa receives just 3% of global climate finance. Africa will need between $1.3 trillion to $1.6 trillion between 2020 and 2030 to implement the continent's climate action commitments and its nationally determined contributions. That's between $118 billion to $146 billion per year. However, Africa received an average of $73 billion in climate financing from 2016 to 2019, leaving a whopping financing gap of close to $100 billion to $127 billion per year through 2030. For us at the African Development Bank, we are mobilizing more climate resources for Africa. We have doubled our climate finance to reach $25 billion by 2025. We now devote 67% of our climate finance to climate adaptation. That is the highest of any multilateral development bank in the world, and I was particularly delighted that the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, at the last year General Assembly of the United Nations, singled out the African Development Bank as the leader in climate adaptation globally, asking others to follow. Together with the Global Center for Adaptation, which is chaired by the former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, he and I work together to establish what we call and implement what we call the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, which is called AAAP, to mobilize $25 billion for climate adaptation. The African Development Bank is also strongly supporting the expansion of renewable energy in Africa. You know, God loves Africa so much, and I'm proudly African. You know, He gave us a lot of sunshine, He gave us all these things, and we've got lots of water, we've got wind, we've got gas in terms of geothermal. So basically, we have absolutely no reason not to have 100% electricity. You know, in fact, the day of judgment may not be very pretty because God gave us all that light and then we didn't use it. And that's why we at the bank are working flat out to make sure we can light up and power Africa with what we have. And in fact, over the last 5 years, we have connected 21 million people to new electricity connections. Today, 85% of the investment of the bank in energy generation since 2016 is on renewable energy. Take the case of Kenya, where our support for the last mile connectivity project has helped us to expand the share of the population with access to electricity from 30% to 75% over the last 10 years. And I had the pleasure of going to Kenya recently to see that particular project. It's a phenomenal project. And I landed with a helicopter with the Minister of Energy. And right in front of her, my wife's name is Grace. And of course, I wouldn't be who I am without Grace, my wife. So anytime I hear Grace, I always thank God for that. But right in front of me that day was a lady who had just gotten connected to electricity. And her name was Grace, so I paid attention. And as we were walking towards her house, behind me, the Minister of Energy of Kenya said to her, "Do you know Dr. Adesina, the President of the African Development Bank?" And she said, "I do not know Dr. Adesina." He said, "Do you know the African Development Bank?" She said, "I do not know the African Development Bank." He said, "But," the minister said, "but it's the African Development Bank that actually financed this project for you to have access to electricity." And she said something that I will never in my life forget. She said, "I do not know Dr. Adesina, and I do not know the African Development Bank. All I know was that we were in darkness, and now we have light." Similarly, in Rwanda, our $790 million support to that country has helped it to increase the percentage of the population with access to electricity from just 16% in 2012 to 67% currently. We plan to help Rwanda to reach 100% universal access to electricity by next year. The bank supported the development of the 510 megawatts New Ouazzazate in Morocco, the world's largest concentrated solar power station. We also financed the 310 Lake Turkana project in Kenya, the largest wind power plant in Africa. Now, to accelerate the access to electricity in the countries of the Sahel, the bank is currently implementing what we call Desert to Power, a $20 billion program. The program's goal is to provide electricity for 250 million people across 11 countries. When completed, the Desert to Power will become the largest solar zone in the world. Achieving access, universal access to electricity in Africa, as per the New Deal on Energy for Africa, which I launched when I was first elected president of the African Development Bank in 2015, will need $32 to $40 billion annually in energy investments. But let me, at this point, make a comment about the whole issue of how we power Africa. As we develop renewable energy, we must, however, recognize that Africa cannot be powered only by renewable energy due to their intermittency. Natural gas must remain a critical part of the energy mix for Africa to ensure reliability, affordability, and security of energy supplies. The Russian-Ukraine war has shown the need to be practical and pragmatic on energy transition. Today, countries across Europe have moved back into coal. Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany have all reverted back to coal. Now, while the Russian war has laid bare the vulnerability of Europe to depending on gas from Russia, this shift back to coal will clearly undermine the long-term efforts on energy transition. Africa, where several countries have found significant volumes of gas, including in Mozambique, Algeria, Nigeria, Senegal, Uganda, Ghana, among others, can become a new source of gas to Europe. Therefore, the European Union should therefore prioritize and support the development of gas infrastructure to link Africa and Europe. Africa can become an alternate supplier of gas to Europe. But we must keep our eyes collectively on a greener future. We must not lose focus on ensuring we meet the Paris Agreement to keep the world's temperature to no more than 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial level. But achieving zero emissions cannot be achieved with zero financing. African countries need significant financial resources to deliver just energy transition. And that's why the African Development Bank is supporting the government of South Africa, together with the G7 countries, to leverage resources, grants resources, concessional resources, and guarantees of $8.5 billion promised by the G7 countries. We are working with that with a new business model and financial model that will allow South Africa to mobilize $40 billion that it will need to fully fund its political commitment to achieve just energy transition. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a sustainable future for Africa must be inclusive and provide greater opportunities for the youth and women. Here also, the African Development Bank is advancing the agenda. The African Development Bank is investing in Africa's biggest asset, its youth. That is because I firmly believe that the future of the youth of Africa does not lie in Europe or anywhere else outside of the continent. Their future must lie on a continent, the African continent, growing very, very well, growing equitably, and able to create decent and quality jobs for its burgeoning youth. When I was elected in 2015, the first thing that I did was I traveled to a place called Gore Island, which is in Kenya, in Senegal. For those of you that know about Gore Island, it's a place where they took all the slaves and they take them right into the boats out of there. And there's a door there they call the door of no return. And it's a place where you stand, you just can't bottle in the emotions. And I stood there, drenched in my emotions and the memories and the thoughts of the pain of Africa's best, brightest, strongest, shipped out by a slave trade. As I finished, I went into my car. And I sat down there, put my head on my seat. And my mind started working. And I asked myself, at that time, they were taken out of Africa against their volition. But then my mind went to see that today, young people, bright people, talented people, whose future can be really bright, take rickety boats and hit the Mediterranean Sea. And many of them died over there. Therefore, I made a decision to myself that as president of the African Development Bank, the future of Africa is not the youth. The youth are the present of Africa. And we must begin to put our resources, our financial resources, to back them to be able to have decent work and have pride in their own continent. We launched a Jobs for Youth in Africa strategy to set a goal of creating 25 million jobs for youth by 2025. So far in the last 5 years, the work of the bank has helped to create 12.1 million direct and indirect jobs for the youth in Africa. We are supporting the Coding for Employment program to develop the capacity of the youth and equip them for the 21st century ICT and digital skills, as well, of course, for employability and entrepreneurship. We are on target to establish 130 coding centers of excellence and to train 234,000 youth on demand-driven ICT and soft skills, and to help to create 9 million direct and indirect jobs in the ICT and ICT-enabled sectors over the next 10 years in technical partnership with Microsoft. Our coding centers in Rwanda, Nigeria, and Senegal have already trained 152,000 youth, 47% of them being women. We have established in Rwanda the Rwanda Coding Academy, a world-class center of excellence in software engineering. And in Nigeria, our $170 million support for the Digital and Creative Enterprises project will support 451 digital small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as 226 tech and creative industry startups, and create 6.1 million jobs. We are transforming the financial ecosystem to support the youth. The bank is therefore currently designing what we call youth entrepreneurship investment banks, which will be new financial institutions that will build robust financial ecosystems specifically around the businesses of the youth in Africa. And let me be quick to let you know that the design of the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks will be completed by tomorrow, because we've been working on that. And let me tell you why that's important. When a young person comes to the bank, to any bank, or you see somebody like me with a bow tie or whatever, three-piece suit, come right in, the instruments are not designed for young people. The risk assessments are designed against young people. So you come in, they say, how old are you? You say, I'm 21 years old. They tell you, well, go and bring your tax receipts for the last 30 years. Basically, it says that you should self-select out of the financial market. No, we have to put our capital at risk on the behalf of young people. I've never seen a young person that wants to fail. Remember, there was a time that Mohammed Yunus, we had the same problem with microfinance. Very poor people had no access to finance, missing markets, missing institutions. But of course, then they set up microfinance institutions. And look at what they have done today. So these are going to be brand new financial institutions. They're going to be run by first-class young people. And they will finance the businesses of young people, not in a spot transaction. They will finance it in the life cycle of their businesses. They will deploy different instruments, from technical assistance to looking at debt instruments, to looking at equity instruments, to looking at de-risking their investments throughout the life cycle of their businesses. So that is what I really believe is going to be a real game changer, telling us that we're actually now putting priority on the youth of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also driving greater support for women businesses in Africa. The bank's flagship program, called the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, or AFAWA, was designed to mobilize $5 billion in financing for 18,000 businesses of women. Now let me pause here and tell you again why this was designed. As a young economist working in Côte d'Ivoire in 1990 to 1995, I was the chief economist of the West Africa Rice Development Association at the time. And I took a flight to Nigeria, my home country, and I was coming back, and I got on the plane. In those days, they called them Air Afrique. And I got on that flight, and I saw all these market women. If you understand market women, can I see you up? Because we know they make things happen for Africa. So I got on the flight, baskets and all manner of things, and I couldn't find a place to put my computer. That time, the computer I had was, you know what they call the compact computer. It was like a suitcase, right? And so that's all I had. You know, you got to carry it like this. And I carried it on the plane, and I was really looking for where to put it. I couldn't find any space. Now, all the women, now don't get me wrong, I'm not making fun of anybody. All the women were this fat. They couldn't fit into the aisle. They moved sideways. They moved like that. And then all of a sudden, I realized they started taking off they had put bales of clothing around themselves and tied it with tapes because they wanted to avoid the customs people that were overtaxing them. And so when they took them all off, they were the same size, and it's as if they could be on a catwalk in Paris. And I remember looking bewildered. The hostess asked me, "Can I help you?" I said, "Yes, I'm just trying to put this up somewhere." She looked at me intently and said, "Sir, how many times do you fly this plane?" I said, "It depends where my job takes me." Oh. And then she goes, "You see all these women, they may look like illiterates to you, but they fly this aircraft twice per day. So give me your bag, I'll put it in the hold down and make more room for the women." And that is what, when I became president of the bank, I said, no, we've got to create financial instruments to support women businesses in Africa. And we are making great progress. Last year, the bank disbursed $510 million to 2,300 businesses of women in 23 countries, working with 40 financial institutions. This year, we expect to disburse another $500 million to businesses of women to reach a landmark $1 billion for businesses of women. Now, no bird flies with one wing. Every bird has two wings. When women win, Africa wins. Ireland and Africa can also win together. Enormous opportunities abound in Africa, and Ireland should invest more in Africa. I know Ryan, my brother and friend, is here, and I know he's listening to me. The African Continental Free Trade Area presents a huge market, which is estimated to be the second largest free trade zone in the world, with a size of $3.3 trillion. Africa, with the largest youth population in the world, rapid urbanization, with rapidly growing middle class, huge opportunities in fintech industry, in mobile banking and payment systems, digital trade, agriculture, infrastructure, green energy, and some of the world's largest deposits of oil or resources in oil and gas and minerals and metals provide huge investment opportunities. I applaud the efforts of the Irish government on its strategy in Africa, especially for its interest in growing African economies and mutual trade and investment with Ireland. The African Development Bank runs annually what we call the Africa Investment Forum, which presents investment opportunities to investors from around the world. In the past 3 years, the Africa Investment Forum has attracted $110 billion of investment interest commitments to Africa. I would like to welcome the Republic of Ireland to participate in the next Africa Investment Forum, holding November 2 to 4, 2022 in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. And for all of you that are listening to me, you're welcome. It's a fantastic event. It's not an event where people talk. The only currency there are deals and deals and deals. And what I mentioned to you, $110 billion of investment commitments in every single year. We started it 2018, $38.7 billion, all in less than 72 hours. We did it next year, $40.1 billion, all in less than 72 hours. We did it this year, even with COVID-19, $32.8 billion of investment commitment. That tells you that Africa is bankable. Now, let me close by saying that a foreign direct investment of Ireland in Africa stands at $572 million by the end of 2020. We'll welcome that, but it only represents only 0.05% of Ireland's total net foreign direct investment worldwide. Now, this is way too low. Ireland should invest a lot more in Africa. So let's raise the ambition for Africa from Dublin and set a higher target of 15% of Irish investments in Africa. For if you're not really investing in Africa, I don't know where you're investing. You're really not in business. Together, Africa and Ireland can expand wealth and shared prosperity. You can count on the African Development Bank as your partner of choice in Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Believe it or not, we've now come to our last panel of the day. This session is titled Leveraging Technology, Innovation and Entrepreneurship for Africa's Growth. Here we will hear directly from African entrepreneurs and innovators and experts in the field who will share perspectives on the transformative potential of Africa's digital and innovation economies and the opportunities that lie therein. This session's moderator is Sheila Maguire, Ambassador of Ireland in Nigeria. We'll have a short opening presentation from Mr. Armin Lalui, Director of Vanguard Economics in Rwanda. Before beginning the panel discussion properly, we'll be joined by Chioma Agwebo, Executive Director of TechHer Nigeria, Stuart Forrest, CEO of Triggerfish South Africa and Galway, Andy Kerr from the European Institute of Innovation Technologies, Climate Knowledge and Innovation Community, Mukundu Lambani, CEO of Ambani in South Africa and winner of Irish Tech Challenge South Africa.
So good afternoon, everybody. We've got the best session in the day. I think everyone's looking like they're ready for a session. We're going to, I think, keep this quite efficient. We've got quite a bit to cover, but I think we've got a great panel here. We'll cover it well. Just maybe to build on what we said, if I could just say, Armin is 15 years experience living now in Rwanda, but is going to give us an overview of entrepreneurship and innovation in the continent. Makunde, congratulations on winning the Tech Challenge South Africa. Has an education technology company and is going to share her reflections on that. Andy is the UK and Ireland lead on well, you know, he'll explain to us what it is, but it's this Knowledge Innovation Centre dealing with climate change. Chioma is a communications and a trainee expert, and as we heard, with an NGO called TechHer, and also, and then Stuart, South Africa and Galway, as we heard, a fantastic animation company. So, Armin, if I could ask you maybe to kick it off and do our scene setter presentation, and then we'll have our chat.
And good afternoon, everybody. So I'll just jump straight in. Okay, so the theme today is leveraging technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship for African growth. And I wanted to start with a story, a kind of a personal story. I don't know if anybody recognizes this street. It's O'Connell Street in Ennis. And I grew up in Ennis in County Clare, and in 1997, Ennis was nominated as Ireland's Information Age town. And what that meant was that Telkom Éireann invested $24 million, or €1 million of investment in today's money, into a town of 17,000 people. And we all got Pentium 2 computers in our houses. We got training. And all these computers were connected to fiber optics. And so we had access to the world. And this was really an experiment at the time. This technology was new. Computers were not really a household item, and suddenly everyone in this town had had computers. And we were using these computers there was a bed and breakfast that was selling rooms online by email. There was the CD shop now, found global demand for their traditional Irish music CDs, and many of my classmates were trained in programming and things like this. But the interesting thing I thought was that it was €1,400 per person investment in that town just in the technology side. And I think we know the story of Ireland from then. I think the Minister Coveney said it earlier when he said Ireland is the most globalized country in the world. And so the results of years of thousands per capita investment into information technology training has led Ireland to be a world leader, where today we have the headquarters of many of the largest tech firms in the world. And a country of 5 million people has spawned, I think, 7 unicorns. And unicorns are, tech startups that have a valuation over $1 billion. And so they're seen as having massive potential for growth and really having a global reach. More recently, Africa has been undergoing its own technology revolution as well. And I've just flashing some of the names of the tech firms that you may have come across, or innovations in technology happening in Africa. Some are allowing mobile money to be sent through mobile phones for people who don't have banks. Other ones are using data to connect thousands of smallholder farmers, producing very small loads of goods, with thousands of disorganized traders and transporters who previously hadn't been using their trucks, and now creating much more efficiency in the markets. There's Jumia, which is similar to the Amazon is like the Amazon of Africa. And even one company is using drones to deliver blood samples and vaccines to hard to reach parts of Rwanda. So these are some of the examples of how technology and innovation is being used to transform markets in Africa and really support African consumers ultimately. But there's still a long way to go. Almost 1 in 5 people in the world is African, so 17% of the global population live in Africa. Only $3 out of every $100 of output produced each year comes from Africa. So you can see, we all know the economy of Africa as a whole is much smaller than it probably should be. And to date, and this is a kind of an arbitrary number, but only 4 of the world's unicorns have come from Africa so far, and that's 3 less than from Ireland. And so it kind of raises the question, is Africa less innovative than the rest of the world? Do we not have the same number of entrepreneurs? And I think we know from the discussion already that that's not the case, so there must be something else going on. And so when I was preparing for this discussion, I reached out to some of the companies on those slides to really try and understand what it would take, what it takes for businesses and entrepreneurs and innovators in Africa to drive growth. And I got many responses back, but there was 3 themes that emerged. And the first was, we know we have many entrepreneurs, but it needs to be backed by access to skills. And in Africa, only 44% of youth of the relevant age finalize secondary school, and only 10% of people go on to enroll in university. I didn't even see the finalization rates. And so that makes it hard to find the skills you need. And businesses are left sometimes with just maybe 3 options. The first is to invest and build those skills from scratch yourself. And when you're a startup, that's very expensive. And that takes time. You're looking at 2 or 3 year lead times. The other is to hire the skills from abroad, or compete for a small, limited set of skills locally. And that's also really pushes up prices. It's very expensive as well. And then the third option is just to leave altogether, relocate to a market where skills are more readily accessible, and then serve the African market from there, or serve your market from there. And so that could be one of the reasons why we don't see so many of these large tech firms emerging from Africa. A second issue that came was investment, and there's two types of investment. There's investment in the underlying infrastructure that allows us to all get online and to kind of participate in this communication revolution. And then there's also the investment or the financing we need to grow our businesses. Only 30% of people in Africa currently have access to the internet, or access to the internet regularly. And there's a few reasons for that. One could be the coverage. So we just haven't rolled out coverage broadly enough. It's a massive continent, and that's hugely expensive, and that requires investment. It's also, many people might not be able to afford the means of technology that's required to get online. If I think about the story earlier where Ireland invested so much in each of us here to allow us to get online 25 years ago, that cost is huge. And so if you want the smartphone, you need a few $100s, and many people don't have that type of money. And then data costs a lot of money as well. So even if you have the coverage, even if you have the smartphone, you then need to pay for the data and the electricity to charge your phone. And those are real issues that affect people. The other type of challenge is the financing, the funding for growth. So when you're trying to grow a business in Africa, often you're met with the challenge of the cost of finance, and this is something that came up a lot. Interest rates can be at up to 20% and above. You need high levels of collateral, and these are things that most startups are not going to have. And here's just an interesting fact that only less than 1% of global venture capital funding, which is private capital for investment, went to Africa last year, even though it was the largest ever year of funding raised by African countries. So it's improving, but it's still well below where it needs to be. And the final challenge that came up was the size of the market. And sometimes we talk about Africa, as a continent of 1.3 billion people, or 1.3 billion untapped potential consumers. But the reality when you're doing business there is that sometimes you'll find that the market is much smaller than you think, than the number or the population would suggest. A kind of a simple thought exercise, and when we think of the middle class, sometimes it's defined as people with an income above $10 a day. In Europe, 97% of the population have above $10 a day for spending on goods and services. And imagine any of us here, even on our way to work, where we stop for a coffee and a donut, we've already spent that $10 a day. At a global level, you're then considered middle class. You might not feel like that in Ireland, but it is at a kind of a global level. And also the interesting thing about Europe, it's also a single market. So in a sense that you have access to a potential 470 million people market of consumers with a lot of purchasing power. In Africa, only 7.7%, or roughly 8% of people fall into that category. And so that's less than 100 million people really can afford to buy the goods and services that us as entrepreneurs or businesses might be selling. And that 100 million people are spread across 54 different markets that are not integrated, that have barriers, and we've discussed all those things as well. And so it's really hard to grow a global business when you're limited by these small, fragmented markets. And so that brings us to what can be done. And I think it really boils down to the basics, and we can't skip the basics. The first is that we need to continue to invest in education and skills development, and we just heard from the president of the AFDB how they're investing hundreds of millions in developing tech skills amongst youth, and that's exactly what needs to be happening, and maybe Ireland could consider backing those types of initiatives, because that's exactly what we did here for our youth 25 years ago. The second is that we need to start expanding the technology, and this requires probably new ways of thinking to get people online, to get people access to the internet, because the reality is that at existing rates of expansion, existing costs, it's not feasible in that way to get everyone online. So we need to think about new ways of giving people access to the World Wide Web and things like this. We also need to expand the pool of affordable capital for investment and in growth and businesses. And that's, as we saw on the slide, only 1% of global venture capital still goes to a continent that has 20%, almost 20% of the world's population. And finally, what was it? We need to stick to our market and stick to our commitments and implement the single African AFCFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area. Because as long as we fragment our existing small markets across 54 countries, it'll be very hard to grow. And so I'm going to stop there, and we'll continue the discussion together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Armin. I hope they I hope they leave that last slide up there just as our scene setter. I think maybe if I start with Stuart and with Mukunde, actually I'm realizing now both from South Africa, I'd like to drill from, Armin's presentation at a continental level into your own journeys as entrepreneurs. Maybe I'd start with furthest away from me, from Stuart. Really, it's on your own journey. What were the missing links, the barriers to you driving your business forward, Stuart?
It's usually a lack of finance, but I think the main thing and the reason that we ended up coming to Ireland as well was because of the talent, the lack of experienced talent. So it's the engineers that we didn't have. And so it's kind of hard to build an industry when your most experienced people are leaving, and you just can't build it. So you're always in a cycle. Just for background, what we do is we're a creativity company, and we are working across Africa, finding the intellectual resources and basically the most creative people, and coming alongside them and helping to package premium kids and family content for the world market. And so it's quite there's a manufacturing aspect of it, and there's a development aspect of it as well.
I think that's very interesting. I mean, I was thinking earlier when Fionnuala Quinlan was talking in the last session about when she was in Africa first 20 years ago, and I was thinking when I was in Africa first, 12, 13 years ago, how in that period I was there, I started to see the cellular masts appearing. It was happening around me, and also the use of the mobile technologies were happening around me. I remember being up in an isolated part of Ethiopia, and a woman reached into her sham, an elderly woman, and took out her phone and explained this was how she kept in touch. And of course it occurs to me that is people content users, but we're here content creators. I mean, Mukunde, maybe you could tell us a bit about your business, and also that same question about the barriers that you dealt with setting up your business as a content creator.
So we are an educational technology company. We're a startup, and we really focus on access to education, particularly for children. So how do we use language, whether it's for children to learn in a language or to learn a language for social, economic benefits. We work with educators, parents, refugees, migrants, really this idea that language can give you access to education. We do that through interactive technology, so that's where the content creation and the creativity comes in. So we use augmented reality, gamification, animation to do that. I think Armin really hit the nail on the head in his presentation when he spoke initially about the need for vision and the ability to execute on an idea. And I think vision goes even a little bit deeper into education, experience, exposure, how you can sort of bring those innovative ideas together. And so I think I was lucky in my journey in the sense that a lot of the thinking and innovation and vision happened in a university context. But I think for someone who is thinking about their day-to-day livelihood, the space for that sort of visioning and thinking becomes so much smaller. So I think definitely there's challenges there. I think another challenge is really you almost always have to take a social approach. So you can't just focus on this is the business that I do, but you really have to think about, of course, augmented reality creates access and great opportunities, but do people have access to devices? Do people have access to internet? Do they have consistent power supply? And so you're often having to think about who to partner with or who you need to work with in order to make just your own business work.
So in making your business work, there are so many more elements that you're trying to take account of that I suppose a business in Europe, a business in Ireland maybe isn't having to deal with power supply, for example. Chioma, the last session, the speaker from the private sector, Carol was it, she was speaking about the digitalization as this immense opportunity for women. And I think she spoke about how her ask or her one thing was, around, well, it was two things. It was access to technologies and access to education for women. Could you maybe, reflect on that and explain a little your organization and reflect on that, please?
Thank you. So my name is Chioma, and I run an organization in Nigeria called TechHer. At TechHer, we teach women how to use technology. We teach young girls how to use technology. But we also model for them across the continent what other women are using technology to do. And to just start from what you said about having to create the enabling environment to be able to run your business. When we started working in local education authority schools in peri-urban areas in Abuja, which is the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria, we wanted to go there to teach them basics of digital literacy. But we got there and we found out that they were distracted because some of them were hungry. And so that added a layer of we need to take snacks and we need to take drinks. And we got there and we found out that some of the schools weren't connected to the electricity grid. And so we had to think about creative ways to be able to share the information we wanted to share with them without electricity. And so we created playing cards, which are a staple in most Nigerian homes. And on the back of those cards, we then put the information. And so when we talk about, digitization as an access point or as an opportunity for women to leapfrog, for me, starts from, what Armin's presentation talked about, which is creating the infrastructure upon which this type of thing will happen. And we look at, the numbers in Nigeria of women in public life. We look at the incidence of sexual and gender-based violence, and we see how digitization has strongly given women an opportunity to amplify their voices, to speak about things they don't like, to speak about things that they would want to see more of, and to generally just hold the government to account on the things that it said it will do for them. But there first has to be that knowledge of what technology is. There first has to be that knowledge of what digital is. They also need to be aware of the vulnerabilities of going online. And this is one of the things that, in my organization, we focus on online gender-based violence. And so it's never for me just about women going online. And I will forever kick against every woman should code, because every woman won't code. For an 18-year-old, and Armin's stats on the screen said that for an 18-year-old who has to make the decision between feeding her family and investing in coding classes, they will pick feeding their family. For people who already are in jobs that are not paying them above $10 a day, but they have other things to do with their time, they will pick their jobs. So what we do at TechHer is to find ways that digital can add a little bit and enhance their lives, increase their productivity, increase access to markets, show them what other people across the continent, women like themselves, what they're using technology for in order to inspire them to do better.
Great. So the content users, the consumers of it. Andy, I've found the full name of your organization now, because I was going KIC, and I know now European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and you're the Knowledge and Innovation Community lead on that for the UK and Ireland. And, you know, to do your business, you know, you're at that interface between government and the private sector. You know, we've heard Stuart talking about access to funds, about other things. You know, what do you see about the public-private partnerships on facing the opportunities as well as the challenges in Africa?
Yeah, thanks. So, you know, so we're Climate Kick, this weird named organisation, Climate KIC, Climate Kick. We are Europe's climate innovation agency. So over the last few years, we've deployed something like 500 million euros to support early stage entrepreneurs, to support innovation projects, to try and deliver climate resilience, to try and deliver emission reductions. And one of the experiences we have had with that was that actually if you only focus on technology, if you only focus on the delivery of that, without thinking about the enabling conditions that we've been hearing. So actually, we've changed our approach over the last 2 or 3 years, 3 or 4 years now, to be much more whole system approach, which is you have to work very closely with, you know, municipal governments. You have to work much more closely with looking at all of the levers of change that are available to us, which might be skills, they may be governance, they may be access to finance, financial innovation, about making new markets, and we're thinking about things like the new bioeconomy markets that are coming in, so that we're actually starting to look much more closely at how do you bring this public-private enabling together to support those with really good ideas. And there is no shortage of good ideas, in whether you're talking in Europe, whether we're talking in Africa. The issue is how do we nurture, how do we help, how do we support? So that's really the work that we've been involved in with, for example, Irish Aid, which is about supporting multiple entrepreneurship programs in many different countries, you know, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Mozambique, South Africa, Nigeria, which is always about how do we bring these ideas together. And now we're starting to look this year much more at how do we ensure we've got gender mainstreaming so that you're actually bringing in these ways of supporting female entrepreneurs. How do we bring in the scaling that maybe you were talking about in terms of how do we ensure that those that are already established businesses can start to scale to different countries within Africa. So a lot of that is work that we're doing in partnership with Irish Aid, and we see that as a real opportunity around that whole climate resilience and climate adaptation agenda.
Yeah. And Armin, your work, I mean, you're based in Rwanda now for the last few years. We were talking yesterday at dinner with the person next to me, the ambassador of Botswana, was talking about how impressed he had been by Kigali when he was there for CHOGM. I mean, are there lessons in private-public partnership there or not?
No, I think there are. I think, you know, Rwanda is just at the start. You know, it needs to build a base for its education, but it has a strong vision, and it's at the start of implementing many things. It's creating what's called a Kigali Innovation City. And so you create the idea, and that idea becomes concretized, and then they can go out and raise capital. And what we're seeing now is that funding to come in, and it'll take time. But I think, you know, we have to accept that we're on a kind of a journey, and that everything takes time, and things aren't going to change overnight. Rwanda was also very quick to roll out fiber optic across the country, and even I know when I traveled, I know that the cost of accessing the internet in Rwanda is way below anywhere else we go. And so the government has a very strong regulator that regulates the price of accessing the internet. And I think there's even for some of us in Rwanda, there's many things that we take for granted that actually aren't common across the rest of the continent. Yeah.
I'm thinking then that kind of space for collaboration between Ireland and private sector businesses in Africa. And Stuart, you have set up this operation in Galway. You mentioned that access to engineers, access to personnel would have been an inhibitor. You know, international collaboration, growing your business. I mean, I know that brain drain is something that's spoken about in Africa. But with this world being much smaller now, you know, how would you reflect on setting up your operation in Galway? It shores up your business in South Africa, does it? How does that work?
Yeah, exactly. And the last 2 years, since the pandemic, has seen a complete shift of our industry. Everybody's working from home, so we have people working. And because of the time zone, it's very easy to work across South Africa and throughout Africa and in Ireland. So it is, what it means is that people can learn from the more senior, the more experienced people. And also what you're seeing is not as much brain drain, because people are actually quite happy to live in Cape Town, and especially if they're earning euros anyway. And the world has just shifted to animation, specifically as a global industry now, and you can work for wherever you want. So it's a lot more aligned in terms of being able to train people and produce at a high level of quality.
That's really interesting, actually, that the pandemic has helped accelerate that trend and that people can work anywhere. I saw that. I was previously ambassador in Spain, and I saw that as well with an Irish recruitment company that is recruiting people to work in IT, but who will stay in Spain, you know, because that's where people want to be, or because it's more affordable. Ireland and the affordability factor is of course well known to most people in this room. Makundi, the tech challenge, and congratulations on that. You know, you're here this week. You know, you're engaging. I'm thinking of what Stuart has been saying about the world is a handkerchief, they say in Spanish. You know, how has this experience been for you of the tech challenge?
So it's been a good week. I'm one of 5 winners of the Irish Tech Challenge, and it's really a collaboration between South Africa's Technology Innovation Agency and the Irish Embassy in South Africa. And the idea was to find 5 tech entrepreneurs who are not only commercially viable businesses, but also those who are impact-driven. So are they making a significant impact in whatever society and communities they're working in? And it's really businesses from across different industries. There's a business that works on audio descriptions for the visually impaired, to, you know, ladies who are working on tech that addresses crime in really low-income areas, getting credit for those who are unbanked, and also vaccines, or making vaccines, veterinary vaccines, more accessible and more affordable. And so I'm part of these 5 entrepreneurs, and the intention of the week is really for us to engage with meetings, and whether that's with other startups, with just the general tech community in Ireland, whether it's with potential investors. And I think opportunities are really great for that sort of exchange and being able to see different value. And I think, as mentioned, sometimes you find that your market isn't where you are. And so it's a good opportunity to sort of explore another market and explore Europe as a market as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's a really terrific initiative when I heard about it, and it's, you know, I mean, the government and the department facilitating, but at the end of the day, it's about you connecting with other startups and with the lessons being learned. I mean, you mentioned, you know, the various examples you gave there. You know, our businesses, quite a few of them have, like, with the social impact. And just thinking of the role of innovation and new technologies in that creating a better social impact in Africa. I mean, the theme of today's event overall has been looking towards a more sustainable, a greener future. And we've heard a lot this afternoon and today about the opportunities and challenges, for example, facing women as economic actors. I mean, Andy, maybe if I could come to you, and I'd like to hear your views on whether investments in innovation and in new technologies are creating impacts in terms of sustainability in the continent.
That's actually quite difficult to answer, in the sense that yes, they can, but it needs intent. And we try and tease out between thinking about innovation as being only about technology. For us, there is innovation in multiple things that we do, and we need to focus on innovation in the round around all the things we can innovate into, from finance skills and so on and so forth, not just the technologies. Because to make the technologies work in a green and sustainable way that supports socially just outcomes, you need many other things to have changed around that system. And so actually you've got to do that in conjunction with, our view is we have to do that in conjunction with other elements in the system, and you have to have real intent to want to make it happen over the next 5 or 10 years. In other words, to have a very clear vision about what we are collectively trying to achieve and what the local actors are trying to achieve in that space. It won't happen just because you're investing in a bit of tech. So I think it's much more about what's the intent within the system to help deliver that outcome for all of the actors, whether it's farmers, whether it's a community in a city, whether it's it doesn't really matter which group it is, but is there clear intent to deliver that positive, constructive, social, green outcome?
So you're dealing with companies already in existence, and pulling it together. Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we're seeing huge interest. I mean, this is such a growth area, and we are seeing some fantastic companies with great ideas who are seeking to build that and use digital technologies, as Armin said, as an enabler, as an underpinning actually what they're trying to achieve in terms of connecting, in terms of building skills, in terms of enabling, in terms of matchmaking with investors and so on. So we're seeing all of that. And so I think from our perspective, we are very optimistic about the future and of the brilliant ideas that are coming through in Africa. And what we see our role as is very much as that sort of bridge to say, how do we take some of those ideas, how do we bridge it and bring them into to markets in Europe? How do we bring them, the ideas and the people and the skills, and actually bring some of that back into Europe? Because there's lots that we can learn from that. And similarly, taking some of the European ideas and people and skills and saying, how do we work with different African countries to help work and build some of the opportunities there. So we absolutely are optimistic in that space. But all I'd say is that it's not just the tech. It's the enabling piece around it that actually we think are the things that actually delivers the positive outcome. So.
I could see Chioma nodding her head next to Andy. I mean, maybe looking at the inclusion part and just, speaking first of all about inclusion of women. We heard this morning or this afternoon of the woman waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning and doing half her day's work before leaving her house. The social impact of the mobile technologies on women that you're working with in Nigeria, is it for the good?
I think there's something to be said about social impact investing. And as far as a take-home from this session is concerned, I'm just speaking directly to any investors in the room or business people who are thinking about coming into African countries to do some work. I think it's important for us to think about, something Armin said about the patient investment. The reason why we are having to look outside the continent for skills is because that investment in young people hasn't been done. And so we see ourselves at TechCar as pipeliners, right? So we train young children. And I remember when we first started going into the schools and we would ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? Everyone wanted to be a doctor or a nurse, or they wanted to be an engineer. But then we exposed them to things like Wakanda Forever, and we told them CGI, right? You can become the person creating these images. We showed them, we talked to them about mobile phones and how we don't just want to be consumers. Africa exiting poverty will only happen when we start to create. And so we showed these young children that you can create, you can build out phones, you can build out computers, but you can also build out solutions that work for your communities. And we come to the end of the term, and my team has visited a few times, and then you ask them what you want to be. And sometimes you hear people say, I want to build Wakanda forever. And it makes us laugh, but it also shows just what that little investment can do. And so what we're thinking about now is, how do we start to show them computers? How do we start to, how do we integrate like computer days where they can actually begin to touch these technologies? How do we leverage what's being done on the continent? Because another thing is we're not collaborating enough. So we're all trying to do brand new things in our different countries, but the problems are similar, right? Access to technology, access to electricity, funding, food, and things like that. And so we're starting to do those types of things, and we're starting to reach out to the private sector to say, come and take this school, and let this school be your project, and fund this and fund that, and create that pipeline so that in 10 years, when you're looking for the new generation of developers, when you're looking for the new generation of UI, UX researchers, you already have that pipeline that you've grown from this community. And so that's what we're starting to see. One of the companies in Nigeria that excites me a lot was started by two women, Eloho Mame and Odun, and it's called First Check Africa. And one of the things they're really doing is investing in women-led startups. Because a lot of times, yes, the funding pool is tiny for African startups, but for women, it's even tinier. And so they exist solely to give first checks, the earliest checks to women startups who are doing work. And these are the types of things that we want to see in Africa, not just trade, but social impact trade that comes and stays for the long haul. It's not euros in, euros out. It's euros in, euros out, but also the impact on the lives of the people within communities.
Stuart, when Chuma was talking there about when she was talking there about that kind of nurturing business approach, I was thinking, on your website, you have a section on it that's tutorials. I've never seen that on somebody's company. Tell me about that.
Yeah, it's because we came out of South Africa where there wasn't an animation industry, we had to design the entire ecosystem, which is training, first advocacy and enlightenment. So we have a team, we have a foundation that goes into schools and shows people what animation is, because it's astounding how little people know about what it actually is. Right. And then the next phase is we do competitions to see who's actually got some, in talent, and who actually finishes the competition. And then we provide bursaries for study, and then we have master classes, and then we have internships. So it's a whole ecosystem that leads to them leaving the country eventually, or staying. And that's been, kind of interesting, because we didn't design it like that, but we just had to, and it's actually proved very effective.
I think it's super. You talked about leaving. We in Ireland have experience with leaving. We left in big numbers in the 19th century. We left in big numbers in the 1950s, and big numbers in the 1980s, and big numbers around 2008, 2010. And some of us have stayed away, and some of us came home. Do you see any advantages with the people leaving? Because I do.
We do see people coming back with skills, with passion, but the main thing that we're looking for now is for the creativity to be happening, and everything we do is rooted in the place that it is. It must be authentic to its place. So that makes it very hard for people to leave. If we're setting a show in Zambia or Nigeria or Uganda, then the people who create that show must live there, and otherwise it's not going to be an authentic expression of their culture, their art, their animation. And so it actually attracts people to their own space in that sense.
Oh, that's great. And again, just what you had said earlier about the COVID and people being able to work anywhere. It maybe can help that. We can't really talk about digitization and information technology without talking about the risks, about the downsides, the misinformation, the social exclusion, polarization in our societies. The pace of the digitization in Africa is immense. I know in Nigeria, everyone has their phone, everyone's on their phone. It's leapfrogging, how we would have developed in our own countries. I feel that very much myself when I try and think, my goodness, like, when did I first use email for work? And then everything has got much more reduced. And the pandemic has accelerated all of that. What do you think? Armin, what are the key risks of the revolution underway at the moment, and what can we do to address them?
Well, one thing, not a risk, but just in terms of our experience with the pandemic and what we had done at Vanguard, we had been building a team within Rwanda. So we were explicit about the fact that we want to deliver our services from Rwanda, and we want it delivered by a Rwandan team. And the risk of not have done that before were much greater, because when the pandemic hit, all our competitors left because they were built on foreign skills, and everyone left. Everyone went back to their home countries. And we were one of the only companies still in Rwanda able to do some of the services we were able to do, and we've grown. We've doubled in size every year since 2020. I think one of the risks is that are not a risk, but maybe this assumption. I think Stuart talked about it as well, and so did Andy. Was about the fact that the technology is just it can help a process, but you can't skip putting that process in place. So there's these assumptions that if I build an app that links my truck to farmers, it's just going to run itself. And then what you find is that you need the whole manual process in place, and that really needs to be refined. And the data can help, but it's hard to kind of leapfrog, as you say, the manual process early on, and maybe with some experience, behaviors change along the way. But you have to take a long time. It takes a few years for, in Africa, what might take just 1 year or 2 years in other markets to kind of evolve. Yeah. And so I think you need to be willing to kind of stick it out for the longer term. But if you stick it out, generally you get higher levels of success.
Yeah. Was that something, Andy, you wanted to come in on?
I mean, I would absolutely echo that. I mean, I think, we're talking about human-centered outcomes.
Yes.
You have to do the human processes, to make it work. I mean, I think everyone is in agreement in the sense that it is hard. You've got to engage communities. You've got to build trust. You've got to build credibility. Then you can start to introduce new ideas, new ways of doing things. Then you've got to, then once you've got one site, you can then look at whether you can replicate to other places with similar examples. So you can do it, but it does take time. It does take patience. It certainly takes patient capital. I think, Armin, you mentioned, and that is both institutional finance coming in or government funding and or philanthropic funding, but you need something that will actually hold that space to allow those processes to go through, and then you can start to see real successes. But it won't happen immediately, but it just, once it starts to move, then I think our experience is it suddenly explodes in terms of the opportunities and the benefits. So.
I'm hoping Makunde's business will explode. Yes, helped along by the tech challenge. We are coming to the end of our session now, and nearly the end of the day. I think we're looking forward to hearing from Minister Brophy to close our day. Nothing really left for me to say, only to thank very much the panel. You've been wonderful today. Thank you very much, Stuart, Chioma, Andy, Makunde, and Armin. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. We'll now welcome to the stage our final speaker of the day, Minister of State for Overseas Development Aid and Diaspora, Colm Brophy TD, who will share his reflection on the day with us and draw our proceedings to a close. You're very welcome, Minister.
And thank you. President Adesina, ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to be here this afternoon to bring the 7th Africa-Ireland Economic Forum to a close. I want to talk to you about the importance of people-to-people connections and the key opportunities and areas for strengthened partnership that have been highlighted today. I will also, of course, announce the winners of the inaugural Irish Aid Enterprise Fund for International Climate Action. With more than 300 delegates attending today, the Africa-Ireland Economic Forum has once again shown that it is a crucial date in the calendar. And I'm hugely encouraged, indeed energised, by the level of engagement in evidence at today's event. Nobody, I believe, obviously could have envisaged at the last forum in 2018 that it would take almost 4 years for us to gather again like this. The impact of the COVID pandemic on everybody, on every country, has been so strong. But good things come to those who wait, and I'm really glad that we took the decision to defer the forum until it was possible to hold it in person. And, you know, as you look around a room and you see the sense of enthusiasm and opportunity that's in it, even in the face of the global challenges, there's so much potential highlighted, I believe, at today's forum. Connections, hopefully, have been made, and relationships have been cemented at this event. So as Minister with responsibility also for the diaspora, I understand that real importance of people-to-people connections. These are the connections that drive partnerships in trade, investment in politics and culture, and much more. And for somebody who was appointed a minister literally 2 weeks before we declared the COVID lockdowns here in this country, and who spent the next 2 years conducting all their meetings on Zoom or various television and monitors, it is wonderful, I believe, as I said, to have this opportunity to meet in person. It is a real changer. And in doing so, obviously, and in the opportunities I've had to meet with the Irish diaspora, particularly in Africa, who have established connections between Ireland and Africa that go back many, many generations. I'd also obviously like to acknowledge Ireland's African communities and the Irish people of African descent. There are many of you in the audience, and you're building new connections between Ireland and Africa that will benefit all of us. Last month, we celebrated Ireland's largest ever Africa Day. All around the country, we saw the enthusiasm across our communities and a truly wonderful celebration of the rich links between Ireland and Africa. Throughout today, we have heard from a series of outstanding speakers. Thank you for your participation and for our very productive meeting today. I look forward to working with you in collaboration, including obviously with President Adesina in the World Bank, Africa Bank. I'd like to thank you all, our speakers and panellists, for such engaging and insightful discussions. In the morning sessions, our panellists explored the recent trends, opportunities and challenges for business, setting their sight on future trade and investment. I was particularly struck by the incredible potential of the African Continental Free Trade Area and how it can help transform Africa. Ireland, I believe, can play a part in this and share our own hugely successful experience of regional integration as an EU member state. The backdrop to today's discussions have been the positive trend in trade and investment between Ireland and Africa. Both Irish and African businesses have shown us the potential to build on this positive momentum. The challenging global context has also been present, obviously, throughout today's discussions. We have heard today about the unprecedented strain on global food and energy markets. And that is why committing, I believe, to green growth and sustainable food systems, both here in Ireland and globally, has never been more important. Our second panel discussion explored how Irish and African firms can adapt and respond to these challenges. It also considered how Ireland's ambitious approach to sustainable food systems can support green growth in Africa. A conversation about green growth, innovation and economic transformation would not be complete, I believe, without looking at the critical role of women in building economic prosperity and driving opportunities for both trade and investment. That discussion has brought us a number of exciting ideas on how to further support female entrepreneurs. A commitment to gender equality underpins Ireland's foreign policy. We'll continue to work with our partners in Africa to bring down the barriers holding back women and entrepreneurs and women-led businesses. I hope that this forum has facilitated connections between women in business in Ireland and Africa, and that we will see new partnerships driven by women in the future. The discussion on leveraging technology, innovation and entrepreneurship for Africa growth, which concluded just now, was particularly interesting. It was great to see Armin Lalui of Vanguard Economics open that discussion. I last met with Armin in Kigali last October, and it's a great pleasure to see him here in Dublin. On that visit to Rwanda, I saw firsthand the potential of Africa's young people when I presented prizes to the national winners of the African Code Challenge. This is a coding competition for children. It's aged between 8 and 16, and it's run by Africa Code Week. And we're very proud in Ireland that we have been a strategic partner of Africa Code Week. It's Africa's biggest digital skills programme. It's reached over 9 million children. It's trained more than 100,000 teachers in over 40 countries. And Ireland is proud to support initiatives that give young people in Africa the skills needed to flourish in the 21st century. Africa's next generation of entrepreneurs and innovators will play a critical role in responding to global challenges. We are committed to stepping up this support and in linking Irish private sector expertise with African entrepreneurs and innovators. I was therefore obviously delighted to launch the new Irish Tech Challenge South Africa while on my visit to South Africa earlier this year. The Tech Challenge will incentivise mutually beneficial partnerships between Irish technology expertise and South African entrepreneurs. It targets businesses that address the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in the area of climate change, but also prioritises women and youth and entrepreneurs from historically disadvantaged communities. And I was delighted that a group of the winners of that Tech Challenge are here with us today. They are a hugely impressive group of innovators, and it was great that Mukunda Lambani, the CEO of Ambani, was one of those winners from South Africa that was able to participate also in our final panel discussion this afternoon. I had an opportunity to meet with them before earlier on this afternoon, and really an impressive group of people you could not meet without the talent, the energy, the ambition, the willingness to make their projects succeed and to succeed in the area they're working in. And it's wonderful that they're having this opportunity to be with us here this week and to have that networking opportunity. Really, I think one of the most important things we've done, and I was delighted to be part of launching it and seeing it here in its next stage here today. Climate action is a key priority for Ireland, and it's why Ireland is supporting climate entrepreneurship. Earlier this year, I had the great pleasure of launching the first Irish Aid Enterprise Fund for international climate action. So through this fund, we want to engage the vast talent and expertise within Ireland in support of climate action for those who need it most. We've really been so impressed by the breadth of expertise that exists right across organisations who applied and their eagerness to support climate action. As has been said many times today, the private sector has a vital role in delivering not just climate action, but also progress on the SDGs. Our very positive experience of that Enterprise Fund for International Climate Action has shown that the private sector, I believe, is willing and ready to answer that call. Our only challenge in delivering the fund was in selecting the winners from such a really competitive field. So I'm absolutely delighted to announce that the 4 winners of the first Irish Aid Enterprise Fund for International Climate Action are Food Cloud, for their pilot study of a technology-led solution to food waste in Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia and Ghana. Action Ireland Trust, for their programme of supports for entrepreneurs working in sustainable construction in Lesotho. The DCU, School of Law and Governance, for their training programme on market-based mechanisms for reducing emissions from shipping. And our final initial winner, because we hope to have many more winners coming out of this programme in future years, Concern Worldwide, for their community-led entrepreneurship programme in Malawi. And I very much look forward to seeing the impact of these 4 programmes. I would obviously like to thank most sincerely all the organisations who applied to the Enterprise Fund for International Climate Action. It was really, as I said earlier on, amazing just to see that depth of interest and the really innovative ideas that were coming through. So in closing, I'd like to thank the team from my own department for the excellent organisation which has made this year's forum possible, with the support obviously of the other government departments and state agencies. Private sector and civil society stakeholders and the African diplomatic community, who also played a critical role in preparing this forum. I wish to thank you all also for your contribution. Thank you. Now, as it is a networking event, I suppose I should just make it clear that earlier this week, all of you who registered to attend the event, you received an email containing a list of contacts from everyone who's been in attendance here today who has consented to share their details. And I really do hope that these connections, as well as those you've had the opportunity to obviously make in person over the event, will serve as the first step in creating new networks, new opportunities, and long-lasting partnerships. So, in the conclusion, I suppose in the way we normally like to do things, I would now like to invite you all to a closing reception, which will be held here in the library in the RDS, where we continue the conversations that we've started earlier on today. Gurav Mila Mahagat. Thank you all very much.
Hello, everyone. It's been an incredible, educational, and impactful day, and we want to thank everyone who took time out of their very busy schedule to make this day as powerful as it has been. For those of you departing shortly, we thank you for being with us, and for those of you who can stay, we hope you'll enjoy the networking reception which will be taking place between now and 7:30 p.m. next door in the library, where staff will be on hand to direct you. It's been a pleasure to be your MC today, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Ireland and Africa's economic ties are closer than ever before.
Trade between Ireland and Africa is at an all-time high.
The value of Irish agri-food exports to Africa has doubled.
The Global Ireland-Africa strategy is further strengthening economic, political, cultural, trade and people-to-people links.
We will shortly open Ireland's 14th embassy in Africa,
which will help us build new relationships and connections.
We are committed to building links between Irish and African businesses,
supporting sustainable local markets and inclusive economic growth. Our work in Africa promotes innovation and entrepreneurship,
prioritizing women entrepreneurs and climate-smart innovation.
Our support for African students connects Ireland with the next generation of future leaders.
Our growing links will build partnerships, drive opportunities and foster prosperity across Ireland and Africa, making sure the connection between our people continues to grow stronger.